Hello. So we are back and back in live, and as we've transferred over between ADHD Australia and ADHD UK, it looks like we lost the connection. But we're back and we're live, and we need to. At the moment, we're streaming on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. We will be missing the embeds on the website, which we'll need to do shortly. Right. So we're in a bit of catch up time. So we've got an hour where this is the catch up hour. ADHD Australia arrived early with some timing issues. But the videos, we had some pre-records then, so we're going to play those out shortly. But otherwise, we're really looking forward to a morning of the last quarter of the conference, and a morning bringing you great guests, bringing you great people. It's going to be wonderful. We've got one of the things we've got also is got some of our wonderful coaches talking about what they're doing. We're playing those out through the conference. They are people in our marketplace, and they are people where you can find coaches, but they're also the people who are supporting us by doing support groups which are accessed by anyone for free. And that's one of we want to celebrate that. I'm going to bring you up Alex Campbell to talk to you quickly about and give you a tip. So we've asked everyone to introduce themselves and give a tip.
Hello, I'm Alex Campbell. I'm an ADHD coach trainer, and also a licensed psychotherapist. I'm also one of the few coaches that are based in New Zealand. My tip for you is around reading. I don't know about you, but I find reading books, particularly factual books, quite challenging. And that's often because I start at the beginning of the book, the introduction. And the introduction tends to be the most boring part of a book, but we always start there. My tip for you is to look at the contents page of the book and glance through the chapters and pick a chapter that is most interesting for you and start there. What you'll often find is that this will inspire you to read other parts of the book as a result, and so you'll read more of the book. The reality is, often when we read factual books, we never really want to read the entire book. There's often bits in it that we want to get out of it, but we sort of make ourselves read it cover to cover. But this way you actually get into a book and read some of it. The other thing about reading books is to do with how we process information. Quite often just reading words on a page is quite difficult. So I often find with certain books to get an audio copy of the book, so I can listen to the information as well as see it. Or I just listen to the book on the go, like when I'm cooking or if I'm going for a run. And when I'm doing something else, this can actually help me in processing the information that the book is trying to tell me. So these are just a couple of things for you to do around reading. And if you want more information on me, you can visit adhdalex.com. I wish you well and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Fantastic. And I love Alex. He's absolutely fantastic. And he is someone I met, and he got involved with the charity in London. He subsequently moved to New Zealand, and I know he's now involved with ADHD New Zealand, and it's that kind of making wonderful contributions to the ADHD community, and he's great. And I really enjoyed his tip. I did people who watched yesterday will know we did that fantastic interview with Rory of 1 Year No Beer. He was advocating cold showers. Oh, it's a terrible thing. Here's Kay Hayes talking about something similar. Oh dear.
Hello Global ADHD Conference. My name's Kay. I'm an ADHD coach, and my organisation is called Happier You, which means I have to practice what I preach. And I'm just sharing with you my best way of managing my ADHD. I'm so lucky that I live by the sea, but for me it's about nature and connection. I think so much of what we read about ADHD is about doing more, doing better, being more productive. But for me, it's really about slowing down, finding my connection to nature and to everything. So I'm just going to go and have a swim. It's the end of the day. And I'm going to have a few words with you when I come out, and I'm sure you'll be able to see the difference. I know that I'll feel it. See you in a bit. Hi again, everyone. So here I am post-swim, and wow, and it's not been a particularly stressful day at work, but I could really feel that adrenaline was really in my system, and now it's just gone. And cold water therapy, even if you're not lucky enough to live by the sea or a swimmable body of water, cold water therapy really supports our vagus nerve and our nervous system response, and also just being in nature, it really reminds us that we're part of nature, so we slow down. Nature's a great regulator. So even if all you can do is splash your face with cold water, and just either sit outside the office and tune into the bird song, or feel the wind on your face, or get barefoot on the grass, or hug a tree, whatever it is that works for you, that's amazing. Go do that. So you can find me at happieryou.co.uk, or email me at hello@happieryou.co.uk. I also run the self-care, ADHD and self-care group, which meets on the third Wednesday of every month for ADHD UK. So you can come and meet me there, and it'd be great to see some of you. Take care and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Absolutely wonderful. And well, it's wonderful she did that. Thank you, Kay. We've had a lovely comment in from Alex Campbell, so he's managed to jump the link over onto the new stream, and yeah, wonderful to see him commenting in. So well done, Mike. Thank you, great. Yeah, and I love you, Elliot. Thank you. No conference is complete without IT issues. I mean, we were doing well. We were doing so well, people. It's, for those who remember watched 2022, we started it and my camera froze. This camera, which is why there's a backup camera there. But it completely froze. And because we were new at it, like I wasn't sure, like was I broadcasting? Like mine, you know how you can sometimes like is it local or is it ever? And I was like, the horror. We are now back up. So we're back up on YouTube, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. Alex, like I've got to put this up. This like, thank you. I love you. It's whilst Kay was on, I also rushed over to the site to renew the embed codes. So now the video is playing on adhduk.co.uk on the front page, and it's also playing on globaladhd.com. We'll be shortly sending out an email, actually, which is part of our planned morning email, telling everyone what's coming up, which is a very good segue for me to talk about it. We've got some pre-records to come out. We've got ADHD in the Law, which is just a really important study into what's happening with what are your rights, but particularly covering off like what happens if you do declare, if you don't declare. There have been legal instances where someone hasn't declared, but the business should have known, and what's the responsibility there? So that's important for individuals. It's important for HR, but understanding those things are absolutely essential. We're going to cut to that in broadly 5 minutes. We're just going to do get another quick coach tip, and then we'll go straight into that. Yeah, really looking forward to that. So this is Helen Unwin, introducing herself and giving us another ADHD tip.
Hello, my name is Helen Irwin and I am an ADHD and confidence coach. I run a support group on the third Monday of the month for ADHD UK in the afternoon on ADHD and confidence, so please come and join me if you are free. My tip is a bit of a flip on an old saying, a bad workman blames his tools, because I just don't agree with that. What I would say is a bad workman needs better tools. So rather than blaming or shaming yourself because a certain tool, as in a routine or a way of planning your day or an organization system, doesn't work for you, rather than blaming and shaming yourself or the workman, actually come back to the tools and try to re-engineer them so they do work for you and your brain, and keep reiterating them until they are the ones for you. And chances are at some point they'll change into tools that aren't working for you and you'll need to revisit then. But I just want to come back to the point. What I'm trying to say is that rather than blaming yourself when a new system or strategy that you put in place, whether with a coach or just yourself, doesn't work, change the strategy. Okay, it's not you, it's the strategy. Anyway, see you soon. Bye.
It's such an important piece of advice. It's because what we can end up having is this: you're just like told, right, this, like, here's your list. You've got ADHD. Here's your list. Do this, do this, do this. And we are all unique individuals plus ADHD. We don't get the and so that means that there rarely something that works for absolutely everyone. It's always dangerous to say everyone anyway, right? And it's why we're building the discovery platform. So if you go to adhduk.co.uk, you'll see a button inviting you to look at the beta of the discovery platform. What that is it's strategies, it's ideas, it's products, all that can make a difference. You can rate them and you can comment on them. At the moment, like it's there, it's not organized, and that's because the organization is coming through those ratings, through those comments. So what we're asking people to do is rate it, comment it. We can then look at those rating profiles and start to organize it. And the next step, well, step one is we need to organize more structurally, which is something we want to do, so that you can look through certain things and go, right, these are ideas around that, say, organization or timeliness. And then the next step is that we provide recommendations based on, so we see people's review profile and we're able to say, right, people with, and you rate some and give us an idea of what your review profile is. We go, people with your review profile also really like these things. You should give them a go. And that is the life-changing thing. Like, that's supposed to help us find things that make a huge, huge difference. It's that, honestly, like I consider it like it's what the rest of the world have, right? You go to the Google Play Store, you see everything, it's got star ratings, or you go to the App Store, star ratings, and you go, and that's roughly what's likely to be. But for us, we're not that population. They don't match. So and what we might see is something that is great for some people, like, for example, Dragon talk to type software. When we talk to people, like we've seen some people just go, like, I absolutely love it, and I particularly love it because it has an app and I have to do a lot of work out of the office. So, for example, someone was a building surveyor, so I can go around each room talking into my phone, and instead of having this really difficult task, which is particularly difficult for me, of transcribing it and getting in, I get when I get back to the office, it's already transcribed, ready for me to edit, and I can move through, and it's actually completely changed my world. And so that kind of difference of, like, this is the bit that's going to make a huge difference, look at that bit, can be the unlocking part. And so we're really genuinely really excited. When I think about, like, what are some of my big ideas, I think that's the one I'm excited about, and our aim is actually through the global cooperative that we're building through the conference. So all those charities, so our organizational partner, our contributing partners, is for us to build it out with them as well. And so suddenly the sort of reach we're looking at is enormous. So step one is that global reach. Then step two is we want to look at different charities and different sectors. So autism, so the other neurodiversities are the natural next. Autism, over 50% of people with autism also have ADHD. Now, they're a smaller population, about 700,000 to 2.6 million. When you look the other way, we're about ADHD, roughly 15% of people with ADHD also have autism. Someone's going to correct my maths. Your curve looks different, right? If you've got autism and ADHD, the products and strategies and ideas that can jump out and make a difference for you, a good chance going to look slightly different. We're doing primary research on the ADHD UK website. Do go and look at those. So you'll see in the top there are surveys. They are a big deal. So at the moment we're doing one on to-do systems because we want to know more, right? We want to know what are the to-do systems that make a difference. We want people to tell us, so do go. But one of the questions we ask you is like, are you ADHD? Obviously we want to know, like, see those symptoms, yes, no, think I am, have diagnosis. And we also ask about ASD, are you, do you like on autism? And what I'm seeing is from some of that primary data is there are some really big differences tentatively, so don't take this as gold. What looks like, so time blocking, which is often recommended for people with ADHD, it looks like for people with ASD and ADHD, it looks like it's a strategy that works really, really well. When I see the people talking about it, and they're just like, this is a system that works fantastically. And time blocking is where you go in, these hours, so 10 to 12, I'll be doing this. And when you look at people who are ADHD without ASD, a good chunk are saying time blocking does not work for me at all. And now that's really important to know, right? It's really important to help people know that this is going to work a big deal, ADHD, and less likely to succeed, but might work ADHD and on its own. So that's the sort of stuff we're trying to uncover. Please donate. We can only do this with money you donate. We've got so you've got this running above me. You can see it. Scan the QR code. If you donate £20 or more, confetti. £50 or more, you get fireworks. James A. Roberts, you are the star of the show right now. You can see your name at the top. You donated £120. It's a huge deal, and thank you very much. We can do nothing without you. It means the absolute world. Right. We need to get on with the conference. So, like, look, ADHD Australia. We had we had a wonderful technical issue in terms of just timings, where they were like, "Wait, we've not accommodated for summertime. We are an hour off," and so we're now. We need to start early because we're all guests, including a senator, and so we were like, fine, let's do it. Well, let's do it. So, but one of the things we missed was ADHD and employment law, which is absolutely huge. It's very, very, very important. And we will, because of the offline issue, we've missed Illusion of Motivation. We will be putting that up on YouTube, and it will be like it did start to play out on the old channel, and then something happened. And, but it will be. And we're seeing him shortly, so I'm going to have to apologize in person. He's doing a section coming up, ADHD in couples. It's an incredibly important section about particularly focus on a couple, one ADHD, one not, and how does that work? Where are the strain points? Where are the things that can make a difference? And we are talking about, there are pathways which can cause cataclysmic ruin and change, and there are pathways of joy, and he's helping us navigate towards the joy. So I'm really looking forward to that. Right. In the background, I've loaded up the video. So it's ADHD in law. really important. Really looking forward to this.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this session on ADHD and employment law. My name's Anna Bond, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm joined by my colleague Ella Skinner, and we'll start with a quick round of introductions. So I'm a managing associate in the employment team at Lewis Silkin. I'm a discrimination lawyer focused on employment law, and I have a particular interest in DE&I issues, which includes advising regularly on issues around discrimination, including disability discrimination, which is what we'll mainly be speaking about today.
I'm Ella Skinner, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm a trainee solicitor in the employment team, and I work on a wide range of employment matters, including discrimination issues. So to go through the agenda for today, we're going to start off by giving a bit of a summary of the relevant law, particularly disability discrimination, and then we're going to talk about what requirements there are to disclose to the employer if you do have a disability. Then going to talk about some reasonable adjustments that can be put in place if you do have ADHD, before just going on to touch on a bit of interesting case law that's just come through.
Thanks, Ella. So starting then with a quick summary of the law which may be relevant in cases of ADHD in respect of employment. So all of the law we're talking about today is contained within the Equality Act 2010, and the provision that we're looking at in relation to ADHD is disability. And I want to start by noting that we're using this language because this is the language within the law. So in the Equality Act, there are a set of defined protected characteristics against which you can discriminate against somebody if it's on the basis of one of those protected characteristics, and one of those is disability. So without making any comment as to whether or not ADHD may constitute a disability, sort of general terminology, for the purposes of the law and the Equality Act, that's the kind of discrimination that we are dealing with. So the first thing to bear in mind when we're thinking about whether ADHD can be or is a disability for the purposes of the Equality Act is the definition of disability within the law. And so we've set that out on the screen here. And there are a couple of requirements that a condition will have to meet before it can be classed as a disability under the Equality Act. The first one of those is that it has to be long-term. And what that means is that it has lasted or is going to last at least 12 months. So in the case of neurodiversities, that is always going to be met. Then the remainder of the test is that it must be a physical or mental impairment. And again, noting that this is the language in the law and passing no comment whatsoever as to whether or not a neurodiversity is indeed a mental impairment, which has an adverse substantial effect on someone's ability to do their day-to-day activities. So what I think this final limb says in respect of ADHD is that clearly it's something that can have an adverse effect on someone's ability to do day-to-day activities, and that can be substantial. First of all, it's not all going to be the sort of consequences of ADHD are not all going to be along those lines. And secondly, it's going to vary on a case-by-case basis, because somebody might have more pronounced symptoms, somebody might have much less pronounced, and it may have a much lower impact on the day-to-day life. So I suppose the takeaway here is that ADHD is absolutely capable of amounting to a disability for the purposes of the Equality Act, and we've got case law that says it can be a disability, but it's not always going to be in each case. And it's going to come down to, in each case, on the actual impact that it has on someone's life, on someone's ability to do their day-to-day activities. So if you are in the territory of the ADHD amounting to a disability, there's another limb from a legal perspective, which in order to acquire all of the protections or some of the protections under the Equality Act, there's another limb you have to meet, and that is that the employer in each case has to either know that the employee is disabled, in this case that the employee has ADHD, or the employer should reasonably have known that the employee is disabled, again, by virtue of having ADHD. So obviously one way to achieve that is simply to tell the employer and simply to communicate that to them, ideally on the record. It's always good to get things in writing so that you've got a clear record of when the employer had knowledge of something. Sometimes you can argue that even if you haven't expressly disclosed to the employer that you have a particular condition that they should reasonably have known from an amalgamation of other facts like sickness absence and references made. Generally speaking, it's going to be a lot more of a secure route forward if you've told and disclosed to the employer that you have a condition. Noting on that front that there are lots of reasons why somebody might not want to and why somebody might not want to disclose it particularly widely. So on that front, what you could always do is to disclose it on a sort of private basis to HR, maybe HR and your line manager or the immediate people with whom you work who would need to know in order to support or in order to make particular reasonable adjustments, which we'll come on to talk about, but with, you know, an explicit instruction that you don't want people knowing about it more widely. I would suggest if you want to have absolute certainty that your employer knows and therefore A, can support better, and B, also will become subject to some of the duties which we'll come on to talk about, then telling somebody, even if a limited group of people, is a safer way to go about that. So assuming that, number one, we have a condition which is going to meet that definition under the Equality Act of Disability, and the employer has knowledge of it, what are the different forms then of discrimination which that employer is going to be legally obligated not to subject an employee to? And there are all kinds of different kinds of discrimination which will sit within the Equality Act. So I'll zip through a couple of them now, and then Ella and I are going to talk in a bit more detail about the ones which we think are probably going to be more relevant and more interesting to you in terms of looking out for behaviours that are unlawful. So the first one on the slide here is direct discrimination. This pretty rarely applies in practice, actually. This is very sort of straightforward. I am discriminating against you or treating you less favourably because you have a particular condition. So for instance, I don't like people who have X condition, therefore I'm going to subject you to this treatment. That's pretty rare in practice because people know that they shouldn't be doing that. Indirect discrimination is where you have an apparently neutral practice. So for instance, we have a practice that everybody has to arrive at the same time every day, or everybody has to work in this particular way. That's neutral because we apply it to everybody. It doesn't apply just to people with a particular characteristic, be that ADHD or be that race or be that their gender, whatever it might be. We apply it to everybody the same, but its impact on particular groups of people is different because of a protected characteristics, in this case ADHD. Harassment, Ella's going to come on to talk about in a bit more detail, but this is any conduct which essentially creates a hostile environment for somebody based on a protected characteristic. And one of the main takeaways I'd like to get across on this point is that you don't have to have the protected characteristic for something to constitute harassment. So if somebody makes a really inappropriate joke, for example, about ADHD, whether or not you yourself have ADHD, you can still be offended by that, and that can still constitute harassment, which is a kind of discrimination. The fourth kind of discrimination we've got on the slide here is a failure to make reasonable adjustments. And this is something we're going to talk about in some detail, but just very briefly, if the employer knows that an employee has a disability, they come under a duty to make reasonable adjustments to their working conditions. And this can be all kinds of things, from working hours, the way they work, the kind of work they do, additional support that they have. We'll come on to talk about that in a bit more detail. And then the final one here is discrimination because of something arising from a disability. So this is not, I'm discriminating against somebody because they have a particular condition. That condition causes particular behaviours or symptoms, or whatever it might be. That is something arising from the disability. And then if someone is discriminated against on the basis of that behaviour which has arisen from the disability, that can also constitute discrimination. So I think we're going to talk now a little bit about harassment.
Yes, so just to go through some of the elements of harassment. So this consists of any unwanted conduct related to a protected characteristic, including disability, in this case ADHD, which has the purpose or effect of violating someone's dignity or creating an intimidating, hostile, degrading, humiliating, or offensive environment. And this is unfortunately an illegal behaviour that we do see quite a lot in employment law. A couple of things to note about harassment is that it doesn't have to be a repeated incident. A one-off incident can amount to harassment. Also, the victim of any harassment doesn't need to have made the perpetrator aware that the conduct was unwanted. And as Anna said earlier, it's we just wanted to reiterate that, this unwanted conduct doesn't have to be made towards someone with a protected characteristic. It just has to be related to a protected characteristic. And so the sort of conduct that we see is offensive jokes or offhand remarks, particularly those which are dismissing someone's diagnosis, such as, for example, if someone said, everyone's a bit ADHD these days, or, you don't really have a disability, you just can't concentrate. Those could amount to harassment. We also wanted to point out that it doesn't matter if a person didn't intend to harass someone. So these are kind of the common things you hear people say. It was only a joke. Classically, it was just a bit of banter. It doesn't matter if their intention wasn't to harass someone. It matters that that was the effect that it had.
Thanks very much, Ella. So the next point that we wanted to deep dive a little bit more under the Equality Act, another form of discrimination, is an employer's failure to make a reasonable adjustment. So when does this arise? When does this duty on employers to make these adjustments arise? Essentially, when an employee is placed at a substantial disadvantage because of either a physical feature of the workplace, a policy or practice that their employer is operating, or a lack of an auxiliary aid. So it can be something which is happening, something which impacts differently on somebody because of their disability, or it can be an absence of something which, if the employer provided it, would help address the substantial disadvantage that the employee is at because of that disability. So what is the duty then? It's to take any reasonable steps to remove any disadvantage caused by the disability. And one point that I really want to get clearly across is the adjustments have to be reasonable from the employer's perspective as well. So there is this duty on employers to do more. In the instance where an employee has a disability, they are then required to go above and beyond and to address any disadvantage the employee might be suffering as a result of that. But that always has to be reasonable. And I'll come now to think a little bit about how you go about establishing what is reasonable, because this is really the million-dollar question. And while it would be great to say, anything that might help is going to be a legal obligation on an employer to provide for a disabled employee, actually there are some factors that we need to take in mind when we're thinking about whether or not it would be reasonable. So the first one here, which kind of makes sense, the extent to which the adjustment will be effective. So if it is going to be, make an absolute world of difference to somebody, it's much, much more likely that an employer is going to be found to be under a legal obligation to provide that for the employee. Likewise, how practical is it to make the adjustment? If somebody's asking for something which actually, in practical terms, is going to be totally unworkable, even if theoretically it might be really helpful, that is going to be something that will be taken into account in establishing whether or not it is reasonable. And the next two are ones that really relate to the kind of employer that somebody might be working for. So the first one here is the cost to the business and the availability of other funding. So one point I think that's really important to bear in mind, because sometimes employers do seek to rely just on this, is that an employer saying that we'd love to make this reasonable adjustment, but unfortunately it has a cost to it and we aren't able to pay anything. We aren't able to devote any resources financially towards that. That is not necessarily going to be a good reason for the employer not to make an adjustment. So cost is something that will be borne in mind. If the cost of something is going to be really, really high, then it may mean that it's not a reasonable adjustment. But in and of itself, that isn't always going to work as a reason not to do something. So what that means is that if you think there is something which you would need made as a reasonable adjustment in respect of your employment, and your employer says, we are not willing to consider anything that carries any kind of cost, that is probably not going to be reasonable from the employer's perspective. Likewise, the availability of other funding. So if there are alternate means through which you can get some support, so for example, if you could get noise cancelling headphones through another route, that might be something else that would be factored in deciding whether an employer is behaving reasonably and not providing something. And then finally, the nature and size of the business. So if you are working for a massive multinational with huge resources, tons and tons of sort of financial resources and knowledge resources about things that can be done to support people and really good structure set up in order to do that, and they still refuse to make any kind of adjustment, that's less likely to be found to be reasonable than if you are working for a very, very small organisation with very limited capacity, very limited resources, financial or otherwise. So those are some things that in general are taken into account in deciding whether something might be reasonable. Ella's now going to talk about how this might relate specifically to ADHD and reasonable adjustments.
So there are hundreds, if not thousands, of potential adjustments that could be put in place by an employer. But just to give you an idea of some of them. So, for example, in an open plan office, it can be quite noisy and distracting. So a potential adjustment could be an employer providing a quieter office with a door that someone could shut, or a smaller room with less people, or just even considering the location of someone's desk and having it, you know, away from the coffee area or away from a busy corridor, so it reduces that distraction. Similarly, with hot desking, this can also cause some issues and often favours those who can get in earlier and get the best desks. So again, a potential adjustment could be looking into whether someone with ADHD could reserve a specific desk that's one of the, you know, the good ones in a certain area, or whether they could, you know, work from home a bit more. That could also be a potentially reasonable adjustment. And again, looking at noise, as Anna's already said, for the provision of noise cancelling headphones if other solutions maybe weren't workable. There's also arrival timelines and meeting timelines can be impacted if someone does have ADHD. So a starting point would be for an employer to just have a discussion about determining if those arrival timelines and meeting timelines are business critical. And if they're not, looking at flexible arrival times or hours, or instead of having set tasks done by in specific hours, saying, you know, these are the set tasks and you can complete them in your own time. And then if they are critical, look at if they could be made less critical, or then looking at what tools are available, such as calendar management or dedicated reminder systems. There's also, if someone's having a lot of unscheduled disturbances and finding that really difficult for allowing them to concentrate, whether someone would be allowed to block time out in their calendar where they don't have any disturbances, or whether they can turn their notifications off, so that they can have that quiet time to focus. There's also the perceived stigma of needing adjustments, and if colleagues are, you know, undermining or not accommodating those adjustments, is when a reasonable adjustment of workplace training could come in to, you know, create a more empathetic and understanding environment in the workplace to those who do have ADHD and require some reasonable adjustments. And then finally, another thing an employer can do is actually, you know, look at using positive ADHD traits such as hyperfocus or being able to come up with more creative solutions, and actually working those in to their organisation or the role, and seeing how, you know, those can be utilised and like using people for their strengths.
Thanks, Ella. I love that. Yeah, I think something, unfortunately, that we're often sort of coming up against in respect of neurodiversities in general and ADHD specifically is a lack of understanding, a lack of awareness as to how something might actually address, you know, a difficulty that somebody was having as a result of ADHD, and how the adjustment might help address that. And so one thing I would say is it's worth talking that through and being really clear about why an adjustment is going to help. Again, coming back to those 4 factors that we looked at in terms of how something will be assessed for its reasonability, looking at how successful it's going to be, how impactful it's going to be. You know, someone explaining this is why this will help ameliorate my experience of whatever it is, that's potentially going to be very helpful. Yeah, so just generally to round off on reasonable adjustments, my main takeaway is I would say it's not that an employer has to make any adjustment whatsoever. It does have to be reasonable. But they also do have to take into account how much that could support an employee. And it won't be sufficient just to say, if there's a cost attached, then we are willing to think about it. And we're just going to finish off by zipping through a couple of the recent cases that we found interesting which relate to ADHD.
Thanks, Anna. So the first one is Pipe and Coventry University. So this one was where there was a university lecturer who suffered from ADHD, and he was repeatedly passed over for promotion because he did not have a PhD.
Yeah, so I think it's a really interesting point, this one around whether, and this is what I was saying earlier about having a practice which is apparently neutral, i.e. it doesn't apply just to people with a particular characteristic. And in this case, that practice was, we require you to have a PhD in order to get XYZ position. The tribunal hasn't yet come to a decision on this, but they're still pondering this question, so we'll keep a close eye on this one. But I think it's an interesting question whether a requirement to have a PhD could be discriminatory against people, including people with ADHD potentially, who would find it more difficult for whatever reason to have got a PhD, but may still be completely qualified and completely excellent at the job. And the other point from this case, which I actually find the most interesting and the most exciting, is that the tribunal found that there was no requirement for the employee to have an official diagnosis of ADHD in order for the employer to know that they were a disabled person and to come under all of those duties to make reasonable adjustments and not to discriminate in other ways against the employee. And I obviously think that's of particular interest when it comes to ADHD, because as I'm sure everyone listening to this is well aware, there are increasingly challenges for people to get diagnosis. The time waiting is completely unacceptable as things stand at the moment. So there may be people who know that they have ADHD but haven't yet got an official diagnosis. So I think it's useful to know that the tribunals have found that that's not necessarily something an employee has to have in order to say that they are a disabled person.
Great, thanks, Anna. And so the next case was Talbot and Somerset County Council. In this case, there was a teaching assistant at school with ADHD, and she breached the school's code of conduct, and the tribunal found that she wasn't discriminated against, even though she was subject to a disciplinary process because of some adjustments that was made to that process. And Anna will talk through it a little bit about why that's interesting.
So in terms of the adjustment that was made to the disciplinary process, effectively the school said, this is misconduct, we do need to take a disciplinary approach to this, but we're not going to go all the way to our formal process. We're going to do a slightly less serious approach to this, and we're going to do an informal disciplinary, which is a less severe sanction under the way it worked in that school in terms of their processes. And the tribunal found that that was a reasonable adjustment in the circumstances, i.e. it was appropriate that there was a disciplinary, but it was also appropriate that there was an adjustment made to that. And I think the other thing to bear in mind here is that the individual's conduct, I think, clearly was, merited a disciplinary process. In particular, the management kept telling her that she wasn't to talk about the process going on more generally, she wasn't to contact other staff about it. She went against that instruction, and in fact she even went so far as to turn up at the homes of one of the other members of staff in order to talk to them about it. So it was some fairly extreme behaviour which did require a disciplinary process.
And finally, that brings us on to Callaghan and iSmart Consumer Services. And in this case, an employee with ADHD was performing really well, and she's performing so well in her role that her employer decided to promote her to a different team. But in doing so, they just called her up suddenly one day and told her this. And she found this very distressing and actually went off on sick leave because of it. And yeah, Anna will talk a bit more about that.
Yeah, so she went off on sick leave, and then it eventually ended up, unfortunately, in her leaving employment entirely, which I think is such a sad consequence of what should have been such a positive situation, and really just speaks to what I was saying earlier about if there was a bit of education and a bit more understanding from the employer about the way that a sudden change was likely to land with this employee in particular, then hopefully it could all have gone very, very differently. So it's a real shame. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the tribunal found that the employer had behaved totally unreasonably in springing this decision on the employee and in really mismanaging it in terms of communication, in terms of supporting her. And they also specifically found that it would have been a reasonable adjustment based on her ADHD to give her a stage transfer, so to sort of gently introduce the idea, to take her through that, to offer her additional support in terms of getting used to that change. And then hopefully, it would have landed as it was meant to, as a positive thing. And they found that to be a reasonable adjustment in respect of her ADHD. So while it's really difficult to give you a finite list of the things that might be reasonable adjustments or might be discriminatory behaviour. Hopefully those cases have given you just a little taster of the kinds of cases we're seeing coming through the courts. And I also think it's interesting to note that these are all pretty recent cases, so perhaps unsurprisingly, we are seeing an increasing number of cases that refer to ADHD specifically coming through the tribunals. That was everything we wanted to talk about today, other than to say thank you so much for joining us. We hope it's been interesting. My details are up on the screen here. Please feel free to drop me a line if you think you might need support, or if there's anything else you would like to ask us, and we'll be very happy to help. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, and I'm silent. I'm on mute. God damn it. It's only been a few hours since I did that. I thought that was so important. I think it's going to be one of our most, I think it's going to be replayed a lot by people looking for really important work, looking for important advice. And I thought when they just said, like, we have things in the world, in the workplace, which we apply to everyone the same, like, and they talked about arrival time, but the impact is different. And where the impact is different, we should be looking at it differently. And talking about motivation not mattering, it doesn't matter if a different if someone's doing something that's discriminatory, but they don't, their motivation is not to be discriminatory, but it still is. It's still discriminatory. So I thought that was also a very important point. I thought some of their pragmatic pieces talking around the office, around like being able to have, say, an office where the door shuts, and we see, you see, and open plan offices having somewhere that you can reserve. Like, you see huge moves at the moment to open plan offices, and it often being an absolute disaster for people with ADHD. And I saw one very large multinational announcing very proudly that they were now fully open office, fully hot desk, including the CEO. This is an organization that employs, it's tens of thousands of people. And so no small office, no one gets an office where they can close the door, and just like, it's just going to be a disaster for so many ADHDers. And so getting that sort of clear advice is so important. We're about to do ADHD in couples. I can see Rob waiting in the wings. So he's there ready to go. We'll be starting that at 8. We're going to have a quick coach tip coming up coming up, and then we're going to jump straight into it.
Hello, my name's Geraldine Miners, and I'm a psychotherapist specialising in ADHD, amongst other things, based in Glasgow. And I can see people both here in my consulting room, but also online if they prefer. The main way that I approach things with people is using cognitive behavioural therapy, which has been shown to be very effective for ADHD. And it's also very effective for things like anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem, which can come along with trying to live as somebody with ADHD in this neurotypical world that we have. So I work with people on those kind of issues, particularly going back into childhood and all the negative messages that they may have heard over the course of their life, and help them to develop a more positive view of themselves and their future, and also weave in lots of practical tips about how to live life with ADHD successfully. My top tip for coping with ADHD would be to find a job that you really are interested in and is something that plays to your strengths. So as someone with ADHD, you may find that you're particularly good at being creative or being funny, or reacting under pressure, multitasking. Maybe you love being in the outdoors. if you can find a job that plays to those strengths, you'll really thrive and do amazingly well. So that would be my top tip.
Fantastic. And thank you for that top tip. And right, we've got Jonathan Hassel here, who I have to start off with an apology to, because we have not been able to play The Illusion of Motivation, which he very generously took the time to create and do and record, and then due to our little streaming issue, we've skipped it, but it will be on the YouTube channel for catch up and for people to watch. This is a section that has been really screamed out for, if I'm honest. It's so important, ADHD in couples, and particularly helping a couple thrive. And I'm very excited about it. And so, let's bring in Jonathan.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, how are you? Great to see you.
Great to see you.
And it's wonderful. So, obviously, this is really jumping. We're in the crossover Australia to UK, and you are in Australia. So it's lovely. We've got this crossover, and again, talking about how global this is. I know we've got people in Australia and New Zealand, as well as the UK. So across the world. But when we last did a shout out, we got almost every continent. Well, I think every continent checked in multiple times. It was wonderful. Tell us what your plan is. How are we doing this next section?
Well, first off, I want to say I'm on the lovely Gold Coast today because Monica and I were down giving a talk, and I want to give a quick shout out to the Distracted ADHD group run by Amanda Gorman down here on the coast. It's a wonderful education group, and we were very proud to go and give a brief talk there the other night. So I'm staring out at the most gorgeous ocean and fluffy white clouds, and I wish I could turn the camera around for you, but normally I'm in Brisbane. Now today and I also wanted to add too, sorry Henry, I also wanted to add too, it was very nice to see all the Australians online, because I was once a board member of ADHD Australia, and so it's wonderful to see all the great work that they continue to do and continue to deliver. So very, very nice. It was a bit of an old home week for me watching the conference, believe it or not. So today I wanted to talk to you about couples and ADHD, because as a coach, it's a very challenging area, because you often have two people coming to you who are feeling quite injured and struggling and generally don't know how to get out of it. And one of the big problems one of the issues I want to talk about it is that I think that there's too much focus on let's fix the person with ADHD, rather than let's fix the relationship with ADHD as a feature in that relationship. So I wanted to share a little slide deck and talk through that with you today, if that's okay.
That's absolutely wonderful. And I think that's absolutely wonderful. I'll get that up. And we've also got Monica coming in later in the...
Yes. She's lurking in a bedroom in the apartment we're in. So we don't distract each other.
Right. I think you've got your slides. So you're going to
I'm just
trying
to get them up right now. Window. Here we go. Okay, share. I've got to update my permissions for the recorder in the browser.
The joy of doing the joy of a technical thing. So I'll let you hum it along. And if that doesn't work, email over to me. Say I'm going to let him just do that very quickly. I can talk some of the comments we've just had coming in after the ADHD and law section, talking about someone messaging is still at work, no open plan. No attempt to help me get into work. It's hard enough for me to get a desk facing a wall instead of the whole room, and this isn't guaranteed. It's only if I manage to get to that desk on that day. It's just a really, really, really tough. and Michelle talking about there needs to be a version of access to work, help people into work, it is true. So there's a huge issue that people you can get access to work to help you in the workplace, but getting once you're there, but getting into it, or like you don't get support. Your support is through the sort of job centre, and they don't have the same sort of levels of support, and it's very clearly a missing thing. And when we've got senior members of the Conservative Party labelling us as just sort of benefit scroungers, which is outrageous. It's you're looking at like there's a place where you could make a difference, helping people into work with ADHD. There's a program to help people once they are there, but clearly getting them there is a big part of it. Do please donate. Like, you've got the things up here, and James A. Roberts has the award for the highest donation. It's £120. You see a board coming up on the left as people do donate, and if you donate over £19, you get a confetti thing, and over £50, it's just to celebrate you, so you get fireworks. Right, Jonathan's shared his screen, so I'm going to welcome him back. And, welcome his screen back. Okay, over to you.
Thank you. All right. So as I was speaking about earlier, I want to talk a little bit about couples and ADHD and how it's important that we find a way of keeping focus on what's going to help the most in a relationship. So if we start with the premise that we've both changed, and when I first meet a couple, that's usually one of the first questions I'll ask is, do you feel you're both who you always were or wanted to be? And invariably the answer is no, we're not. We're both changed, because there's been this thing in our relationship which has actually pushed us on a course we weren't expecting. And I should add at this point, let's not forget, it's not always just ADHD. There can be other things going on for both partners. But in this case, if we just keep it simple and say, well, okay, ADHD is the one extra thing that we're looking at in this relationship, what we see is that the act of living with ADHD in the relationship for both the person with ADHD and for their partner actually pushes them both into places that they don't want to be. So if we start there, we first need to understand how we got there. And, this is very much a generalization, so please forgive me if this is not your experience, but very consistently what I hear from my clients is it started with explaining that the person without ADHD just assumed that the thing that didn't happen was because the person with ADHD didn't have all the information, because that's sort of what happens with adults, right? So if an adult doesn't do something they say they're going to do, it's usually because they're missing some info. So we start off by explaining to each other. Then over time, it sort of happens again and again, and it shifts into something a little bit more directive. And often this is where it starts to feel a little bit parental, where the partner without ADHD says, well, okay, they're still getting it wrong. So maybe I need to not only give them the information, but also give them some specific direction. Now, as you can imagine, for people with ADHD or for anyone, it's not always particularly enjoyable to be directed, but this is where we're at. And you can see we're already starting to push ourselves off course. Then that evolves into doubt, because what happens over time is the partner without ADHD notices something interesting, that the person with ADHD can do amazing things. We can pull rabbits out of hats if we're interested in it, or if we've got a strong enough emotional push to make us pull the rabbit out of hats. In other words, our partner notices that if we like it, we'll do it, or if they get upset enough, we might do it. Which leads to the conclusion of, hey, wait a minute, this is a choice, because it's not like you can't do these things. It's that you're inconsistent with them. As we know, that's a feature of ADHD, being consistently inconsistent. And this starts to evolve into a lot of resentment on both sides. on the partner without ADHD because they say, well, if you cared enough about me, you'd do this stuff or you'd try a bit harder. And the person with ADHD, because they're not delivering the way they want to deliver, but they feel like that, their intent is being overrun, that it's being assumed that they don't care or they've got, ill intent. So we end up with both of us in a place we didn't want to be. So that's where we need to start from, to start to redirect and start to resolve these issues as a couple. Then, very often, ADHD rolls into perspective because it's quite often that someone will be diagnosed as a result of declared problems in a relationship. Now, the ADHD becomes this big focus. Oh, if we just fix the ADHD, we'll be all fine. And it puts an inordinate amount of pressure on the person with ADHD. And it also is incredibly frustrating for the partner because they can't change it. They need their partner to do it. I'd want to propose to you, though, that the ADHD absolutely exists, but that's the person with ADHD's journey to have. For the partner and the person with ADHD, the relationship needs to be about how do we successfully adapt, because guess what? We haven't been. Well, so what if we reset our focus? What if we remembered what we were attracted to in each other in the first place? Because you know what? People with ADHD can be pretty attractive people. We're usually pretty interesting. We can be very engaging. We can have 100% laser focus, particularly on partners when we first meet them and are getting to know them. And our partners are pretty attractive and engaging too. Otherwise, why would we be there? We need to remember what we wanted as a couple. Think back, wherever we are now with however many kids and jobs we've got and wherever we're living, what did we want as a couple? And I mean, what did we want as a relationship for that couple? Let's reconnect with that. And then let's think about, do we want to grow together? Because that's what this is going to be. In fact, that's what life is, right? Except the difference is now we're going to understand that invisible component in our relationship. We're going to resolve what that's doing to our relationship and find a far more effective way of adapting. So there's a couple of key concepts I really want to make sure we get across before we launch into this too deeply. First one is people with ADHD do have great relationships. It's just simple as that. It may feel like you're in a dark place. It may feel like, how do you ever make this work for either partner? But I can tell you now, and certainly from personal experience, that we do. That we need to own our own experience. Both partners have to own what's going on for them, what's triggering them, and what they put out there in the relationship as well. And we'll talk more about that later. We need to learn to share our relationship experience. So everything that happens as a cumulative effect of the relationship is on both of us. So we need to be able to share in the responsibility for that, but also take time to enjoy the fact that we're in this relationship. To achieve change, we must embrace it. Now, this is a recurring theme I have in coaching, and I say it to everybody at some point. Doing something new will feel clunky and weird. That's just the reality of it. Now, with ADHD, we sort of like things to feel intuitive and natural and easy. But the reality is we're learning new systems, and those new systems are really going to support us. And it's particularly important to think about these systems and how we're going to use them to affect our lives when we're looking at that as a really key component of how we're going to not only improve our ADHD or the effect of ADHD on us, but improve our relationship. And most importantly, we need to think that our intent is who we are. What we intended to happen is who we wanted to be. Our actions are just attempts to meet that intent. Now, ideally, we want those actions to match our intentions or deliver them. However, that's one of the traps of ADHD. We know that our actions don't always deliver what we intended. So let's focus first on what the intent was, because that's actually the tough thing. If good intent is there, and it usually is, then actions are just things we did that we can adapt. but they shouldn't be reflections of who we are. So, what are we going to need to do to keep this focus? First, we have to redefine trust as reliability. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about each of these things as we go through. So when I work with couples, very commonly people come and say, I don't trust each other anymore for whatever reason. What they're really looking for as a solution to that trust is reliability. I can trust you if you do what I expect you to do. We need to find a new way of talking to each other because without exception, in couples I've coached, the communication is a core part of the problem, in that we're not good at hearing each other and really understanding that that experience is real for that person and starting from that point. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We need to address dealing with the damage because, you know, if you've been together for a while, there's going to be damage. Sure, it wasn't intended, but it happened anyway. So we've got to make sure that we don't just think we're going to sweep that away. We're not going to carry it as a cross, but we need to deal with it. We have to remember who we want to be. We have to commit to our individual journeys. We have to create systems that will support that reliability I mentioned. And we have to make a particular focus on being connected as a couple, because after all, that's why we're here. So let's talk about reliability and trust. One of the common things I experience with clients is when they walk in, the partner without ADHD often has a shopping list. And that shopping list is of all the things that need to change to prove that the person with ADHD is now doing the right thing. But when we talk about it and drill down into it, really it comes back to this trust and reliability bit. So the list is, you know, let's understand the partner without ADHD. They've been struggling alongside their partner with ADHD. It's just struggling on either side of the fence. So when they create these lists of, oh, if they could just do this, if they're always on time for picking up the kids, which, by the way, we really should try to do that. But if I'm creating a list, I'm looking for a way of validating that there's change. I'm actually looking for trust. I'm looking for security. For the person with ADHD, that list is a mission of failure. You give me a list of things that I have to tick off, I guarantee I'm going to fail at one of them. You know, who wouldn't? So what's the point? If instead we change it and get rid of the list and say, well, let's go back to what we're really trying to achieve here, which is reliability and trust. So we need three simple things. Do what we commit to. So ideally, if I say I'm going to do something, I clarify first that I am committing to doing it. Because remember, with ADHD, we verbally process. So we can sound like we're committing to stuff when we're really not. We're just thinking it through. So we need to make sure that we're very clear about what we're committing to and what we're not committing to. And then when we are, it's our mission to go and figure out how we can make it happen. Now, obviously, this applies to our partner as well, but from the perspective of ADHD, this is often challenging. The second part is that, guess what? Sometimes it won't happen. It's not the intent, but sometimes it won't. When it doesn't, we need to be able to own that it didn't. So we have to think about, well, okay, how can I be able to accept that, yep, hey, I'll put it in my hand. It didn't happen. I wanted it to happen. And by the way, reflecting first on the intent, I really wanted that to happen, makes this a lot easier. The second part is, well, let's talk about the actions that did or didn't get in the way. And the third one is we've got to accept best intent from both sides. If we both come into this with the idea of, I'm accepting you want it to happen. I'm accepting that this is not how you wanted this to go if it didn't work. Then you're going to find it's much easier for people to own their mistakes and be able to resolve them and fix them, whether they've got ADHD or not. We have to create a new way of talking. Now, this is one thing I get every couple to do and badger them into doing. Encourage them to understand it. because one of the first questions I often ask is, when was the last time either of you truly felt heard by your partner? And often there's tears at that point, and people say, well, I can't remember the last time I felt heard. Maybe when we were dating. And this is not just on the part of the person with ADHD not hearing. It happens from the other partner too, because they're not understanding the experience and they go into this telling mode, which again, we can understand why. We talk through that. But either way, we find both of us are not really hearing each other. We're walking around our own bubbles, bouncing off each other. So we have to focus on catching the experience. And this is a little tool I use. You've probably heard multiple variations of this over time. It's often referred to as the talking stick or something similar. I stopped referring to it as the talking stick once I sat down for lunch with a couple of clients, and they were holding a large pepper grinder rather aggressively. And I said, well, let's not call it that anymore. The listener has a responsibility of making the speaker feel understood. So that means the listener paraphrases, asks probing questions, acknowledges feelings and experiences. In other words, what coaches do pretty well every day, but goes in without an agenda. The idea is not to have a plan for or a solution for what's going to happen. We are there to accept what they're telling us is real for them, and accept the impact on them as real for them as well. It's not our place to solve it. It's our place to stand beside them. And my favorite analogy, being Australian, is that if you have someone lost in the bush or forest, for those in Europe, and you're rescuing them, you can hear each other, you don't tell them to walk towards you because they're probably going to fall off a cliff. What you do is you get them to keep calling out, keep telling you where they are, and you go to them. Now, once you're standing beside someone and seeing the world through their eyes, you're going to find not only do they feel a lot better, but they generally start solving the problem themselves. So we want to acknowledge, be open, and most of all, be patient. It may take a little while for them to get the words out of help us understand. And again, this applies to both partners. For the speaker, they also have a responsibility. They don't just have the floor. They've got a responsibility of making themselves understood, which means we need to be constantly reframing and rephrasing what we're saying so that the person listening to us gets it. And this is another thing coaches do repeatedly, particularly with ADHD. We're constantly reframing how we say things to see if we can get it to connect with people. We need to adapt to the listener. Now, I know we're technically talking about couples here, but for everyone with kids, take this one home. We need to remember who that person is and, most importantly, where they are right now. So don't just say this. If I've said the same thing 1,000 times, you've probably all heard this. If I've said the same thing 1,000 times, it's not the listener that has the problem. It's me. So we need to be aware that our partner is present. We need to be aware that the partner is available to us. Then we need to make sure that the language is in a form that's going to make sense to them, which will mean refinement. And once again, patience. We need to bring patience and kindness to our language so that the person feels engaged, even if they're not getting it straight away. Now, I tell couples, if they do this every day, I will know within 2 minutes of them coming to the next session, because I can see a difference in how they're interacting with each other. And it's as simple as feeling heard. So we've got to deal with the damage. It happened, it impacted, it is important. So we've got to remember first why people carry around the impact and damage in a relationship. And again, this cuts both ways. I want to keep reiterating that. This affects both partners. That they're basically concerned it's going to happen again. Things in the past don't tend to keep helping us and hurting us unless they're particularly traumatic. But generally, we're trying to make sure it's not going to happen again. So let's do that. So we've got to look for reliability. We've got to own triggers and actions. So if I'm getting triggered by something, I have to own they're my triggers, right? And I have to think about what I want to do about that. I can tell my partner that I'm being triggered by that action, and hopefully they'll be kind enough to want to modify their action to help me support me in doing that. But the other things too is I'm the one being triggered. We need to connect. We need to make sure that when our partner comes at us with something, and again, from either side, when a partner comes at us and says, I am hurt because of this, and you did it, well, that little listening exercise is a wonderful way of subverting that feeling from I'm now bad to I'm standing beside you. I can see how that had an impact on you. And obviously, we can always double back on the intent point as well. And finally, we want future focus. We want a design change. My partner has a wonderful saying, she repeats again and again and again, often to me, is the past is just good information. Let's design what we want to happen next. And for our partners, if they've had an impact and we've been in any way responsible or part of that, what they're really wanting to hear from us is tell me how it's going to be different. Because just saying it won't happen again often doesn't prove to be true. So, but if we can talk them through and say, well, you know what I'm going to try and do? I'm going to try and do this next time, and this is how that will happen, and then we can review it. We'll often reassure them that not only do you care, but you're designing a different way of getting it done. So we have to be who we want to be. I started off this talk by saying that we're both not being who we want to be. So let's get back to who we want to be. So start off with 3 steps. 1, yourself. You have to go, both partners have to sit down by themselves and think about who do I actually want to be and capture that in a reasonable amount of detail that they can share. Then, obviously, we're going to use that talking stuff to share with each other, acknowledge each other, accept each other. Even if your partner says, oh, you know what, I really think I'm the adventurous type, but you know they haven't left the living room in 10 years. Acknowledging, accept it, because that's who they want to be. And make a point of using that good communication technique to really understand what they mean in terms of this design of who they want to be. And finally, together, commit to creating point number 1, who they want to be for each other. So it's not your responsibility to make your partner who they want to be. But if you love and care for somebody, you want to be invested in supporting them getting there any way you can. And it'd be pretty hard not to be in close sync with a partner if you're doing that. And part of that will be, I want to be on top of my ADHD. Which brings us on to committing to individual journeys. Now, one of this is, it's really common that we see often the partner without ADHD will want to be helpful and jump in and study up on ADHD and say, oh, you should be doing this, that, and the other. And a very common complaint I hear is, my partner with ADHD isn't doing the reading I'm doing. Now, understandable frustration. And it's admirable that they want to problem solve in a way that makes sense to them. However, again, a big coaching tenet is we have to be with people on their journey. We can help them be aware of opportunities and directions to take, but really we have to be comfortable to let them take the lead with that. Because when they do, they will do it reliably and far more successfully. So as a couple, if my partner has ADHD, I want to support them, which means I want to understand the journey. I want them to think about what they want, how they need to go. If they need input from me, I'll give it to them. But really, it's their journey. I'm here to support it. If that means I clear the day so they can attend a wonderful conference like this, then that's what's going to happen. If they want me beside it so I get it too, that's what's going to happen. Likewise, for my partner without ADHD, if they really don't want to go into depths and detail with ADHD, I've got to support that too. So we have to be responsible for our own journeys, but we also have to be responsible for our journey as a couple and take every opportunity to support each other's journey. Next, systems to support reliability. And this is very much an ADHD thing, right? So until we get systems in place, usually these are just good ideas. And we have lots of good ideas, let's face it. We have many of them. We're like fire hydrants of good ideas. But until they get manifested as actions in time, they're just that. and they won't change anything. So we've got to have some agreed systems as a couple. And here's a few areas that, obviously each one of these could be a talk, but we want to talk about that reliability bit. How are we going to be reliable with each other? How are we going to talk about reliability? How are we going to commit to reliability? How are we going to follow up and check in on it? How are we going to communicate? As I said earlier, we've got that approach with that connect time that I talked about. But there's also how are we going to, make sure I pay attention. So in other words, it might be, if you want to talk to me, I'm going to turn off the TV, or I'm going to mute it, or I'm going to make sure we've got eye contact, or maybe I'm going to check in. We need these little systems set up so we can make sure we're supporting each other to get the right communication. We need problem solving. So problem solving has got to be about, well, how are we going to sort out problems? And, Melissa Orlov is a wonderful author and expert in couples and relationships and ADHD from the States, often talks about, intimate conflict. How are we going to be able to be in conflict with each other and disagree and then still solve the problem, even though we still disagree? It's really important. And again, that could be a whole talk. And we need to talk about how we're going to commit to supporting each other and how we'd like to be supported. And of course, we need systems for how we're going to flag ADHD stuff. For example, one of the things I often encourage clients to do is to tell their partner if and how they would like them to alert them to what they perceive as a problem. So in other words, if I've committed to doing something and my partner sees me not doing it, I don't want my partner to have to struggle for the words in fear of me snapping and getting cross because I don't want to be corrected. Instead, I'm going to say, please, if you see me going off track, flag it to me because I might go off track. But this is the way you do it. And I give her the words. So, hey, just checking you're doing what you wanted to do might be a phrase I'd give her. Now, she knows she can use that phrase safely with me because they're my words, right? And I've already committed to I'm not going to react to that. And then she's going to walk away and leave me with it, which means she's off the hook. And I've had the benefit of someone who cares about me flagging something that I've missed. Last but not least, being connected. We're here to enjoy each other. There's a reason we form these relationships. You could argue the long biological evolutionary reason that we figured out a long time ago that if we gang up, we can pretty well kill anything. But a more romantic version of that is that when we have a partner for life, we have someone watching our back. So, and by the way, I can see some wonderful questions coming up there. I will respond to them when we get a chance. But remember, at the crux of it, this is about enjoying each other. So it's about intentional intimacy. Let's be intentional about our time together. What do we want to do? What do we want that intimacy to look like? Acknowledge and celebrate each other daily. Make a point of acknowledging, hey, thank you for doing the dishes. Or, hey, I love how you made the bed. That's seriously, my wife does that and it makes me make the bed better every day. Celebrate each other. Wow, you look great today. Or, hey, I really love the way you spoke to that person. Or, hey, you directed those tradesmen really well. Connect reliably. So in other words, let's not just leave support to chance. Let's actively plan how we're going to connect and support each other. Let's look at systems for reliable connection. So in other words, remember, with ADHD, we can get lost in time. So let's not be afraid to book in stuff. There's a reason date nights have worked over the years, but we can think of other things we can do too. So I get to the point now where I'm asking, what would you do? Because this is what it boils down to. It boils down to a couple both committing that, hey, yeah, let's take a big shot at this. Let's change it. It's worth it. So to action it, here's my recommendations. Firstly, commit to who you want to be. And I mean seriously commit it. Write it down. Tell your partner. Tell the world. Create those connect times where you're going to be an active listener and an active speaker. Learn from the past and design the future. Agree, we're going to leave the past where it is, and we're going to create a design that allows us to do that. We're going to commit to supporting each other. And that's not just going to be verbal. It's going to be, how we're going to do that. We're going to find systems for successfully problem solving together. And we're going to reinforce intent and refine action. I want to say that again. We're going to reinforce intent as the critical component. Actions are there for refinement and tweaking and improving. So this is where I'm going to ask you to go away and do something. For those of you in a relationship that want to address something with this, take these points and think about, how will I commit to this? And this is a big coaching stage too that we often talk about. Well, we always talk about is, how are you going to commit to it? So create specific actions at specific times. Do not leave this in the theoretical, okay? Set up the resources. So in other words, if you need to find time together, get the kids minded, or think about how can we talk in front of the kids, which is even better. But also too, how am I going to remember stuff? How am I going to, things like, how am I going to let you know things and the phrases I can use and that sort of thing. Keep the actions in context. So while we want to focus on improving our relationship, we also have a family to run, and lives to live and work to get to and all these other commitments in our lives. So we have to think about how we're going to do that. And last but not least, and this is a recurring thing from me, with ADHD, get a calendar and use it. And when you use a calendar, and once again, this could be a whole presentation on calendars, but it's the simplest way I can put it is, get a calendar, make it electronic, and put everything you want to happen in it. If you don't care if it happens or not, don't bother putting it in your calendar. But if you want it to happen, whether it's say hi to my partner and tell them I love them, or remember to go to work or whatever, put it in your calendar. But don't forget to put in the stuff that's about you and what you want in your life. Okay, so that's the talk part. And this is, if you want to hear more about talks I've given, both Monica and I are on this website. This is our practice website. We routinely do talks in the States and in Australia, and now other parts of the world. And we have clients all over the world, including the UK and the US and Asia, and obviously Australia. You can see a whole pile of our presentations, interviews and things like that up there. I also have a book that I wrote last year with a psychologist friend of mine, Madeline O'Reilly, who we talked about ADHD solutions for procrastination. So we actually focus on how to get stuff done, creating systems for that, and that's available too. So I think that's enough of me flogging my wares. Henry, are you still there? Oh, can't hear you, Henry.
Man. I turn it off out of a paranoia, but I've got to lose the paranoia, because it does turn off. I know it. I've tested it, but I still. Anyway, it's not a proper conference, a virtual conference. If we don't go, you're on mute. I have to say that I know she's not listening to this because she's taking the kids to school, so I can do this. But my wife is wonderful. It's just. Listening to some of your tips and your communications, and just how lucky I am. Now, look, we've got lots of questions coming in. I do want to remind people that you can go to globaladhd.com and you'll find it went down 5 hours before the conference started. Hurrah! And put your questions there. But we've got lots there, and I like some of your tips. The shared calendar is a part of our life, and I remember really part of its big growth was that it was working so well. So we both put everything in. It was always so because it was working so well, just momentarily, my wife stopped doing it, and I just didn't turn up for something we had an event on a Monday, and I was at home. And she was like, "Where are you?" I'm at home, and she said, "But we talked about it last night. You said you were looking forward to it." And I said, that does sound exactly like what I would say. And like, is it in the calendar? Because if it's not in the calendar, it doesn't exist. Like,
Exactly right.
and,
Yeah, I was giving a
it was
talk
just-
at the professional ADHD professionals conference earlier this year, and I was staying with my daughter in Melbourne, who's 30, and I did a run through my talk, and I was talking about time blindness, and she said, "But Dad, you've got ADHD, and you were a senior person in pharmaceuticals for ADHD. You flew around the world, you gave talks, and you've been a coach for 10 years. You're always on time. You never forget anything." And I said, "Yeah, but I can't tell you how long we've been talking just now. I have a calendar, and I live in my calendar. And it's like you say, Henry, if it ain't in the calendar for me, it doesn't exist."
Yeah. But, and it is it's also a great example of how fantastic a strategy can be, that it's so good, people don't realize how important it is. And it is just an insight into like how getting the strategy that fits is life-changing.
Oh, absolutely.
Like something
And
there's a problem.
I think the other thing,
goes
just
away.
to add in there, there's another talk I give, which I talk about adapting successfully. And a big part of it is the expectation that a strategy will fail. And it often fails because we think it worked too well. Like your wife. Well, we didn't need to put it in the calendar because we've been really good and been on time for everything. So we abandoned the strategy thinking we don't need it anymore, when, the simple way of dealing with it is to say, I'm just going to have this forever, and this is great because then I don't have to worry about it.
So let's, we've got questions. If my wife was here, I know what she would say at this point, just to be quite clear on the calendar, is that for kind of quasi work events, her PA was responsible for inviting me, and she'd changed PA. And I know that she would want to make it very clear that it wasn't her, which I think is a fair point. And I do feel like, but I just, why I like it is that it showed how important the strategy was by expressing how successful it was. It was only important because it was successful. Right, we've got lots of questions. Look, someone's Elliot's put in, my partner and I have ADHD and it feels like double jeopardy all the time. So what's your sort of advice to people? Because I think a lot of the advice was ADHD and non-ADHD. What's your advice to ADHD?
Well, I mean, you've got double jeopardy, but you've got double advantage there too, right? So I mean, usually what you'll find when both partners have ADHD is there's often one that's performing better at different times to the other one, and they sort of tend to do this seesawing act. But the big opportunity there is apply all of those same principles, because those principles are about relationships with ADHD present. Now, if you've both got it, you've got the added advantage of saying, well, hang on, we can learn about this together. And it is also a major head start to be able to say, I know exactly what happened to you just then. Like, I often say with parents of kids with ADHD, parents I coach who have ADHD and they've got kids with ADHD, is you've got this wonderful asset of being able to say, I totally know how you lost time then. I totally know how that happened because I've experienced it myself. So as a couple with both having ADHD, I would start from there and then apply all of these same principles. But be much more directively supportive of each other, and particularly in understanding each other's experience. Hello, Henry.
Thank you. And you've seen some wonderful comments on. I'm busy doing a bit of multitasking, which actually, to quote another coach, there's no such thing as multitasking. There's just fast switching.
That's exactly right.
And we're not, as ADHDers, it's not what we're great at. Or for many, but I loved it. It was just like throughout the book, we don't multitask, and certainly like actually one of the strategies I use in my own home is I'll just say one at a time. Because like if I'm given a sort of mental to-do list of chores, I just get lost.
Oh, and with ADHD, single focus feels wonderful. Like being in single focus is just glorious. Yeah, absolutely.
But It's such a good point, right? So just in that little phrase of like, I'm doing it one at a time, one at a time, and then I will go do it, and I will have the joy of single focus, and then I will trot back, and I'll go, what next? And like, what do you like? How can I help now? What would you like me to do? And like, which obviously is a bit like, often I'll be like, it's not all sort of parent child type style, but what I've swapped is that singular focus and the joy of it versus the horror of a mental to-do list that I know I'm going to like fail on, and it's a high stress environment.
Well, Henry, I'm going to help you now. So the trick is, again, you can use a calendar for this, because a task is not a real task until you've allocated it to time. So put the tasks in your calendar, ditch the mental to-do list, and don't think about the next task until you finish the first one.
No, you're going to have to repeat that for me.
In other words, ditch the to-do lists. To-do lists are only part of the way of planning. So what we need to do is we need to allocate a task to time. So get it in the calendar to a time, and then focus on one thing at a time until they're done. And it's a much nicer, like I often say to my clients, because I work with people all over the world online, and they'll say to me, well, how do you cope with seeing all these people? And I said, it's easy. They're all in my calendar. I know roughly who I've got to see that day, but I don't think about them until I'm with them, which means I get to be with you 100% while I'm with you. And I've got to tell you, I do things because they feel good.
I think that is I love the strategy on like recognizing the joy of single focus and allowing more of it in that being with people with or tasks. Time blocking is interesting in that I find time blocking big blocks out very successful, small blocks out not successful at all. We're doing some primary research on to-do lists, and it's quite interesting on time blocking how variable the outcome is for people, and that can mean needing to do it in a slightly different way, which is obviously what coaching is about. Is that bespoke approach?
Well, that's what the book's all about, actually. So we won't take up this talk with that book, but the book talks about how
we'll invite you back.
How we can do that.
There's been some wonderful comments coming in. Did I sleep in this suit too? Like I'm a true virtual connoisseur. So this suit and tie goes off and gets put back on the back of the thing and gets put on in the morning. I do own an inordinate number of white shirts. I decided a long time ago that I liked white shirts and I didn't care, and I would just buy a lot of them. I have a suspicion, Jonathan, that you have a similar view on black tops.
Absolutely. Barack Obama said that he had the same suit and tie every day because it's one extra decision he didn't need. And I have the same theory with black shirts.
I didn't know Barack Obama was on that. My inspiration was Vanessa Phelps, who's a TV celebrity here. She, I think about 15 years ago, just said, I realized that I just really like pink jackets. And I was always buying other color jackets because I felt like I needed to and I was supposed to, and that I should wear other colors, but I would never wear them. And then I'd wear the pink ones, every color one, just because I felt like I had to, but I wasn't doing it. I was doing it for other people, not for me. I realized I just like pink jackets and I'm going to wear them all the time. I was just like, I love you. Like, yes. And at that point I bought a lot of white shirts. And I'm like, it's not quite so exciting. Let's look to talk to some of the questions. So someone's talked about the task is not a task until you've allocated it at a time.
Someone asked while I was speaking that it caught my eye. They said, what if your partner is in denial? Can we do that one?
Okay. Yeah, you can. Yeah, yes.
Because that was a really good question. It was that good that it caught my eye while I was talking, which almost saw a disaster of attempted multitasking. But so this is not uncommon. That often that a partner will come and contact me and say, listen, my partner, they either have ADHD, they've been diagnosed, or I'm fairly sure they do. However, I'm seeing all these problems in our relationship and in their functioning. How can we change him or her? And generally, the first step is to start with you. I get people to think about who you want to be and who you don't want to be, and then plan that life. And then with the partner, explain to them what you're doing and highlight where whatever they're doing is in contradiction to it. And again, taking that principle that, we hold so dear in coaching, make them aware that there's opportunities to even just look at what's going on for them. Because invariably, denial is about hiding from the fact that we don't think we can do anything about it. That's I think the most damaging thing about ADHD is that we think we should be able to do stuff, and we don't realize that we can. That there's so many things out there that we can get help with, which is this conference is a testament to. And I was watching Phil Anderton earlier, and I've watched him at conferences for years. Those sorts of services are wonderful, but so we need to allow our partners time to get exposed to it. But in the meantime, you work on what you need to do and be for you and the family and for your partner. And generally, that approach takes the focus off the partner trying to fix the partner with ADHD and allows them the space to say, oh, actually, I could probably do something about this.
Thank you. That was a wonderful, intervened. And any of you picked up any other favourite questions you want to answer?
No, that was the only one that jumped out. Then I thought I'd better pay attention to my slides. So.
It's a tough. On occasion in this, like I actually really loved in an earlier pre-record. I think it was actually with Shaparak Kosandi, where I started to ask her a question. I got distracted and we tangented into a different point, which I wanted to say. And then I had absolutely no idea what my question was. I completely forgot. And I just said, I've completely forgotten. And she was completely fine with that. And it was just a reminder of like what a safe space really looks like, that I could do that and it be completely accepted and okay. And the joy of that. And I saw it, particularly watching back on the re-record, just reminding myself of that. And it is the fight when we're talking about like in a relationship, like people understanding. So that why that question you picked up on was so important, because then if they are in denial, you are denied a safe space, right? You're going to, there's that risk of anger, of that pathway you talked about, people getting, going to that sort of parent-child relationship, being told what to do, that implication that you're not loving them because your actions aren't there. So that's absolutely wonderful. Now look,
I mean, actually, Henry, that sort of leads on to another interesting point, I think, which is RSD. So as we know, rejection sensitivity dysphoria is not a diagnosis, it's a description, but it's a description that a lot of people feel is relevant to them in terms of understanding. And within couples, one of the things I've noticed is that I think generally there is a heightened demand on that emotional connection, which is good. That's what it should be, right? But when that gets threatened or fractured, so if my partner is not hearing me, seeing me, accepting that my intentions are good regardless of what happened, then I'm going to be detached from that person. Now, if that is the one person in the world who gets to see me raw, gets to see me with all my mistakes, all my issues, or whatever else I'm doing, then I'm going to be cut adrift. And I think that is very much the experience of RSD, that sense of rejection. And it's not so much rejection as what it can be, but also in terms of just not being connected anymore. And so I think that's in a couple, that's a really important thing to think about. And it's a really important thing to get back to in terms of starting the emotional regulation from, okay, like you said, Henry, we are in a safe space here. You can tell me anything that you're thinking or what's going on for you, both ways, and we're going to accept it and hear it and not judge it, so that at very least emotionally we have that foundation of connection with one other person.
That's wonderful. Now, look, you've watched a few of these. Don't say that to me. I'm actually not. That's just cruel.
I think there was a delay.
I mean, don't do that to me.
I'm sorry.
Right. Right. I was umming and ahhing over like asking this next question. I'm now going for it for definite. So I put you on the spot. You've watched some of these, and it was wonderful. I saw you commenting earlier in yesterday our time because you were watching what was happening. I have a traditional end question that I love to ask. We've got a few minutes, so I'm going for it. In terms of your ADHD, what's made you saddest? And what, in terms of your ADHD, has made you happiest? And if we could do saddest first and happiest second, so that we end on a high note.
Okay, so sad first. Okay, so sadness happened actually in London. I was at an ADHD conference, and I remember Phil Anderton spoke at it, and the whole pile of people there. I was working for a pharmaceutical company. I was a scientific advisor for ADHD. I was meant to know everything about it and be a bit of it. Well, not everything, but be at least expert to some degree in it. And there was a talk on the positive presentations of ADHD, and I walked out of that meeting and said, "Hey, I do a lot of those things." And which everyone thought was wildly amusing, because the people there that knew me had always assumed that I knew I was ADHD. And so I got in a black cab and caught it out to Heathrow to fly back to Australia straight after the meeting. And I gave myself a little assessment in the cab, scored beautifully in it, and was incredibly sad. And I was sad for who the kid I was. And I had a great childhood. I had wonderful, supportive parents. I had every opportunity in life thrown at me. And I live in a beautiful country that gives me lots of opportunities. But I felt for that kid who so many times felt misunderstood, who so many times had the intention to do something and the intellect to do it, but it didn't pan out. And I shed a tear for that kid in that taxi. I don't carry that as a trauma, but I certainly felt a connection with me of the past. That's probably the saddest I've been. Now, the happiest I've been. The happiest I've been is actually very similar to the feeling I'm having now. In 2015, I think it was, when we first, about a year of being into practice, and I just left pharma, my partner and I flew over to the big ADHD conference in the States. And it was in New Orleans, I think, and we caught the lift up. We'd spent a small fortune getting there, which, starting out a new coaching practice in a country that had virtually no coaches, was a bit brave. But I came up the top of this escalator in one of these big hotels in America, and everybody in that room was talking at once. And in that instant, I just felt like I'd walked into this massive warm hug. And obviously the happiest time of my life was getting married, having children, all that sort of stuff. But in terms of ADHD, the happiest time was that moment, because I felt these are my people. And every time I meet with ADHD groups, I work with ADHD clients, I get part of that feeling back again. And so I get that happiness hit every day. So yeah.
That's wonderful. It's the emotion of realizing you have ADHD is complicated, and that sadness. I find when I talk to people, phrasing that question is very important. Like, if you say, for example, you ask people like, would you do your life again the same way? And often people will say yes. And I look back at them going, did you learn nothing? And it's because what they're actually answering is the question is, are you happy? Do you love the people in your life? And this path has brought you to them. So no, I wouldn't do it differently because I have them and I'll do anything to get to here. So the way I tend to talk about it, so you have that emotion, that mourning, and it's a mourning for how hard it's been.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, that's every time I connect with a client too, a new client too, or a couple or an individual, and wherever they are in the world, it's the same thing. You can feel the weight of what it's been like. I mean, in my instance, I terrified some poor black cab driver by, this big guy in a suit weeping in the back of his car on the way to Heathrow. Wow. He was very glad to get rid of me. I'm pretty sure he was sort of had the door open as we coasted to a stop. But yeah, there's that weight. And again, that's one of the great joys about doing what I do is that, I get to help shoulder that weight a little bit in the first bit and help them and give them a direction and a sense of hope. And because, I've worked in mental health now for over 25, 30 years. Oh God, I think it's actually 30 years. And people say, well, don't you miss schizophrenia or bipolar or personality disorders and all that sort of stuff? And I say, well, yeah, that was all interesting stuff. But the thing about ADHD is you guys are nothing but potential. You haven't tapped yet. And even though you've probably achieved amazing things, until you get to master your ADHD, you haven't really hit what you possibly could do. And
it's a great point. Like you've achieved so much without knowing you had ADHD, right? Without knowing your that understanding of self, knowing your battle, and that's life changing. I want to say, so what the emotions we see, you've seen some wonderful comments, which I've been popping up, but John, your presentation was brilliant, well polished and so informative. Thank you. And it's a pleasure. And to Julia, is it being recorded? Absolutely. And it will be posted up onto YouTube. And so for people watching it, you'll know that later in future times, you'll know that because you'll be watching it. On the emotional piece, and then we must cut because it's time to jump over to Max. The three emotions we see that people often talk about is a mourning for how hard it's been, a peace that makes sense, and a joy for the life that now can be. And you've been amazing. I've absolutely loved this. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing this. And continuing that thread between Australia and the UK. I think it's been an incredible piece. I've seen a lot of the comments coming in saying how wonderful it's been. I look forward to talking more in the future. And great, thank you again.
Oh, and thank you, Henry, and particularly Ange and Joe. Wonderful work. This is a wonderful opportunity, and to make it freely available, I've been telling everybody. So, and I don't know if it was mentioned here, but I'm on the board of ADA in the US. So, I think we need to make sure ADA carries a chunk of time in the next year.
As you know, we're very, very, very keen on that. And yes, and you're uniquely in multiple places, right? Because you were on the board in Australia and board in America. Obviously worked in all around the world. Have a great rest of your day, what's left of it. So have a great evening. And we're back to the UK. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Wonderful. That was an incredible talk. And next coming up, we've got my co-founder, and trustee of ADHD, Dr. Max Davey, talking about non-pharmaceutical interventions for children with ADHD. He is he's a medical doctor, he's a pediatrician, and he is my long-term friend. I have known him a long time, longer than I cared probably to admit. Right, without further ado, hello, Max.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. You were frightening me then because I was like, is he on mute? Like that quiet pause at the start. So tell me, what's it like being on the roller coaster of ADHD UK. We are both the co-founders, right? We've done this together.
I mean, it was a brilliant timing starting a small charity just before everything stopped. I mean, I thought that was, a masterstroke on both of our parts. Yeah, I mean, it's been
because we started and then lockdown happened. Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been, it's been a ride. We've all learned a lot, and I think we're just sort of kind of, I don't know, getting ourselves kind of back on our feet again for the 5th or 6th time. But the thing is, every time you get back on your feet, you can do it, so you just do it again.
Yeah, it's and I think that's a testament to what we try very, very hard to hide, which is how hard this is, and the huge challenges of being a very small charity with a community of 2.6 million people with ADHD, and having to deal with terrible things. And I talked about it in my introduction, but talking, we're having articles saying, "Does ADHD exist?" Having the deputy chairman of the Conservatives saying ADHD is bad parenting. You're just these battles that.
It's constant. And I have to say, sort of publicly say, your determination in this has always massively impressed me. There have been moments when I'm like, I can't do this anymore. But you've always just plugged away. You've just kind of come up with something and got us and kept us going.
Yeah, thank you.
And so, that's an amazing thing.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And certainly when I talk to other charities, and you watch when they people as they go through, and it's happened with us, the battle is just very wearing, and people, it's very wearing. Because not only when people are attacking, not only are they obviously trying to denigrate the whole of ADHD, but it's also undermining of each individual. It's undermining of me, of you, where they're just like, ADHD doesn't exist. And you're going back to them going, someone recently said, it's terrible. Some people making ADHD part of their identity. Duh. I didn't choose this.
You would never say it's terrible for somebody to make autism part of their identity. That would be a completely unacceptable thing to say. So I don't, or your
physical
sexuality
disability
part
or
of
being
your
deaf.
identity. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand why this is something that you can be prejudiced about with impunity. Well, I do understand it, but I don't think it's excusable.
It's no other condition gets this. It's just in the same way, as far as I can see.
I would.
There isn't a game of try and work out who's got it worse.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that others don't have it bad.
Well, personality disorders probably have it terribly badly.
That's a fair point. Okay, this isn't a competition. But yeah.
It's not a competition, but those guys really do.
No, I think there is a lot to be said there. Right, you've got to talk. You've got a whole.
I have got to talk, Henry.
A whole adventure of knowledge.
I didn't just nip on for a chat.
Oh, we could do this. Got an hour.
Yeah,
right.
Fine.
Shall I put your slides up? You want to do it?
Yep. I'm assuming someone is going to put the slides up for me. Wonderful. Okay, do I do this? Is that going to work? Cool. All right. So I'm going to talk. Henry's introduced me. I think the thing I've got to sort of emphasize is that I am a perfectly ordinary NHS doctor serving. I'm gesturing towards the borough of Lambeth on my wall behind me. I work in Lambeth, and I work for the NHS, and so we sort of scrape by, basically. So when I talk about the non-pharmacological treatment of ADHD, I suppose I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. It's basically the person-centered treatment of ADHD, because in a sense, there's two things that you talk about when you talk about the treatment of ADHD. One is the treatment of the ADHD brain, and the other is the treatment of the ADHD person. And I think the evidence base, and I will talk quite a lot about evidence base in this talk, and I'll have a look at the comments if people aren't following, but the evidence base looks very different if you're looking at the brain to what you're looking at when you're looking at the person. And I think that's a really key point. So I'm not saying that, spoiler, it probably is the person, but I'm not saying that you could ignore the brain, but there's two different ways of looking at how you treat ADHD. And the answer to what the usefulness of non-pharmacological methods of treating ADHD depends on what the question is, as in, are you treating the brain or are you treating the person? So I will explain. I just do want to quickly think about medication quickly. If you focus on the brain, just focus on changing the brain, making the brain essentially less ADHD-ish, which is a technical term that we doctors like to talk about. It's not, you know what I mean though. The whatever that X factor that defines ADHD, reducing that a little bit and making that a little bit easier to deal with. In terms of at a brain level, medication is effective. Does it reduce hyperactivity and impulsivity? It does improve concentration. We've got pretty good evidence for that at studies at a population level. And also, if I'm starting medication for a patient, I'm pretty confident it's going to have that effect. I didn't use the word work because a drug doesn't necessarily work. A drug has an effect. Whether it works is depending on what you want to get out of it. Do you want to reduce your hyperactivity, impulsive, and poor concentration? Probably. But why do you want to do that? In order to make your life better. And that's the extra step that I think isn't measured necessarily in medical trials. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But if you're narrow about what counts as evidence, and you in terms of what you're measuring, as in just the performance of the brain, and you're kind of short in your duration of study, then medication is far and away beyond everything else. Okay, but this wouldn't be a great talk about non-medication management if that's all I had to say. But if you may take a person focus, two things happen. One is you have to be broader. A person is not just their brain. A person is not just their performance sitting in front of a TV screen, clicking or not clicking a space bar. The person is the whole person. I mean, obviously you've been sitting and watching this conference, and you don't need telling, but that has key implications for what treatment means, because actually, and we always talk about this being about being patient-centered in the NHS and in healthcare generally, but we get distracted by, let's just change your brain, let's just make you perform better at these particular discrete tasks. Whereas actually what the person often comes to and with is, I want my life to be better. I want the impairment caused by whatever it is that's happening for me to be reduced. And so this key concept of impairment doesn't get talked about enough. And I think that's where the non-pharmacological aspects of managing ADHD really comes in. So this is a graph that takes a bit of explanation, but I always have it in my mind when I'm thinking about ADHD. So this is kind of ADHD-ness. I call it hungry brain. How hungry your brain is. It's a metaphor that I prefer for ADHD. Other people might say busy brain or fizzy brain. Doesn't really matter. How ADHD your brain is along this axis down here. And at some point you make a diagnosis. That's not important right now, but let's say you are here. So most people with ADHD, just mathematically, most people with ADHD are in this ballpark. A few people are in this ballpark, but only a small number, just by definition, because it's a normal distribution. If you are here, what are your options? Well, you can take some medication and that will nudge you in a more typical direction on this axis, and your impairment will go down a little bit. Okay, that's fine. You could do that. Or you could modify your environment. Now, this doesn't come from particular. This is mainly from my experience, and it's a mental model of how things actually work in the real world. There is evidence that some of the modifications do improve impairment, do reduce impairment, but it does need to be, and that's what the NICE guidance says, it needs to be a wrap round care, and it does decrease impairment. So what happens is basically you shift the curve a little bit, and if you think you're here and you reduce your, you modify your environment, look at how much impairment gets reduced without changing your ADHD at all. And then maybe you can try some medication and look where you are on the curve. A tiny change in your brain state will have a big effect on your impairment. So I think that's kind of really does underpin a lot of my approach, is just that little curve. So I think maybe I should have said before drugs instead of beyond drugs, but that doesn't sort of have such a ring to it. So what you get is you bring in all of these other things. You bring in gut health, you bring in exercise, you bring in mental health, you bring in all sorts of things. And then the question comes, well, what actually works at a person level and what works at a brain level? We can deal with that fairly quickly because not much does. What works at a personal level to help people with ADHD? And that's a very difficult question, because research on how much people's actual lives improve over long periods of time is really difficult to do accurately. The longer the period and the more broad the focus, the less quality the research becomes. And so that is very difficult when you're trying to assess evidence. That's just a point that underpins a lot of the debate about this. Okay, so this is whenever, almost all the time I make a diagnosis, I will kind of put my fingers up and say, I have a 5-point plan for you, because I think people feel, okay, he's got a plan. Good, we got a plan. But the plan is not just, I don't have the same plan for everything. These are just 5 points that I want to make. One is education and understanding, then brain health, and support at home, and wherever home is, support at either school. I don't do adult ADHD, but I've just put work in here, and medication. I think that's a reasonable 5-point plan. Medication is deliberately at the end of that plan for the reasons I've outlined. So education and understanding, I think it's often misunderstood that what you need, there's this phrase psychoeducation that's often used. It's used in the NICE guidance. People kind of bandy it around as what we need is more psychoeducation. Psychoeducation, first of all, is not just sitting there listening to things. I mean, maybe this talk is kind of psychoeducation and sort of, looking at slides of brain scans and nodding. That's not psychoeducation. Psychoeducation is a conversation. Psychoeducation is an understanding, taking what you understand now about the condition with somebody else and kind of refining and coming to a shared understanding. And psychoeducation can occur within a family. Discussion within a family can be psychoeducation. And I think there are two, and for me, the education understanding is not about knowing what part of the brain is affected by ADHD. Spoilers, all of it, which is why brain scans are not that useful. It's about avoiding 2 sorts of attitudes and getting the right attitude at the beginning, right in the middle. So the attitude on the left of the slide is the kind of blaming attitude. And both of these attitudes are kind of extremes, and they're almost kind of, it's more that people think that other people hold them than actually anyone actually holds an extreme view of these. One is basically blaming the child, blaming the person. You just need to work harder. You're just being lazy. You just don't want to do it. You're just trying to hiding behind whatever it is that you think you have. Just get on with it. And obviously we've all had that experience. We've all had that person in our lives. That's something to avoid. The other extreme, of course, is what that person thinks you might be saying, which is, oh, I've got ADHD, so I can't do this. I've got ADHD, so I can't do homework. I've got ADHD, so I can't be at work on time. I got, all of those sorts of things. And what I always say, and this is such a basic thing, but actually I think it just has real power, is ADHD is a neurodevelopmental condition. I don't need to tell this audience what that is. A neurodevelopmental condition that makes some things more difficult, but nothing impossible. Nothing is impossible as a person with ADHD. But some things are very much more difficult and require much more support, mental energy, etc. And that's such a simple message, but actually the implications of that just spool out if you actually think about it, any particular situation in the context of that. And I know that's really basic, but people get it wrong so much. And we've seen this week with sort of comments from Lee Anderson of the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party. He clearly doesn't get it, which is sort of not really okay, but he's not the only one. So the second thing is brain health. I'm not mad about the phrase brain health, but it does make sense to people, and it is quite kind of now, if that makes sense. These are the things that have a really good evidence base for optimizing these being good for to an extent the brain, to an extent the hyperactivity and impulsivity, to an extent, but also the overall well-being of a person with ADHD. So I'm going to talk about these in a little bit more detail. So when you think about exercise management, using exercise to manage ADHD, I think some people might have in their heads, oh, I have to do planking, or these sort of unnaturally cheerful people trying to plank. Yeah, it looks horrendous. But actually what I think is much more important is just having an active life. I'm not mad about step count. I don't think 10,000 steps or whatever is a magic number at all. But keeping moving as much as you can is very helpful in the short term and in the longer term for your mental health, partly because it helps you to sleep. So walking the dog, that's one of my kind of main bits of, I don't walk the dog here, sadly, but it's one of my main bits of exercise. And I think that's what you need to focus on. You don't need to get a gym membership to get the exercise you need to manage your ADHD. Sleep. Now, people do get quite hung up on the duration of sleep. Now, this is a graph for 14 to 17-year-olds. The same graph essentially can be drawn for any age of child and for adults. The point about the graph is that this is healthy volunteers. This is not people who have a problem. The amount of sleep that people get is really, really, really variable. And so you can, therefore, it's very, very difficult to say on the basis of an amount of sleep, that is not enough or that is too much. What you need to look at is the individual. Are they rested when they wake up? I mean, the thing I do ask about bedtime in clinic, but what I ask about, well, what is it like in the morning? Because if the child is bouncing out of bed at 6 in the morning and they only got to sleep at midnight, and they're not sleeping in the day, and they don't have a nap, and they're fine, they are at this end of the distribution. It's a pain because sometimes you've got to be up with them, but that is how they sleep. And so giving them sleep medication to get them to a magic 8 hours is a bit pointless. But if they're not rested, then you may have a problem. So then you've got the question is, what is the sleep consistent? Is the sleep pattern consistent? Sleep is a really ingrained habit of the brain, and it doesn't work properly unless it's ingrained and unless it's consistent, unless there's a rhythm to it. It's all about rhythm. So you've got to have consistency. You can't have a massive lie-in on a Sunday morning and then expect to be back in the groove to go back into your normal work or sleep pattern. Sorry, I know a massive lie-in on Sunday morning is brilliant, but if you have a sleep problem, you cannot do it, basically. And then, of course, there's the quality of sleep, and we have to think about the quality of sleep. So snoring, sleep apnea have a huge impact on quality of sleep, and drugs, by which I include caffeine, also, and alcohol, have a huge impact on sleep quality. So that's the sort of conversations that we have. We don't really have conversations. I mean, I record the duration of sleep, but it's not my main focus. It's the quality and the effectiveness of sleep that is most important. And you can tell from those few remarks a lot of the things that we advise. We advise consistency. We advise going to bed so that you're rested the next day. We advise looking at the quality of sleep and avoiding the things that reduce the quality of sleep. We make referrals to ENT and so forth, and we do use medication to help sleep sometimes. Mood. Now, obviously, this is complicated because if you're saying, well, improving your mood improves your well-being, well, of course it does. But it also, I think particularly, there is a combination of poor mood, particularly anxiety and ADHD that really is they kind of get into a vicious cycle, and they are more they affect your well-being much more combined than they would individually. So there's a kind of meshing there. And some of the most difficult cases that we look after in the service, and it's not difficult for me, it's difficult for the families, and it's difficult for the young people themselves. The people who have most difficulty are the people who have that combination of ADHD and anxiety, particularly, and later in life, and ADHD and low mood, obviously, because those are quite high risk people. So definitely addressing mood. And one of the things that gets missed when a child, particularly a young boy, is aggressive or very kind of lashing out a lot or very oppositional, is their anxiety gets missed. And so that's something that I do talk about a lot. So it is a component of management. It isn't something that will kind of immediately solve things. And of course, other things will feed into your mood. You can't use it in isolation. So better sleep will improve your mood. Better exercise will improve, more exercise will improve your mood. And of course, the general support. So it's not something that you can look into in isolation, but it is definitely something that we need to address. The question is, what is available to address it? Now, again, we go back to this whole thing of what's evidence-based versus what's actually helpful. And those are not the two same things. So CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is by far the best evidenced treatment for anxiety and depression, no question at all. But that's the evidence which is short-term, relatively superficial measures of, has your anxiety got better, not has your life got better. Other therapies which take a broader view, so we're talking about psychotherapy or DBT or all of those other things, are probably in some ways deeper and get more to the root of some of the issues that you might be having, but they're not as well evidenced because the evidence base doesn't suit the way that they work. Now, I have some bias here because my wife is a psychotherapist, or about to be a psychotherapist. So I really have it's really difficult. We have interesting conversations about, well, there's no evidence for this, but we know it works because we do it on a personal basis, and the person tells us it works. That's very difficult from an NHS point of view in turn, because the NHS only commissions things that have evidence base in that narrow sense. So it's tricky. This area is really tricky. CBT, if it works for you, great. If it doesn't work for you, then it can be difficult to know what else is going to help. And I'm just interested to note that the medication for ADHD, yes, of course, if your ADHD is better, then your mood can improve. What about these other things? So if you look at, I've looked at a few things, particularly around Facebook. What are the other things that people suggest, which are not drugs, which are supposed to be effective for ADHD? Diet and supplements, mindfulness, and biofeedback are the things that sort of come up. And I was just thinking about this, and I was sort of slightly skeptical kind of moment, really. Basically, there is a curve. If something gets developed and tested, the initial results are almost always really exciting, partly because if the initial results were not exciting, they wouldn't get published, and partly because the initial results is often on quite small samples, and it's very easy, just statistically, to get a really impressive result on 20 people. If you start, and then you start ramping it up to 2,000 people, and then you also start, I'm getting distracted by the comments, sorry. You start ramping up to 2,000 people, and you start being kind of more robust about it, and kind of more of the kind of randomized controlled trials. In all conditions, the impressiveness of the research will decline over time. That is just what we expect. Unfortunately, for these particular aspects, diets, mindfulness and biofeedback, the drop in the impressiveness of the research, again, by the specific lights of what evidence counts as evidence in the NHS or within science, has dropped off pretty quickly. One of the problems I have is that what's remained high is the value of these to marketers, people who want to sell you a treatment or sell you something. And that's marketers' job. It's fine, but the fact that people have said it's been shown in science to work, it's not that much better than a L'Oreal commercial, to be honest. If it's not actually made it to professional guidance, it probably, we don't know that it works yet at a population level. If it works for you, great, brilliant. But we as doctors cannot recommend those things because we don't have the strength of research to actually be able to make those recommendations. So just to reiterate, these are likely to be helpful for some people. The problem is we cannot predict at this point who it's going to be helpful for. I think the classic example of this is mindfulness. Some people really benefit from mindfulness, and there's no question that specifically mindfulness is the thing that has helped them. I'm not questioning that for a moment, but other people with ADHD try mindfulness and they hate it, but they persist with it because they've been told it works. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. Stop it, please. Because there's no, I mean, whereas if you've got something which is more evidence that, yeah, you're likely to get this effect, you can push through a little bit. But with these things, if it's not working for you, please stop pretty quick, because you're probably in that group within whatever study that you've done, the group that for which it doesn't work. And it may be that we come back and we get subgroups. So mindfulness might work for people who have ADHD and particular personality traits. Great. Then we can be more focused in our recommendations. We'll see. I see that people are having a go at IAPT. Yeah, I don't disagree. So support at home. So this is, I think there's probably been mention of this already in the conference, but peer support I think is so important. One of the things I am proudest of in Lambeth is that we have a pretty active peer support network, and I will always recommend that families join our peer support network when they are when the child is diagnosed. Because I've got, 20 years of experience in ADHD, and I have ADHD, but I don't necessarily say that in clinic. The peer support network has centuries of experience between them of being a parent of a child with ADHD. And all of the situations that this one particular family in front of me are in, somebody in the peer support network has been in it. So why would you not plug that in? The second thing that is quite helpful, and I know I've had a bit of a go at psychoeducation, I think we have some workshops and webinars in Lambeth, and I think if you can get onto a webinar, I think it's important that it's live, that you get the opportunity to ask questions. I'm not a big fan of just having stuff just watching something and not being able to ask anything about it, because I don't think it's very engaging. And where do your questions go then? So we're lucky we've got those locally, but if you haven't got stuff locally, you may need to find something from one of the organizations. And of course, ADHD UK has very regular meetings for a donation on every single subject you can think of related to ADHD. So that's one of the things that we in ADHD UK are most proud of. And then there are formal courses and support. And as a parent with of a child with ADHD, you may be groaning a little bit at this point. You may have been onto a sort of parenting course, or you might have been offered a parenting course and been a bit offended because you're a good parent. Why would you need a course to do this thing that you're doing? And I just want to pause to explain why I think parenting courses are valid. And by the way, I have done one. If you think about these three rows of an exam hall, okay? So let's say, for example, that I wouldn't put it past the government, but there you go. That they change it. So depending on what row of the hall, column of the hall, just for you pedants out there, there's a different pass mark. So this row has a pass mark of 90, this row has a pass mark of 60, and this row has got a pass mark of 30. They could basically go home, can't they? And that would be grossly unfair and a national scandal. And of course, the government won't do it because they won't. But that's what it's like in parenting. Some people can be, if you think about your parenting mark, how good a parent you are, most people, and I am parent 3, are most of the time about 60%, 50, 60% a good parent. I mean, you know, last night my daughter was trying to talk to me and I was playing on the PlayStation and I did not feel like a good parent. I had to say, I'm really sorry. Was not listening because I was dying horribly. Please say again. So it wasn't a great parenting moment. She was a bit annoyed. So for most people, and that's fine. And she has got ADHD, but she's cool. But for particularly a child with additional difficulties alongside their ADHD, a lot of the time your pass mark for your parenting is 90%, and that is grossly unfair. You will have friends whose children are really easy and their pass mark is 40, 30% even. They could do whatever they like and the kids will still be fine. You are on a real knife edge as a parent of a child with ADHD, but there isn't any alternative. You don't want us not to be their parent. So therefore, you have to raise your skill level and your confidence level to 90%. And I don't know if people find that helpful. I find it helpful talking to people in clinic. So that is why you might need parenting intervention, not because you are not because you wouldn't pass a normal exam. It's that you're basically you're being asked to be a super parent. And how can you be a super parent without training? Doesn't make any sense. You haven't, you're not Superman. You haven't got. How does Superman get his powers? It's just Krypton, isn't it? I don't know. Can't remember. You know what I mean. You haven't been bitten by a radioactive parenting spider. I'm on safer ground with Spider-Man. Right. So what's the point about parenting? So parenting support groups should be facilitated groups. They shouldn't be chalk and talk. They should be you as a group learning together. And there is really, really good evidence, excellent evidence. It's actually one of the most cost-effective interventions for mental health that exists in the world. For oppositional behavior and for parental stress, really good evidence for reducing those things. But it does not reduce your ADHD symptoms. To go back, the brain focus doesn't make any difference to your ADHD symptoms. Okay? Right, good. So actually sometimes I say, well, you've got lots of ADHD symptoms in your child, but actually he's not oppositional and you seem to be managing. I wouldn't worry about this yet. Do it later when it's time. There is a little bit of a kind of tendency amongst doctors to say this is the treatment. But it's not. It's a treatment for a set of difficulties which are really common in ADHD, but are not ADHD itself. Just to say. Oh, why is my... Oh, okay. Support at schools. There's a few things. There probably are some school teachers on the call. They usually are people who are in the education sector. So this is not a slide which is having a go at schools. I absolutely love my local schools. I think they do a tremendous job. But there are three things that are important to say. One is ADHD is a specialist educational need. So if you have a diagnosis of ADHD, you need to be under that system. There's no question about that. And people have pushed back and said, well, he's bright or, she's doing really well. No, it's a special educational need. It requires you. You may not need anything right now, but it means that you are in that bracket. If what that requires, what that makes the school have a duty is to make reasonable adjustments. The school therefore needs to make reasonable adjustments, and that's a duty in law. There's no question about that either. The question, of course, is what reasonable adjustments means. And in classic British law style, it's left a bit vague. And reasonableness is actually a really interesting legal topic, but we don't talk about it now. Basically, it's what a reasonable person would think is reasonable, which is kind of circular, but there you are. So schools will, that's where the kind of grey area is, and that's where the push and pull comes, is what is reasonable for this child in this school as an adjustment to them. And we have all sorts of discussions about that. And that's where goodwill and working together becomes really important. It's really, really important to have a little bit of an understanding of the funding arrangements for schools when you're trying to get help for your child. Schools sometimes are naughty. None of our schools, but other schools are naughty and say, we don't have any resources. They do. They had delegated funding for special educational needs from the local authority. They may not have enough, but they cannot say they don't have any. What they need, the other thing that people talk about a lot is getting an EHCP. Again, we don't have time to talk about that in detail, but basically If the school have exhausted their delegated funding allocation and the child is still not making progress, by which I mean also being in class, not just academic progress. So if they're getting excluded a lot, they're in all these dreadful kind of reflection rooms that the secondary schools send them to all the time, that is not making progress. That's not accessing learning. If they're not doing that and the school have put everything in, then the child should go forward to an EHCP. This process, however, does need to have at least the support of the school. And the really tricky bit is where the child clearly needs it, but for some reason the school won't go down that road. But that doesn't happen very often in Lambeth because our schools are fab. Then I have to say, I don't see adults in my clinical practice, but I am an adult with ADHD, so I guess I have a little bit of an insight here. So at work, a few very, very short points about that. One is reasonable adjustments. Again, the same principle of reasonable adjustments applies in work. You don't have to apply for reasonable adjustments. Your employer has a Lambeth has got its downsides, Mrs. Robinson. It's got some reasonable adjustments is a duty of your employer, whether or not you apply for them or not. That's what they have to do. That's a law thing. Access to work is a grant for specific things that you need for your work to work effectively. So it could be equipment, it could be training, it could be mental health care. Access to work seems, from our experience, to be a pretty good scheme, I have to say, and people have got some really quite helpful things out of it. So I have a go at the government where I need to, but actually this seems to be a pretty effective scheme. And there's obviously personal independence payments. I think, again, to be fair, the disability benefits system is built for 40 years ago and now is dealing with a very much larger number of people and a very much broader definition of disability. So there are genuine difficulties, but also a huge sympathy for people who are just trying to get a little bit of money so they can live their life, so they can get to work, and they're being bound up in quite a difficult situation, quite a difficult system. There you go. That's me being even-handed. So those are my things. Those are my sort of 4 things before medication. And so then when do you try medication? Well, the answer to that is once you have got the environment as good as it's going to be, not to perfection, not to the ideal situation of everyone being completely on side and all of the support you can possibly ask for, and 100% great patient parents, almost like robotic in their calm and their consistency. That's not going to happen. But as good as you're going to get in this situation with these people and that school, then I think you can have a think about meds. But I don't think you should do it unless you are in a really bad situation. I would say you don't do it until you've done those things. That's my particular view. And some people, have different views, and that's absolutely fine. But that would be my kind of view on this. Okay. I'm not quite finished. So I'm just going to do a summary, and then we've got some time for questions, which is marvelous. So we need to treat the person and not the ADHD. So the brain is part of the person, so medication is part of that. But I think focusing on I'm treating your ADHD is the wrong focus. I think we're trying to make people's lives a bit better, a little kind of nudging a few kind of inches at a time towards something a little bit more functional. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is to try and surround yourself with understanding and surround yourself with love, really. Find people around you who get you, a teacher who gets you, a boss who gets you, anyone, friends who get you. It's really, really important to have those people in your life. And sometimes you need to leave things and leave relationships or leave schools or leave jobs if you don't have that understanding. And that's really, 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 really tough. Do think about optimizing your brain health, but don't get sucked into things that are making claims if they don't work. I mean, try stuff, by all means. Try stuff. Try a supplement. Try mindfulness, whatever. But if it doesn't work for you, let it go. Having said that, exercise, sleep, and mood are really well evidenced, and you should always focus on them. And then try and get as much support from around the place as you can. So think outside the box. Try and get support for, apply for access to work. Join the ADHD UK groups. Connect with other people. Peer support is absolutely vital. And those are the sorts of things. I mean, someone's very, very basic stuff, but those are the sorts of things that we genuinely talk about in clinic, and it seems to be what works. Okay. So we've got some questions. I found that back when Twitter used to be fun, not so much a question, more a comment. I mean, I think a lot of the things that people have put up are comments, and that's fine. I'm not really kind of aiming that at this audience. And if you have questions, there's my email. I can't really answer clinical questions, but if you've got anything else, that's fine. And I'm still just about on Twitter, but not really. Okay, should we have a chat again, Henry?
I'm back. Yeah. Hello. That was wonderful. Thank you, Max. I thought that was. You can see obviously all the comments coming in. I thought it was fascinating and really important. So thank you. Now people can put in questions into the chat, and we'll look through them. They go into the stream. You can also look through, if you put it on, go to globaladhd.com, you can see, you can post your questions there. So please do that. What do you think of, so we've had a question around medication someone submitted. Is there any evidence on long-term effects of medication on children, i.e. long-standing implications?
I think there's two kind of ways to approach that. One is, what is the long-standing effect on brain structure if you take a group of children who have not had medication versus those who have? And of course, we have the limitation that at this point, we're not randomizing people to take medication or not medication. You can't randomize a group for 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. It's not ethical, because then people don't know what they're taking. You can only do that for a short space of time. So after that, you look at brain, you look at brain structure. And so there's the thing called the cortex, which is the kind of, in a sense, the kind of thinky bit around the outside of your brain, much of which is in the inside of your brain is more kind of tracts connecting the other bits, and the kind of emotional seats of the brains. The cortex of people who take medication is thicker than those who don't take medication. Okay, so that's encouraging. A thicker cortex is generally a good thing. And then you think, well, okay, what about functionally? People who take medication over time do tend to have better executive function, for instance, so organization and planning. And the other thing that's always slightly impresses me is that, so like in Scandinavia, they have these huge registries of basically everyone in the country, and they look at people with ADHD, and then they look at people who take medication versus don't take medication. And the people who take medication, for instance, have half the levels of involvement with the police, by which I mean getting in trouble, not joining the police. And so, I mean, that's impressive on its own. Of course, you need to have a little bit of caution in interpreting all of that, because there's lots of differences between the populations, which are not just whether they take medication or not. There may be lots of other factors of people who are dropping out of the health services, who have other issues, so they can't keep up with their medication. So it's not just a medication effect, but nonetheless, I think overall we've got to be cautious, but the evidence for long-term effects of medication is mainly positive. I knew I was going to be asked about medication when I give a talk about non-medication. It's like the elephant in the room. Don't talk about elephants. Give a talk about not elephants, Max. Okay, I'm going to get questions about elephants.
Okay, well, I'm joining this fray. What about height for kids taking medication?
There is a small effect on height. No, it's a good point. There's about a 1 centimeter effect on height at a population level. Individually, that is obviously going to be more of a concern if you start early. If you start a 6-year-old, then you're probably going to get a bit more of an effect on height than 1 centimeter overall. We do monitor height, and I have to say we don't usually have a problem. I think maybe because I tend to give less than other people. But obviously, if you're starting a teenager or an adult, it doesn't really matter because they've done most of their growing already. But yeah, 1 centimeter height is a adverse effect. I mean, it's easy for me to say because I'm 6'3". I wouldn't miss 1 centimeter of height, but
I'm 5'11 3/4.
yes, I know, Henry.
I'm bitter about that last word.
I think we've been talking about your height for about 30 years. So anyway, you just have the misfortune of having tall friends.
It's true. They can get things off high shelves for me. It's a pertinent question because a friend of mine who is significantly more vertical challenged, his son is really worried and actually is not taking medication because he's so worried. Like genetically, his genetic request is clear, and so that centimeter means a lot. And yeah, why do we know why height is impacted at all?
That's a really great question. I don't think we know exactly. I think it's something to do with the way that the medication might have an effect on metabolism. And I think it might sort of route things from growth to other aspects of metabolism by the stimulant effect. I think the honest truth is we don't really know. And I suppose because it's only 1 centimeter, we're sort of not really.
Yeah. But like
we're not really kind of looking into it in a huge amount.
Yeah, I think the issue is some children are, right, and there's I do think this is not for you. Max is not in charge of all research into ADHD in the country and the world, just to be sure. But I think
not yet. Nor am I ever going to be
working on it. I think. Actually, so that people can make clearer decisions, so they have really good data, more research there would be useful. We've had some questions on supplements. We've had 2, which is nice. So one is much more simple, which is what supplements would you recommend for ADHD? And the is more detailed. Are magnesium supplements a good option? Are there any negative effects to taking them in general, like there is for calcium ones?
So I suppose just to reiterate what I said in the talk, we don't recommend supplements, not because we think that they're terrible or bad, but because we don't have good enough evidence at a population level that they work. If you try it and you find it really helpful, great, good for you. But firstly, most people I know who I look after who try supplements, it doesn't really work. And also, we don't have the evidence is that if you look at the whole population, there isn't an effect at a population level from supplements, because the problem you've always got, if you take something as part of an overall management of your ADHD and you feel better, well, how do you know that it's the supplements that make the difference? If you're quite robust about it and you try one thing, you change one thing at a time, you might have a bit more of kind of confidence in knowing that that's the thing that's changed. But I'm a bit wary about it, partly apart from anything else. They're quite expensive, and the families that we look after don't have a lot of spare cash, and I don't know, maybe you use it to have a membership of a swimming pool. If you've got a little bit of spare cash for your ADHD, go swimming. For me, or buy a bike, whatever. Those are the things that I think are much more important.
We have had a question. Are there any non-medication? So you'll be glad to hear we're moving into non-medication. Any non-medication recommendations that can be suggested for adolescents when they experience hormonal changes, and how these might affect their ADHD? And I think when we've been talking, we've had groups where we're doing ADHD in women, and there's a growing group of people talking around medication altering during a woman's cycle, that there's a different impact. We need to think about having slightly different levels during it. And so this hormonal impact, I think, is really interesting. Over to you.
Yeah, I think there's a specific thing about the menstrual cycle, and I just have to declare my ignorance, really. I don't know enough about it, and we don't yet have recommendations about how to manage the menstrual cycle in the concept in the context of ADHD medications. In terms of, I always ask people what they mean when they say hormonal changes in adolescence, because often what you mean is often what is meant is the child's behavior has changed over a course of months as puberty goes on. Puberty kicks in, but actually puberty is not just hormones. Puberty happens at the same time that there's a huge change in their life going to secondary school. Their social roles have changed, their friendship groups have changed, their brain is changing, admittedly somewhat under the influence of hormones themselves. So when you say hormonal changes, what's meant is, my child has become a teenager, what on earth's going on? And I think honestly, the recommendation I would make is to sort of learn more about teenagers, and possibly if you've done a parenting course before, see if there's one specific to teenagers locally, even if it's not specific to ADHD. But understanding and getting and connecting with teenagers is a really different job as a parent to understanding and connecting with younger children. So honestly, I would go back and review your relationship with your child and the way that and look at the way you're parenting and whether that's better. Whether that can be improved. But in terms of so there's a menstrual cycle, I don't know, and puberty, I don't think it's supplements that you need. I think it might be just setting back.
I don't, yeah. Someone's gone into that, actually. We've had an additional question. What are the best strategies for children with ADHD to manage their moods? And they've talked, my biggest issue growing up undiagnosed was mood. It was a lot of yelling and anger, and I felt anger management didn't help.
I didn't hear all of that, Henry. Sorry. I think I don't know if it's just me. You're breaking up a little bit.
I hope it's just you. What are the best strategies for children with ADHD to manage their mood? My biggest issue growing up undiagnosed was mood. It was a lot of yelling and anger. I felt anger management didn't help.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think they've got good evidence for anger management as such. And I think basically because there's nothing wrong with anger. Anger is not something that we should try and control or reduce. It's just something that we should think about what we do with it and how we respond to it. And the other thing that the person said, which is absolutely key, is that she got undiagnosed. So, if your mood's being treated but your ADHD is being ignored, you're only treating at least at best half of the difficulties of the. Of course, you're going to have these. So to answer to your question at a base level, what are the recommendations for mood in ADHD? Obviously, diagnose the ADHD and manage the rest of things, and then be alert to the fact that this angry, shouting person might be anxious, and that they're not just angry and shouting. That what is the internal life of that person? What's going on for them personally? Just having that curiosity, and then if they do have an anxiety problem, then seeking appropriate treatment for it. And I know that the treatment, particularly in the UK, is not adequate, and the availability is not adequate, but that is where we're at, and that's what's available.
Thank you. Someone's asked, they've asked multiple times, does prematurity increase the likelihood of ADHD or autism? It's not quite
prematurity. Yeah, I saw that question. Posted it a couple of times. Yes, 100% it is. Prematurity is two things to say about prematurity. The slightly premature baby, sort of 34, 35 weeks, so that's about 5 or 6 weeks early, often has fairly classic signs of ADHD. Lots of kids. And what happens is that they get to their 2-year check, and the doctors say, yes, you're fine, off you go. And then they arrive in kind of reception and they're kind of a bit all over the place. And then they come and see us. So that's quite a typical pattern, and they have reasonably typical ADHD symptoms, and definitely more of it than the general population. So they should probably be, I would argue, they should be screened when they they should be tracked and screened when they go into reception. The very premature, so when you get down to down to 24 weeks, at the extremes, they tend to have, obviously they may have lots of difficulties with learning disability, but even go up to 28, 29 weeks, you've got Problems, therefore, you tend to have a mixture of things, a weird, strange mixture of some ADHD features, some autism features, atypical features, things that don't really fit in with the diagnostic categories all that well. And so you often in those groups have to kind of work around the just kind of describing the features and managing things in a pragmatic way rather than trying to fit them into your diagnostic boxes. There's a really interesting the comeback is, how is this a genetic condition? No one is saying that this is a straightforwardly just genetic condition. That's not true. What it is most of the population risk for ADHD is the genetic loading. For this small population of people who are premature, they might not have had ADHD, but then they were premature and that's what triggered their ADHD. For the majority of the population, the heritability, i.e. the contribution of genetics to their ADHD, is something like 70 or 80%, depending on the study that you.
I was about to say, I think, so the one I quoted is 76%.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, but for that, but that's at the population level. In this subpopulation, it's not genetic. It's caused by prematurity. Equally, kind of if you have a head trauma, that can induce some ADHD symptoms. But it is not true, and I just want to push back against Lucy here. Trauma is not the only cause of. Sorry, hang on. You said that you're not actually. There's some really inappropriate stuff going on. Please
there really
go away.
Okay, we'll do.
But just to answer Lucy for a moment. Just to answer Lucy, I just understand. I read your comment properly. I think that the evidence for trauma causing ADHD, the jury is still out as to whether trauma, as in emotional trauma, can contribute towards ADHD. And I think it's definitely an open question. It doesn't mean that 70% at a population level does leave you a window for environmental factors to be important. We don't have the evidence so far. What I would say is that I suppose, to go back to my little kind of graph, if you can remember it now, for a given level of ADHD-ness, if you also have experienced trauma in your life, your brain health is going to be very much worse, and so therefore your impairment for a given level of ADHD-ness is going to be very much worse, and you're quite likely to be in a less positive environment if you're previously traumatized, because that's just how these things track. So I think it's a really complex issue, and I definitely think that that examining the trauma history in a child who has ADHD can be helpful if something can be done now. The problem with I'm not saying anyone is fixating on trauma histories, but the problem with kind of trying to find a cause in trauma histories is that maybe something really bad happened to you in the past. That may or may not matter for what you do now. If you're revisiting it and it's conditioning your responses, address that. But if it's just something that was a bit rubbish and now you've moved on, you don't have to dwell on it. I suppose that's the pragmatic way forward.
Max, that's been wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for being my co-founders. And all you're doing in the charity. Lots of people don't know how hard works within the charity and all he does. That was a wonderful talk. Thank you so much. Thanks for answering all those questions. It is time. We've got a time to move on. Monica's been waiting patiently in the wings. I need to bring her forward. So Max, thank you so much. Goodbye. Right, so we're on to our next. So very excited. If I bring up our thing, so we've got Monica Hassel. She is doing a section on Know Your Internal Pharmacy, use your own brain chemistry to support your ADHD. And then coming next, we've got ADHD across Europe. That's from ADHD Europe themselves. So it's doing some of their primary research. They're talking about the differences across Europe, which is wonderful. And we're really excited about it. And then ADHD New Zealand, an update from ADHD New Zealand and their activities. That's at 11:30. So yeah, really, really important stuff. We're going to have a little break for. We're going to have a coach tip, and then I'm going to bring up Monica, and really excited for her section.
Welcome to Hyper Energy, the module where we're going to cover different sections on exercise, rest, and diet. The good news is, even a short amount of exercise has been proven to help with ADHD symptoms. Try not exercise too close to bedtime, or it may be harder for you to get to sleep if your energy and your serotonin levels are sky high. For a long time, adults with ADHD have used coffee and caffeine as a way to focus. Please watch each section and treat your ADHD brain like you would take care of a car or bike, learning each part to understand how you can optimize it.
Wonderful and great tip from Hyper Energy. Okay, Monica, welcome.
Hi, Henry. How are you going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Great. And the hassles are providing lots of content. So obviously, Jonathan earlier. Now you. So thank you so much, and absolutely wonderful. And both of you got incredibly interesting things to talk about, which is why we were keen to have you involved. You're doing a section on the inner pharmacy. I'll bring your slides up and hand over to you now.
Yeah. Okay. So the way I like to start, I want to start off with a question. And this is for people that have ADHD or, parents of kids with ADHD. If you had to define ADHD, what would you say? This is the first question I ask my clients when I meet them. So they'll often say, it feels like there's, bees buzzing in your head, or there's neon lights flashing in your head and you have to look at the lights. And this one particular person said she had bees and neon lights at the same time. So I can only imagine how distracting that would be. Some people say it's like walking around with your head in the clouds, or you feel so overwhelmed, you just feel completely blank. So that's how it feels. But that's not a great definition of what ADHD is. So by the time we finish tonight, I want everyone to have a really good working definition of ADHD as well. So as Henry said, my topic is about how do we prescribe and dispense from our own internal pharmacy. And it's really about understanding the brain chemistry and hormones to support ADHD and great executive functioning. So the objectives of this session is to describe some basic body and brain chemistry and get an understanding of how they work, explore how to dispense from this in this pharmacy for free, and 7 strategies that for making important connections as well. So before we go any further, we're going to be on this slide for maybe about 5 minutes. So years ago, I was trying to explain ADHD to a deputy principal of a school, and I was saying, well, this is the behaviours, but under there is ADHD, the executive functions, and then there's brain chemistry. And I thought, it's really a little bit like a volcano. So we're going to go through the different layers of ADHD to find out where this thing called executive function lives, if you don't already know. So at the top of the volcano, this is the stuff that either people with ADHD feel when they have ADHD, or people around them will observe about them. And ADHD is very much, behavior-based diagnosis. So there might be those frequent arguments, miscommunication, being easily distracted, maybe focusing on the wrong things. There's a lot of procrastination and perfectionism at the same time. There can be lots of poor planning and missed appointments, catastrophizing or exaggerating. And I won't go through all of them, but there's just a little handful of them. And when these things happen all the time, it's what psychology would call as impairing, but I prefer to say the word impactful. I like to try and keep my language as positive as possible, because there's lots of positive attributes of that ADHD as well. But for the moment, we're going to look at the tricky stuff. And when these behaviors happen all the time, or they become impairing of the focus, relationships, productivity, managing time, emotions, and memory. And these are really challenging behaviors. So when typically this happens, someone will go to their general practitioner, that's usually the first port of call, or a psychologist, and to get an ADHD diagnosis, they will diagnose in these core symptoms of inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. But interestingly enough, you'll see a couple of other little volcanoes pop up at the same time. So I want to go back to ADHD though, but when these behaviors become impactful, they're impairing, people might become anxious or even despondent or feel demoralized, or had one academic say, "Oh, I'm disheartened." And you know what? That's a normal response to running late, upsetting your friends, not handing, uni work in time and having to do another year at school or college. So that being anxious or despondent about those ADHD behaviors is a normal response. And what happens sometimes is that people will have a misdiagnosis of ADHD and they'll be diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder or major depressive disorder instead. So you'll see these two little volcanoes, and each little volcano, one on the left, represents the coexisting mood conditions, and that is where generalized anxiety disorder, major depression, autism spectrum, oppositional defiance, that's where they live. And then there's another volcano on the other side I'll get to in a minute. But there's little saying in ADHD treatment that ADHD rarely travels alone. So yes, it can make you feel anxious. You may also have generalized anxiety disorder. I want to talk about a little story that I had happened upon. I work for a psychiatrist sometimes, and I do his adult intake sessions. And this lady came in for an assessment for ADHD, and she said, "You know what? I've been on 3 lots of antidepressants. I've seen 4 different GPs. The chaos is still there, but I just don't care about it anymore." And that really highlighted to me that, we need to be able to differentiate between what is anxiousness because of the traits of ADHD and what's generalized anxiety disorder, because the anti-anxiety medications and the antidepressants that she was on don't treat ADHD. So we need to be aware of, what are the behaviors, what's ADHD and what is anxiety and depression, and they can travel together. I'm sure probably people have said that, about 80% of people with ADHD will have at least one coexisting condition. About 60% of people have 2 or more coexisting conditions. So we have to be aware of, these behaviors across people's experience. So on the other side, the other volcano is about the coexisting academic, and we need to be aware of these as well. So there are a lot of people, or a lot of kids and adults with ADHD might also have a condition called dyslexia, which is challenges processing symbols and numbers. And there's another one called dysgraphia, and that's about processing language. We might see it in kids with really messy handwriting, and that's, again, processing language. We might see it in older students and and people learning. They're not being able to get message out of their head, and they might sit in front of a blank screen. They just can't get the message out. That's dysgraphia. That's processing language. There's another one called dyscalculia, which is the learning disability with maths. Coming back to volcano, ADHD can certainly impact learning. So being, chucked out of class because the person's too chatty, they're the class clown. I'm sure we've got a few class clowns here. It might be about not handing work in, forgetting to do work, forgetting to take work, all those sorts of things that can happen with ADHD. On the other side of the volcano is this, this behavior of self-medicating. I talk about people with ADHD might eat too much, they might drink too much, drink to excess, they might smoke or vape too much, or they, I also put screen time in here as well. So too much screen time, these types of behaviors really talk about an understimulated brain. And if the brain doesn't, able to be stimulated itself, it'll seek it from somewhere else. And that's a really important notion. So underneath here, as we dig a little bit deeper, is the layer of executive function. Now, I really like using Dr. Russell Barkley's theory of executive function, and Barkley talks about 7 executive functions. I divide them into 4 areas so my people can remember them better, but we get to all 7. So the first one I want to talk about, the first of the executive functions I want to talk about is self-awareness. Without self-awareness and attention, the rest kind of don't matter. So there's, attention comes in 3 layers. There's people with ADHD might be easily distracted. They might alternatively hyper-focus on things, and they might not be able to shift their attention when they need to, which is what makes transitions difficult. Then we might go to inhibition on that volcano there. So the inhibition is about motor inhibition. So that's that fidgetiness, not being able to sit still, wanting to get up and do things. Then there's cognitive inhibition, and that is making the wrong decision, making impulsive decisions. So it might be speeding. It might be about overspending, too much online shopping. It might be about gambling. It might be about needing to do, assessment piece for work or for uni, but accidentally watching the whole series of Friends instead on Netflix instead of doing their assessment, not being able to cognitively make a good decision in the moment. And then the third layer of inhibition is actually verbal inhibition. So I'd like to talk about, people with ADHD might take a lot of words to answer a simple question. They go off on tangents. They might blurt things out. They might say the wrong things. They might overshare. So as you can see, we've already ticked off inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity with our 4 executive function areas. We haven't even got to working memory or emotions as yet. And Russell Barkley, I think, says it the best. He says to look at ADHD as just being, easily distracted or impulsive is to trivialize the impact of ADHD. There's a lot more going on than that. So I want to continue again with, just having a quick overview of working memory. I like to talk about it's the memory that we're using while we're working. It's that right now memory. And it's the only memory involved in our future success. And it encompasses time management and planning and problem solving. And then there's emotions, and motivation is the last area. And whereas something like depression is a mood disorder, people are sad when they wake up, they're sad at the party, they can't get motivated. With ADHD, they can be sad or they could be angry, but it's often the emotion is right, but the volume is wrong. So I'm going to say that again. With ADHD, the emotions can be right, but the volume is wrong. Whether that's being happiness or enthusiasm or interest in something, or someone gives you feedback, but you take it as criticism. It could be about anger. It could be being, more stressed. The volume is often out of control, and motivation as well. Sometimes you could be start 5 things and be really motivated, or sometimes it's really hard to get motivated at all. That volume control can be wrong. So they're the 7 executive functions in a nutshell. I want to move down a little bit further, and underneath these executive functions is the brain chemistry and the brain networks and the hormones and the neurotransmitters. So, things like medication can be really, really helpful, but diet, sleep, exercise, and stress management are also key for impacting brain chemistry. And I tell you, there's nothing more, changes brain chemistry more quickly than being under stress or pressure. So this is where the volcano gets really interesting. At the base is that brain chemistry. If the brain chemistry is not right, that impacts the executive functioning. If the executive functions aren't working, this is why these behaviors here happen. So if I see any of these behaviors here happening, I know there's something in the executive functions that isn't supported. And unfortunately, the fallout from that can be guilt or shame or negative self-talk or low self-esteem or lots and lots of frustration. So that's why it's really important to figure out, well, where's the brain chemistry? How does it impact my executive function? And the behaviors that everyone sees at the top. So my working definition of ADHD that I think is quite a good one is that ADHD is challenges with self-regulation, and it's self-regulation of these executive functions here. So this is just a little tool I've put together so my people can understand ADHD and executive functions better. So I call this the framework. So when we think executive functions, I want people to be able to have a really good understanding of that as well. And it can be simply thought of as the cognitive. And anytime we see the word cognitive, it's just about thinking. So it's the thinking processes that guides our thoughts and our behaviors, and they take place in the front part of our brain right there. So these processes guide our thoughts and behaviors. It's like having a little mental toolkit for moving forward, and it's about heading towards what's next. It's about, reaching our goals. So this is where I want to get into the neuroscience and the biology. So both are important. We need to understand that the body and the brain are very much connected, and they influence each other. So you're probably familiar with the sympathetic response, which is that fight or flight response, which is a thing that we use for survival. And the opposite of that is the parasympathetic nervous system. That's the rest and digest and the calming part of the nervous system. These are both at play, and they're both in opposition to each other. So, for example, when we recognize something that we find fearful, like an angry boss or an angry spouse, or feel under pressure, there's a little thing called the amygdala in our brain right in the middle of the limbic system. That's triggered. And the amygdala looks for changes in the environment, and it alerts the nervous system. So what happens then is stress hormones such as adrenaline and cortisol. Cortisol is found above our kidneys, and it can activate the fight or flight response in the cardiac system. So in the cardiac system, increases our heart rate, our blood pressure, and respiratory rate as well. So when the threat passes, we have this thing called top-down regulation. So our executive functions are able to reason with our body and say, hey, it wasn't an intruder breaking in. My boss isn't really that mad with me. Everything's okay. I'm going to survive. So we literally breathe a sigh of relief. I think we've probably all been in those situations where we've been able to breathe a sigh of relief. And that's that parasympathetic nervous system kicking back in. And what generally happens is, slowly our heart returns to more normal. It takes a while, but eventually our heart rate will come back down again. And then breathing is really important as well. We're going to breathe anyway. We breathe when we're asleep. We breathe when we're walking the dog. We don't even realize it. But we also have control of our breathing. And that's something I think that a lot of people don't realize. They have control over their breathing, which can impact this sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. So really, it's all about making connections. The thing about ADHD, it's not a knowledge deficit, but it is a performance deficit. So it's always about the point of performance. We know we have reports to write. We know we have assessments to do. We know we have to pick kids up at the right time. All of the things that we know, but they don't always happen. So what we need to do is connect the knowing part of our brain to the doing. And this is my take on it. How do we connect knowing and doing? We have to know about the resources, medications, sleep, exercise, for example. Understanding those executive functions gives us the framework. It helps us engineer the environment, at that point of performance. And for me, I think mindfulness is the next most important thing. I honestly believe next to medication, mindfulness is the next most important tool in the toolkit. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. So what does your internal pharmacy look like? Some people have a very old-fashioned pharmacy. There's lots of stigma in there, a bit of judgment. They haven't got any new processes going. Some people have a very cluttered internal pharmacy. They've got, they're researching lots of things. They're trying lots of different types of strategies. But what I would like everyone to leave tonight with, which is a nice, clear, calm pharmacy with, really up-to-date knowledge. So let's dig into the chemicals now. Just a quick revision. So too often I hear people say that dopamine is the woohoo chemical. It's just about reward. It's more than that. It's also about anticipation. It's about moving forward. And dopamine is what we call the neuromodulator. And it allows the passage of signals through the nervous system. And it's involved not only in reward, but also in movement. It's involved in emotions and memory and the reward mechanism. A couple of years ago now, I heard this fellow called Dr. Andrew Huberman, which I'm a huge fan of. And he's a neuroscientist, and the very first thing I heard him say was, dopamine doesn't care about the deeper meaning. And I thought, oh, that's really interesting, particularly for my clients. And he said it really just wants more dopamine. So that makes a lot of sense. So when we have our kids that we might think, well, they can't have ADHD because they're able to concentrate on, their fortnight for 2 hours, they're getting lots of dopamine, which gives them lots of focus and lots of reward, which impacts their emotions. They're really happy to do it. So anything that's contrasting to that, that's not as interesting, the dopamine won't follow. Dopamine doesn't care that they really should be having dinner with the family. It just wants more dopamine. So that's why shifting attention can be really, really difficult for some people with ADHD. And it's really about that pursuit, and it's about anticipation of things beyond our skin. Which is opposite to serotonin. So I'm going to go quickly through what other major neurochemicals and hormones are at play. I'm going to start with adrenaline, and it's also called epinephrine as well. And adrenaline is responsible for the fight or flight response. It allows more blood flow to the muscles and heart and lungs, and it's only released in stress. So we're going to dig a little bit deeper now. We're going to talk about noradrenaline or norepinephrine. It's consistently circulating at low level. It's always there, but it responds to stress and it increases our heart rate and our blood pressure. It can impact mood regulation, the ability to concentrate. It's there for arousal. I think it's really, very much about pursuit as well. Then it's cortisol. So cortisol often gets a bad rap. People think that it's just the stress chemical, but it's actually responsible for alertness, and we need it in the morning. We have most cortisol response in the morning when we're trying to wake up. It works in opposition to melatonin. So we need a certain amount of cortisol to wake up in the morning. We don't need it to be flooded through the day unnecessarily. So it's released to increase alertness when we perceive danger. And it goes down when the danger subsides as well. So another, some more brain chemistry is about brain-derived neurotropic factor. And this is a protein produced inside nerve cells when active. So it stimulates and encourages new brain cell growth and can produce new brain cells, which means more connections. So, and more synapses. So I heard this little saying years ago, and I love it. It says, we learn by making connections. So if we can have new brain cell activity, we can learn more. We also learn more by, connecting with other people in our community, but we learn by making connections. And then caffeine. Caffeine isn't a naturally occurring chemical, but it is a molecule, and it's significant when we ingest it because it impacts the absorption of other neurochemicals. So we're going to go into a bit of serotonin now. And this is a naturally occurring substance. It's a neurotransmitter, and it carries, signals between cells. It helps with mood regulation, memory, and sleep. And then oxytocin. It's a hormone and a neurotransmitter. It's involved in bonding, empathy, trust, sexual activity, relationships, and building it. When a woman has a child, their body is absolutely flooded with oxytocin. And I can tell you, as a mum, that minute that child is born, you would die for that child. You have this response that is quite fierce. And then it's useful in regulating emotional responses and positive communication. And then melatonin. So melatonin is a hormone in your brain. It produces response to that darkness, sleep-wake circadian rhythm cycle. So we need melatonin to be secreted so that we can fall asleep at night. The flip side of that, in the morning, we have cortisol release so we can wake up. So it's important to understand those two. So now I want to dig a little bit deeper and go into these opposing forces. So things like serotonin and oxytocin, they're what Lieberman and Long framed as the here and now chemicals. So we get pleasure from this and sensation when serotonin and oxytocin are released. On the flip side, dopamine gives us pleasure from anticipation. And in most circumstances, they counter each other. So when the here and now chemicals are activated, we experience the world around us, and the dopamine is suppressed. When dopamine is activated, we want to move to future possibilities, and the here and now chemicals, they're oppressed a little bit. So why is this important? Can understanding these body and brain chemicals impact our relationship? The answer is absolutely yes, and I think we all need to be really aware of them. I'm going to do a little case study. So here's Hamish. Hamish has had a really busy day and his job in the marketing department. In fact, the last meeting ran late. Now he is running late for his football game. So he was supposed to be home, at 5 o'clock. It's 5:30. He's racing to get to the game. He is driven by dopamine and a bit of epinephrine as well. Here is his partner, Mandy. She's had a lovely day. They had a retreat for the day, and she did an hour of yoga, and she did a lovely values exercise that she cannot wait to tell Hamish about the minute he gets home. So she is driven by serotonin, and she's in the here and now. And there can be clashes when this biochemistry is in opposition. What could go wrong? Poor Hamish doesn't know what he's coming in for, and Mandy isn't ready for him, barreling into home wanting to get out to play football. She wants to connect. So now I want to go into, what can influence the internal pharmacy? So what are the actions and what is the science behind it? So I talk about the big 7. So nutrition, hydration, sleep, exercise, breath work, mindfulness, self-reflection, stress reduction, and connection. And what I love about this, these ones are free. These don't even cost us anything, aside from maybe if you have to buy a new pair of, running shoes. These cost nothing. the only thing we really have to buy is food and water. So I came up with the notion of we have an internal pharmacy, like a bit of a script pad. So I'm going to go through. So these are the things that we need from the pharmacy, and these are the really, really simple actions that we can do to prescribe and dispense from it. And under here, everything is free. Most of these are freely available to us. So I'm going to start off with nutrition. And you know what? Nutrition can be really challenging for people with ADHD. Is that planning, that challenge with the executive function of planning. A lot of people will have a reduction in appetite when their medications are on board, and then they might even binge eat when the effect of the medication's worn off and they overeat. Overeating can be a challenge particularly if it's not treated. They might make incorrect food choices, that working memory. If I eat this now, it's not going to be good for my future. They can get cravings. So we really need to make, a good effort about those nutritional building blocks, foods that are rich in magnesium and tyrosine. When people have ADHD medications, they're not dopamine, or we can't eat dopamine, but we can eat foods that help with the processing and the building of or creation of dopamine within our bodies. So things like chicken and almonds and avocados. My favorite on here is chocolate. Hooray! We can eat chocolate and knowing that it's helpful to produce our dopamine. Things like oatmeal, watermelon, wheat germ. And there's a really great YouTube video, and I've just got a reference there that I would recommend if you want to find out more about nutrition and neurochemistry. I would highly recommend that. The next one is sleep and rest. And for some reason, we seem to think that sleep is one thing we can cut down on. And really, it's number 2 on the internal pharmacy prescription sheet. It's the next most important thing we can do. So when we sleep, it helps create new synapses or connections between brain cells. When we sleep, it actually has a process of detoxifying the brain and removing unwanted cell debris. It's called the glymphatic system, and it works 2 to 3 times faster when we're asleep. So we need that. If we don't have that, that's why we wake up groggy the next day, and it's harder to manage that decision making. So there's sleep is one thing. We all know 7 to 9 hours is ideal. There's also another concept of non-sleep deep rest. It's called NSDR as well. This might be what we call, having a power nap. This week I've decided I'm not going to call it a power nap anymore. I'm going to call it my reboot. And even if during the day, if I can have 10 minutes just to shut my brain down, much like we would a computer that's been overloaded, it can make a huge difference. And some people say, oh, but I can't fall asleep through the day. You don't need to fall asleep in that power nap or the reboot. There's a thing called yoga nidra, and this is like a body scan. You're not meant to fall asleep. This is a great strategy to have through the day. When we're walking around, our beta waves are activated. When we do something like yoga nidra, we go into alpha waves, and that's when our brain slows down. We can have a relaxed awareness without paying attention, and when we're in that state, more serotonin is released, and that keeps us calm. So sleeping at night's really important. And even like a power nap or a reboot through the day can make a lot of difference. We don't want to be going any more, I would say, than 40 minutes. We don't want to upset our circadian rhythms. You wouldn't have a 2 or 3 hour nap at 6 p.m. in the afternoon or the evening. That would really wreck your sleep in the evening. But being able to be strategic with sleep and rebooting can be really, really helpful. Exercise. It's even better for our brain than it is for our body. So exercise can improve physical, cognitive, and emotional physical functioning. It impacts the neurotransmitters. Physical exercise can increase the levels of norepinephrine, dopamine, and serotonin in the prefrontal cortex and other brain regions. And again, BDNF, which is brain-derived neurotropic factors, it's a protein that helps create new brain cells and new connections as well, and it can help with learning and behavior. Now, breathing and breath work, like I said right at the top, we probably don't appreciate how breathing and breath work is. Like I said, it's the first thing we do when we come into this world, and it's the last thing we do before we leave. So it's really very important. It bookends our life. So if we can understand it better, it's a great advantage for us. So understanding the body and brain chemistry, when we go into that fight, flight, or freeze response, our breathing is impacted. So here's a couple of great strategies. I particularly I love box breathing, and that's a little strategy where you breathe in for 4 seconds, you hold that for 4 seconds, you exhale for 4 seconds. And this is the funny bit. Then you hold that for 4 seconds. And we're kind of not used to doing that holding thing. But it's really, really impactful. If we do 4 or 5 rounds of that, we can sort of have an immediate impact on our breathing and therefore our heart rate. And the Navy SEALs, the US Special Forces, they use box breathing as a strategy. So if it's good enough for them, there's science behind it, it's good enough for me. And I know it works. I have lots of clients that we've talked about it and they've used it in difficult situations and it has made a huge impact. There's another one called 4-7-8 breathing. I actually prefer box breathing because I just think the maths is easier. It can be used in stress. So these strategies can be used when we're feeling stress, but they can also be practiced outside of that stressful situation. So this is when, if we can, what we practice grows stronger. So if we can practice box breathing or 4-7-8 breathing outside of the situation, when we do need to use it, we'll be a lot better at it. So I would typically encourage my people, if they're going to do a minute of mindfulness, do some box breathing while you're doing that. So ultimately, when we can control our breathing, we can better control our thinking. So how do we do that on the whole? As we walk around, we're often breathing, as a society, we're probably breathing a lot more than what we need to. There's some little simple things that we can do. We can slow the rate of our breathing, mindfully. We can do this by inhaling more deeply, taking notice of that. We can also do it by exhaling more deeply, or even longer exhales. So it's really simple strategies that we can do. Next one is mindfulness meditation. And like I said earlier, I really think that mindfulness is the next most important thing to medication. So the first one is being more conscious in the current moment. And mindfulness allows us to be objective of our thoughts and not caught up in them. So particularly if we can be mindful of our thoughts in a non-judgmental way, have some self-compassion. So instead of being triggered by something and saying, oh, I'm really anxious, we could take a step back and think, I'm noticing that I'm feeling fidgety. I'm noticing that my breathing is getting faster. So, it gives us, it's the wedge for awareness. We want to watch for negative self-talk as well, because words, I always say to my clients, words have a lot of power, whether we say them to ourselves or someone else says them to us. We want to be watching for that response and seeing what our brain is telling us to do. And then when we're able to pay attention to our thoughts, our attentional networks and our emotional networks, they both can't be in charge. So if we're able to notice our emotions and turn on our attention, we can be more attentive in the moment and therefore make better decisions. And I have a friend about 30 years ago had told me this saying, and it was a bit of a sleeper for me. It took me a while to sort of really process it, but I understand it a lot better now. The saying goes, it's better to do nothing than to waste time. And if you're like me, you probably thought, well, isn't doing nothing wasting time? But it's not. We can get caught up in a lot of time-wasting behaviors such as doom scrolling or gossiping or just, drifting off into space or whatever. But, if we can have some time of bringing our attention to the current moment and being very intentional, doing nothing, we can have a much better experience moving forwards. Then human connection. Dr. Ned Hallowell, he's a psychiatrist in the US. He talks about connection is the new vitamin C. When we can stimulate oxytocin and serotonin, those are the here and now chemicals. And you can do something as simple as a 6-second hug, of course, when it's appropriate. And that 6-second hug is known to produce more oxytocin, which is that bonding chemical as well. So stress management and self-reflection, also on the internal pharmacy, something like journaling. So you might be writing about 3 new things, like a gratitude exercise, noticing 3 new things every day that you're grateful for. Because when we learn to do that, our brain starts to get rewired for looking for positive things in the environment as opposed to defaulting to the negative and being on alert and being ready to go into fight or flight. So this is a great way of rewiring our brain. The next thing is planning. So I know a lot of people that I work with, they say, I don't like to plan. They think that other people without ADHD don't plan. They actually do. Or they might say, I don't know how I'm going to feel then. I had one lady say, I don't like planning because my plans mock me. And you can see the emotions in that. Another guy said, oh, my plans don't mock me, they judge me. So, what we want to do is get better at it. And we want to, when we plan it, it takes a load off that working memory, which is one of those executive functions. So we want to declutter that working memory. And when we do, when we're doing, things like self-reflection and goal setting, we're actually creating some optimism in our brain, and that stimulates dopamine, and that's about pursuit and moving forwards. So I always say to my clients, it's much easier to hit a target if we can see it. If we have ideas in our brain of things we want to do, we can't see that. We can't see inside our brain. But if we can externalize it, then we can see it, and then we can hit that target and we can pursue it and can feel good about what we're doing. Now, it'd be remiss to not talk about how the impact of hormones in women is part of the ADHD experience. So changes in hormones can impact women across the lifespan. So it can start at puberty, adolescence. It then changes in adulthood. It changes in pregnancy. Then it changes again in perimenopause and menopause as well. So this is why, for some women with ADHD, some weeks are better than others. And this is because estrogen in the first couple of weeks is a cycle. It's plentiful, and serotonin and dopamine travel with estrogen. So the first 2 weeks are okay, things tend to go okay. Then over the next 2 weeks, things tend to get a bit harder as the estrogen decreases, progesterone increases, which means that less estrogen means there's less dopamine available. And I've had many women say to me, look, my medications don't even feel like they're working right now. It can be that significant. And further to that, some years can be better than others as well. So estrogen levels drop by about 65% after about the age of 51 when menopause occurs. So it starts gradually dropping over the next 10 years. And then that reduced estrogen again causes lower serotonin, lower dopamine availability to the brain. As I said before, less estrogen equals less dopamine. It also equals less serotonin. When there's less serotonin is a building block for melatonin, which means that sleep is also interrupted, which is difficult. So now this next slide is called promoting and preserving the neurochemistry. Now, I'm not going to, there's a lot on this slide, so I'm just going to go flick through this pretty quickly. But we have the ability to promote dopamine availability with, taking medications, diet, sleep, and exercise. It's also about motivation. If we're motivated to do something, we set the target, we can be optimistic about it. That creates dopamine availability. We can also, on the flip side, preserve the dopamine that we have. So that might be simple things like shifting time, doing some mindfulness, having a break from something, simplifying tasks, breaking them down. There's hundreds of things that we can do to preserve our natural occurring dopamine. Time management, mind mapping, monitoring, delegating. A lot of people with ADHD tend to be people pleasers. I'd say, yes, I can do it. But then it's hard with it. They don't plan how they're going to do it, and then they get stressed. It's setting alarms. So as we start to put this all together and to wind down, I just want to recap the significance of ADHD and executive functioning. So our executive functions, they're our cognitive or thinking processes. They take place primarily in the front part of our brain, and our executive functions guide our thoughts and our behaviors, and our brain chemistry impacts the accessibility to our executive functions. So again, I just wanted to show, I've created a little script pad. I would love to see the script pad on every general practitioner, every psychiatrist, every psychologist, coach, OTs, anyone that talks to people about their mental health. As non-medical practitioners, we can't prescribe medications, of course, but everyone can prescribe these really simple things from our internal pharmacy. So here they are in that rank order that I went through before. Particularly nutrition, hydration. When people are on ADHD medications, they need to ensure that they're well hydrated because they can be very dehydrating. It's regular, well-planned meals. Two meals a day with 3 different colors of nutrients can make a huge difference. Early sun exposure, getting to sleep on time, exercise, breath work. And when I have this little, my little model here, I leave a couple of extra boxes, and that's not because I've run out of ideas. It's because I want people to put in their own actions that might help them with their own body and brain chemistry or give them that joy. So a good example could be music or art or meeting up with friends. So there are lots of things that we can do. And I understand at the moment that accessibility to medications is difficult in the UK. So in the absence of that, I would never ever say this is instead of. Always use, go with what your medical practitioner is saying. Medications as prescribed are really important. In the absence of that, or supplementary to that, is our internal pharmacy. So as we finish up, when we understand our body and brain chemistry, we have the keys to our internal pharmacy. And I really love this quote from Deepak Chopra. It says, "The brain is an instrument at the service of the mind. You are much more in charge of your biology than you think." So that's it for me. This is who we are. I'm happy to answer any questions. And sort of things that we do is work with individuals, families, high schools, schools, workplaces. As you know, John does couples. He works with uni students. And I'm also talking at the US conference. My topic there is, how do I tell my kids I have ADHD, which is often a big conversation as well. So thank you for that, Henry. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about my internal pharmacy at this conference. No, I can't hear you.
Oh, I've done it again. Like every section so far. I had someone message me saying mic overspill. It caused me into wild panic, particularly, frankly, because I had just gone to the loo. And I had a horrifying feeling that everyone had, accompanied me. They then said, no, it was me. I think they had another tab playing by mistake. So oh my gosh. There's some wonderful comments coming in over the chats. Monica is just a brilliant coach, which is just nice just to see. In this saying, I love this talk. I find it so overwhelming. It's just too good to be true. It's hard to imagine what control feels like. What do you have to say to someone in that place?
It's hard to imagine what control feels like. I mean, I guess that could partly be, when do they get a diagnosis of ADHD? I mean, sometimes if people have had an early diagnosis, they might have some awareness of this. With the later diagnosis, you don't know what's been going on, so it's all been a little bit of a mystery. So that's where mindfulness is so important. I always say to my clients, whatever's happened in the past is good information. We want to move ahead with the best neurochemistry, the best awareness, the best understanding of executive function. So the only moment we have is one in the present.
This lovely question. Who is this lady? This is brilliant. I need to find this video later. Someone replied to Monica Hassel, international coach. You coach people across the world and present on ADHD.
I listen to a lot of podcasts when I do my walk in the morning. So a lot of good information.
And the video you will be able to find later. It's going to be on YouTube. So it will be there for you. I'm just checking the questions. If you've got any questions, do put them into our chat matrix. If you go through to the Q&A platform, go to globaladhd.com. You'll find there's a place to, and I'm going to put it into the chat. You'll find there's a place to add questions. Please do that. And right, so we've got some questions for you, which have been put there. Well done. Who did that? I do try and pull questions from the chat as we've just done.
Oh, great.
But the chat, what other people won't know, and
I can't do two things at once. So
I know, it's very dangerous. What a lot of people don't know is that the chat that we see is consolidated between YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and there's a lot going on. And so it can get lost in the stream. So do try and put it into the into the platform. And I do need to do a shout out for donations. Please consider donating. It's the only way we can do this. Monica is donating her time. None of our speakers are paid. They all do it out of love and wanting to help and change the world for people with ADHD. And Monica, we're very grateful for your time. And she's actually on holiday right now, but she,
we're so happy to be. I feel like my job is to curate good information to people. I don't do any clinical studies, but I like to curate good information for people and hopefully, make some models to make it easier to understand.
I mean, that's a good definition of good coaching right there. Just wonderful and testament to you that you've got that. Right. How much do you feel nature, particularly genetics and nurture, factor into neurochemistry and rewiring the brain? Is it possible for everyone to benefit from these techniques, or do some people require additional support, more time?
Well, it's kind of a big question, but I think what's good for people with ADHD is good for everyone anyway. So, I mean, there's obviously, people, if they're not brought up in a family that values good nutrition, that's going to impact your habits. A lot of this is about habits as well. We know that ADHD is genetically there's underpinned genetically, so there's going to be some part of this, but it is also about the environment. In fact, there's a model that we didn't show tonight because we couldn't show everything, but this is what impacts performance. There is what's happening in your brain impacts your performance, your ability to access your executive functions, the environment, the people in your environment, but also learnt behaviors as well. So they can impact your performance. And remember, ADHD is about the point of performance. And that's why I talk about those executive functions being the framework. And Barclay puts this beautifully. He talks about if we can't do it all in here, we have to engineer the environment. So, and create strategies that help us get outside. That green time is really important for many, many reasons. Exercise helps us breathe. If I go for a morning walk in the morning, I don't go for a walk. I listen to podcasts, so I'm learning. I'm taking pictures of beautiful things and sending them to my daughters and, communicating that way. I'm doing tricep dips. I look crazy when I go for a walk. You wouldn't want to come for a walk with me because you'd be stopping doing tricep dips and learning things. And I stop and do my mindfulness while I'm on my walk as well. So I do a whole lot of things. So it's about, habit stacking as well. A lot of what we talk about is just sort of good habits, but it's remembering to do them. That's where working memory comes into play, and planning them and making time real. So that's probably, I hope I've answered the question.
No, I think you've got, so now you made the terrific mistake of mentioning podcasts, and you've got an inevitable question, which is, are there some you recommend?
Oh, absolutely. ADHD Experts podcast, that's created by, I can't remember the organization in the US, but it's fantastic. There is the neuroscientist Andrew Huberman that I spoke about. I heard him initially on not a neuroscience podcast at all. It's like a business podcast. But Andrew Huberman now has his own podcast series, and it's neuroscience based, and it is fantastic. He has actually done a couple of episodes on ADHD. He didn't really talk about executive functioning, but that's not his specialty. But he has fantastic episodes on how to set up your environment focus. So Andrew Huberman podcast, I highly recommend that. ADHD Experts, highly recommend that. Brendan Mahan in the US, John and I have both been on his podcast. It's called ADHD Essentials. And I'm hoping to make my own podcast later this year. I've got to plan that. So, there's lots of good information out there. And it's free. What I love about podcasts is that you don't have to sit down and read a whole book. You can get a lot of good information in about an hour. So, and audiobooks too, that's another great way to process information. The question is, can you share your slides? They just come in for it. So I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, I'm trying to read the chat.
Yeah, no, you happy for us to share your slides afterwards?
Oh, yes, I'm happy to share my slides afterwards.
Perfect. So we'll put them up onto the, we already have them because we always have a plan A, B strategy on slides.
Navy SEALs always have a plan B.
and plan A being that people share them with us because then they get to control them, and plan B being that I do it and we all get to relive COVID days with next slide, please. And I have ADHD, so my attention wanders and I'm not very good at it. And I have to be reminded. And it's not a good place. I think that's it. We're out of time. You've been absolutely wonderful. I found that a fascinating hour. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for having us. John and I love talking about ADHD. We can't stop talking about it, in fact. So but yeah, thank you so much.
No, well, look, thank you for you've broken your holiday to do this. You're an incredible inspiration and interest, and your idea of your focus on curating great knowledge is a wonderful thing. The comments coming through are absolutely lovely. Like, so I've put some of them up, but we've just had thank you for such a great talk. And I did put them up. So if you rewatch, it was actually partly for you. So when you rewatch, you'll be able to see all those wonderful comments coming in. That's it. Goodbye. Thank you so much. And that's our final link with Australia, I think. So thank you very much. And hopefully see you next time. Goodbye. Thank you. Right, look, do consider donating. Look, we're a charity, we get no money from government, so please consider donating. If you donate right now through using the you can either donate, go to globaladhd.com and click donate, or to adhduk.co.uk and click through to those pages. There was some problems with globaladhd.com working. The domain went down 5 hours before the conference. Exciting times. There's only so much excitement one man can deal with. Monica's talk was wonderful. I thought it was absolutely great, and thank you to her. We've got let me do the bits. So what's coming up next? So we've got ADHD Across Europe with Carola Stivala, which we're very excited about. She's talking about primary research they did about what the situation is about ADHD across Europe. So when we talk about our situation in the UK, and when people talk about situations in different countries, it's incredibly useful to know about what's happening elsewhere. It allows us to show that our country is succeeding or failing, like where it can be better, and learn lessons from each other. It's an incredibly important bit, and they've done extraordinary work there. Following up with that, we've got ADHD New Zealand with Darren Bull, an update there. And then we've got very important, very serious research. It's research the ADHD UK fund into ADHD and suicide risk. Obviously, I need to put out the alert that it is about suicide. The core thing we're trying to understand is what's the difference between someone with ADHD who is struggling and someone with ADHD who's struggling and suicidal. We need to identify those people. We need to get help to those people, and that research has not been done. And that's what this is funding. It is funded through a donation from a parent who lost their child to ADHD and to suicide, and so it's a incredibly impassioned piece. Alison didn't get confetti. I'm so sorry. So confetti only happens when it's on me and we've got the overlay happening. I will go back to me so that we've got that. Otherwise, it just happens. You just get a receipt. It's and it only happens if you go. The confetti only happens if you go using the overlay here. I am going to play a quick coach tip. As you know, we have lots of coaches who work with us for free, right? They provide the support groups. We have 30 support groups every single month. They're all free. So we have I have a big thing around conferences, and a big thing around charities and charity data, like information. I do not think that charities should constrain information based on price. I think we're given money to change the world and change it for everyone, regardless of money. And that's why this conference is free, right? It's free, but donate if you can. And we are so grateful for those that have donated. It's the only way we can do things. We get no money from government. This is how we do it. So your donations drive everything. It matters enormously. Coaches donate with their donate with their money. They donate with their time as well. They provide these support groups. They're all donate if you can, but free. Very important we get that to people. We do corporate events. We have a price for them. I've also recorded it, and it's a video. So it's free, available there on our videos page. It's there. I got distracted by the chat. We will do an update on total. All right, I'm going to play so to donate, go to globaladhd.com and click donate, or or scan the little code on to my corner, and that will give you the opportunity to do confetti. If you do that right now, I'm going to play a little coach tip. It's going to be 42 seconds long, and so if you prime yourself to submit at the end, you'll get confetti. And it's £20, and it's paper confetti, £50, and it's fireworks. We are grateful for all.
Good morning, my name's Claire Knighton, and I'm a coach on the ADHD UK website. I've been an experienced coach for the last 20 years, and I love it, absolutely love coaching, especially people with neurodiversity, because we're all about unlocking those hidden talents and silencing that imposter syndrome that so many people have. And my ADHD tip of the day for you is every Sunday night, sit down with a planner for the week and write down everything that you need to do, but not just the difficult, hard stuff. Make sure you put something in pleasurable at least every day. That should help you.
Great. Right, this is your moment. Should you try and find out? But look, we've got we're going over to Carola Sivler of ADHD Europe. We're incredibly excited to have her, and it's one of our charity contributors, and obviously they represent the whole of Europe. It's a really important group, and we're absolutely thrilled to have them. So welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you've been really enjoying your conference. It really sounds like there were a lot of good speakers. Thank you for having me.
No, well, thank you. Do you want to introduce ADHD Europe? And I'm going to bring up your slides in the background.
Okay, I could also share them if you want, but that's fine.
Okay, yeah, no, ideally, I think if you share them. So, do you want to do that if you can?
Sure.
And so we're at the that start point. I'll take you off. So look, what they're going to be talking about is they've done a primary survey on ADHD in Europe, and it's their own research, and it's a really big deal. And we're excited to be talking about it here today. And and she's just sharing her slides so that we can do that.
Yeah,
okay, I'm going to bring her back.
To figure out how to get it. I think it is.
I will do it. I will do it for you. So, do you want to do your introduction? I'll bring up the slides my end.
Yes. Okay. So I'll start with telling you a little bit about myself. Carola Stivala. I was born in Malta, and I lived and was educated in the Netherlands. I went back to live in Malta in about 2001, and I found out through raising a family that we have ADHD in the family. So I got involved with the local family sport organization, ADHD Malta, and worked with them on the committee, became secretary, became vice president, and was really motivated to help the local ADHD community. So from being involved in that, I also joined the board of ADHD Europe in 2018. And there we looked at what was going on inside Europe, because ADHD Europe represents all the Europeans in the area and advocates on behalf of them for their rights to have equal access to diagnosis and treatment. And we're basically a platform for all the different countries to come together, share information, and collaborate, help with research for the European community. Although our number fluctuates a bit, but more or less we represent 29 national and regional ADHD organizations, including from the UK, quite a few. The website, as you can see, is adhdeurope.eu, and here is the email in case you would like to reach out to us. We always recommend that people become members of their national organization, but if you do want to join us, even as professionals, to show that you care about ADHD in this area, please do look at our website. If you'd like to go on to the next slide. Okay, so ADHD Europe had already in 2019 and 2011 done some surveys to kind of figure out what the situation was, both from the countries that we know more about, so like the UK, but also figuring out what was going on with all their members. And in 2020, when there was COVID, we put together a new report. The whole report is about 55 pages, so I'm not going to share that. I'm going to be looking at about 20 slides to share with you, but it is freely available on the ADHD Europe website. You can download it as a PDF and look at all the country profiles. Okay, next slide. You've seen the title? Yes. So the countries and the members that took part were 22 members from 19 countries. Just to make sure we know which ones: Belgium, Croatia, Cyprus, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Luxembourg, Malta, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, the Netherlands, 2 organizations, and the UK, 3 organizations. Next slide. So the aim was to figure out what was happening in 2020, what the situation was, and we updated the questions by reviewing them with the board and our professional board. At first, we started using Word documents, then we went over to Google Forms so that we could use charts and graphs, which is what I'm going to be showing you. Now, there are limitations because the information is, of course, based on what the patient organizations, the support organizations were giving us, also regarding their health systems and regarding the pharmaceutical situation. Next slide. Okay, so we started out with some basic questions to give ourselves an idea, and an important one was, does your country have a national guideline for ADHD diagnosis and medication and treatment for children and adults? Quite a few countries said yes. However, there are some that did not have a policy yet or hadn't put it in place yet. That was the case with Sweden, but I think it's now in place. And for some, it wasn't there yet, namely Italy, Greece, Croatia, Luxembourg, Malta, Hungary, Cyprus, and Slovenia. We are referring to a national policy in the sense that it would be available to the public and to the professionals, so not only a professionals guideline. And the importance of this national guideline is that there is a standard of care that is agreed upon in that country. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. The second question was, if your country does not have a national guideline, is there a standard process for ADHD diagnosis, medication, and treatment in the national and the private health services? As you can see, there was a large chunk for who it was not applicable, and maybe a bit of an overlap with the mixed feedback. But unfortunately, we see that almost 40% are saying that they receive mixed feedback, or they feel that not a standard procedure is being followed. So for from the respondents, the additional information was also that in their country, there might be a history of a psychoanalytical approach and a lot of stigma still about ADHD. Next slide. Does your country have national health services for the diagnosis, medication, and treatment for children and adults? Here, a majority say that they do. However, in France, Italy, and Cyprus, the member countries mention that they only cater for under 18. Next slide. Does your country have private health services? So these are non-governmental, and most of the time people have to pay extra for those. And in all countries, those are available. Unfortunately, the fact that people have to pay for these services means that they could be a stumbling block. We asked what the range of prices were for these services, and they mentioned from 300 to 1,000 euros, which really could be a stumbling block for certain people. and also because it might not be available in all the different areas in a country. The reasons why people might go to private health services is because they have shorter waiting lists, or there might be really specific specialists that you'd like to speak to. And you could maybe have more frequent appointments or a better location and timing according to your liking compared to what the government might be offering. Thank you. Next slide. Who can diagnose a child? In some countries, well, let's look at the figures first, actually. So here you can see that it's mainly the psychiatrists, but also a large overlap with the other professionals. See that by the percentages, and this is a tally, so not everything is for each country. Now, in the NICE guidelines and from the UK, there is the recommendation that assessments should be done by a multidisciplinary team. But unfortunately, in quite a few countries, it is more like a chain. So the family doctor would refer you to a psychologist, who, when after diagnosis, would refer you to a psychiatrist for treatment options, and then the psychiatrist would tell you to go for your monthly prescriptions to the family doctor, and then only have a monitoring visit every 6 to 12 months. But again, there was a large variety of how this is approached. In some countries, there are clinics. In other countries, there are really tight working local treatment centers that are more like normal health related. Some are specific for mental health, a variety of circumstances. Next slide. Who can diagnose an adult? Here we see that the majority is diagnosed by the psychiatrist, quite a few also by psychologists and neurologists. Really depends on who is authorized in the particular country. They might also work together. However, we know that, and we have to understand that when we're looking at the diagnosis rates, it's also only in the past decade that there has been more understanding of ADHD being a lifelong condition, and the symptoms possibly start in childhood and might continue for about 70% of those diagnosed. But because not much was known about ADHD in the 80s, in the 90s, a lot of older adults are coming for a diagnosis, and they do have a bit of a different path than the children who are newly diagnosed currently. Over the last decade as well, there has been more interest in ADHD in women in particular, looking at their hormone levels that might change also during pregnancy and during different stages of their life. These effects could actually also influence their medication efficiency, and therefore it warrants interest from the specialists and from research perspective. Another interesting research point was this transition from youths until adults. And so we're talking really the ages when they're going from 17, 18 to about 24, when they're changing from schooling to working and establishing families and becoming, career focused. There might be issues with early school leaving problems, where there's very little research about ADHD and that topic. Also any kind of smoking or other substance use, sleep and employment or underemployment. So these were things that were looked at in the most recent decade more than any other time. And let's remember as well that in the countries where these national guidelines are not in place, it means that cultural stigma can persist, and specialists in the field who are diagnosing adults when there's no national guideline in place can therefore still not be held accountable for a certain standard of patient care, and they might not be keeping up to date with the latest research about ADHD or medications in the field. Okay, next slide. All right. Which diagnostic tests and tools are used for children? Multiple answers were accepted here, and so you do have a bit of a tally. Here, the CPI, it stands for the clinical personal interview. So that's not a specific test, but it always is a part of the process. So the process is normally an interview together with the parents, feedback in the manner of rating scales from schools, and maybe a specific test, sometimes an ADOS to see if there's any autism traits. The WISC is often used for attention and speed of replies. All the different tests have their own benefits, and a multiple are used. This other category is actually that they're using some of these scales in their own languages. So in French, in Spanish, there are many of the former English tests that are now been translated. And I believe even the DIVA have now introduced a children's DIVA, which is also translatable in many languages. So these are a bit the tests and the tools that are used. Next slide. Here we see which ones are used for adults. Again, the process is that you would have the adults going to a psychologist for a clinical patient interview, they call it. They do rating scales. They look at old school records or any other job performance reviews, anything else that might be providing information that ADHD has been causing certain obstacles, and assessing how it influences the person. Here we see that this DIVA test is this one is also a self-rating scale. These are all available on the internet that people can fill in themselves and take along with them to a first interview with a psychologist. Normally you would go to a doctor and then be referred, and therefore it's very important that your doctor is really up to date with information about ADHD, and you have a bit of an insight in which tools are used for adults. One more thing, that during the last decade, of course, the DSM-5, which is a tool for specialists, has been updated, and also the international one, the ICD-11, came out. So that is also something that really influenced this decade. Next slide, please. Okay, which professionals can actually prescribe medication for children? This was different in the countries, going back again to that multidisciplinary team. However, it's really predominantly the psychiatrists that have the authority to prescribe, and then they work together. I'm sorry, they're doing some works in the area. I hope you're not hearing the building noises. Sorry about that. So what I'd like to add to this one about the children, the multidisciplinary teams are not always in place in different countries, but another difference that I came across was the so-called prescribing nurse. So in, I think it is Sweden, in the UK, there might be some in the Netherlands as well. They have been trained to actually know how to prescribe and how to talk with families about issues that they're having when they're starting to figure out which medication is good, and the titration, they call it, which medication, the dosage, and any issues that they might come across. They could do that actually with a prescribing nurse, which is a great thing. And also, which is an issue regarding the medications, that in some countries they have a very digitalized system. So the psychiatrist just sends an electronic message to the pharmacy, allowing the parent to collect the medicine for 6 months in a row, or sends a message to the doctor. But in other countries, you need to have about 5 different pieces of paper, your ID card, a monthly note from the doctor, and all these other papers in order to collect this medicine. Yes, all right, next slide. Here we can see it also for adults. And the most of the children's medication was often covered by the government in their health system. However, for the adults, it's a very different picture on getting their diagnosis and their medication paid. It might be completely at the cost of the person. It could be partially covered. It can be completely at their own cost. If you'd like more information about that, I'd refer you to the country profiles in the back of the full report, and that can give you a look. Regarding the figures here, as you can see, it's predominantly the psychiatrists, and that's all about that. All right, next slide. Are there any differences between the private and national health services in what they prescribe? So here we're checking whether there is the inclination to really prescribe the best medicine for the patient. And predominantly, the people will say that they don't think there is a difference, or they don't really know if there is a difference. And there's really a low amount of people who say, like, well, we think there is a difference. And that might be because private, really specialized ADHD doctors in the private health sector, they might be really knowledgeable, and more problem cases would go to visit those doctors. So it's an interesting view. All right, next question. Are there any complaints procedures for any side effects in the public health system? Normally in countries, and here you see a large percentage saying that there is a site where they go to their family doctor, or they have a national website where they can mention that they're having issues. And this is regarding serious side effects. What happened during the last decade, though, and that is very good to remember, that of course a lot of things were put online through the government. There's an online system for things, and also generic medications. So before we had only certain brands, certain registered brands that were sold, and a lot of generic different companies were allowed to come on the market. And so when people go to collect their medicine, they might get a different brand than another time. And so if a child would all of a sudden start to complain about having stomach ache, they would go to their doctor, but their doctor is not really familiar with this brand. And sometimes even the specialists are not aware of which new medications are going around in the pharmaceutical area. It really depends if they are involved, or if even the patients are involved in, providing feedback, providing information about side effects, and knowing what the medications are in the health system. Thank you. Next slide. So this one is comes with a little bit of an introduction. So as ADHD Europe, and I think most sports organizations, we really promote a multimodal treatment plan. But we do feel that if your specialist refers you for medication, you should really give that a try. Now, medication is therefore a really important tool for the patient and for the specialist in their treatment options toolbox, to ensure that really you find the best treatment for children and adults so that they can live their best life and achieve their goals. You're seeing an overview here as a tally of which medicines are available in which country. However, it really does not mean that all the medicines are in all countries. You have to look at the country profiles. In some countries, such as Greece and Cyprus and Italy, Hungary, there are very, very few, especially in the Mediterranean area. There might be only 3-4 medications that are available. Here you see the MPH stands for methylphenidate, and the S stands for short-acting. You have certain brands that we mentioned, and the generic form, so the other new brands that have come on the market. You have the long-acting, of certain brands, and then you have other medications where here we've put the full names. And these, for example, these are the stimulants and these are the non-stimulants. And for example, for this particular substance, you would need to take it for a longer period of time before you could actually notice an effect for the patient. And some medications are used more when there are issues regarding aggression, and others are used more when there is also anxiety and depression. So some of the countries did not give us any medical feedback, and some we also went to look online. However, it gives us a bit of an overview on which medications and what there is over the whole region. Now, important to mention that there is very little information, public information, and even research about how these generic brands are compared to the branded options, how they are doing in the market, because we would assume that now it's been 5-6 years that definitely they have been rolled out, and most of the time it's the national government who is using now the generic brands instead of the brand options that they did before because of price and because of EU regulations. We've heard, especially after COVID, out of stock issues, even from countries such as the Netherlands and Iceland, but especially in the Mediterranean area, Hungary, Luxembourg. We often hear that the medication is regularly out of stock, and that could be really detrimental, especially to children and youths who are doing their exams, for adults who are at work, or for adults who are taking these longer acting medications. So that's very unfortunate. Again, I refer you to the country profiles, and I'm sorry about the noise. Yes?
Don't worry. So we've had some questions. We have a question actually asking, so at the moment in the UK, there's a very significant medication problem. There's a national patient alert around the fact that a large amount of ADHD medication is not going to be available. Someone asks, are you aware, is that happening across Europe or is that UK only? Your knowledge?
It really is in different locations at different times. First of all, we have to remember that all these medications are very strictly monitored. So when it leaves the producer, it's often, transported over land, over sea. We're talking about islands, we're talking about rural areas. And of course, a lot of them go to the UK first and then are shipped also into Europe after that. So that creates complications. We're seeing a lot of those countries.
What you're saying, though, which is I think quite important, because there aren't very many suppliers, and so what's
now
happening
there are more.
here?
And some countries have their own suppliers. So if you look at, say, Iceland, I think, and Sweden, and some of the other Norwegian countries, and especially the Netherlands, where I know it for sure, they can make their own medications as long as they have the ingredients. So that really, disperses the problem a bit, but it has been in all countries an issue, and I've heard that from America in similar manner. And you can see online sometimes how people are advising each other how to skip medication in the weekends if they can, so that they stock up and they keep some extra for their exam periods. It really shows you that there's not a really good stock keeping system, but we have to keep in mind supply system problems during COVID.
No, I did a terrible thing. I interrupted you. We're short on time.
I'm really only 2 more slides and you've got everything covered.
Here you go.
Yes. Okay, because look, here are the conclusions. We have positive trends that when we look back at the last decade, truly, I apologize for my neighbor. The positive trends, there are a number of countries where the national guidelines have increased and there are more medication brands and generic medications available. However, and another positive, that there's also more specialist awareness about ADHD in adults, ADHD in women, and the lifelong condition of ADHD. But the negative trends of long waiting lists and lack of adequate national health services for adults, or maybe they could make family centers, those are not in place yet. There's a need for more research about the differences between the branded and the generic medication, and there has to be more access to a variety of medication, especially for the smaller countries and the islands. And we really need to have also the specialists advocating for us. So do ask your specialist. And this really is also a call to action for all of us to be an advocate, to promote the rights of everyone with ADHD, and see what you can do to support it. The survey really gives you a clear overview of this ideal of wherever you're living in the European area. Having ADHD, child or adult, is really not the same standard of care medication. In the last decade, we've seen many people moving from the UK to all different countries. In Malta, we have a large, foreign community. I think most countries can claim to have that. So our resource is really convenient for those who are moving from country to country. But I do hope that it has given you a bit of an insight on what's happening in the European area. If you want to talk about it, have questions, please get in touch. If you can show the last slide, I can show you, again, the website where you can find the reports. It's free. And you can send us any emails that you'd like on this email address. So thank you very, very much. And I hope that you've enjoyed this. Also, I really would like to end with a shout out to Australia and New Zealand, because they have really taken huge steps also in the last 2 years. They've made wonderful resources. We watch what they're doing. They made this lovely poster with terminology, how to talk about ADHD and how we can use that information in the media. There's still a lot of stigma, I think, worldwide, and I hope this conference helps to reduce that and change it. And I'd like to shout out particularly to all the professionals who have been very supportive of their patients. And again, I think, we have to be grateful for the support we get, but we also have to advocate, each of us in our own way. Thank you very much, and I do wish you a lovely conference.
No, well, look, you've been wonderful. And obviously, look, we're on a very, very parallel mission, which is that we're looking to use the information of different countries, different places to rise everyone up. Right, that's our goal. We take the best and go, look, this is what's happening here. You should look at that, and it's a much easier conversation to have when you can say, like, others are doing this and you're not. Certainly, when you were talking about, one of the slides that really jumped out at me was the countries where you can only get a child diagnosis of ADHD, what people won't know, that in the UK, we only recognise ADHD in children in the year 2000 and adults in 2008. We were in that same place. And my understanding from how that 2008 happened was it was a court challenge. A child, like presumably the parents of a child and then the child themselves were turning 18. They were like, well, I'm 17 and 11 months and 30 days. And what you're saying to me is that this medication is really, really beneficial for me and making a big difference in my life. But as soon as I go over that day, it's not. And you, as the NHS and the prescriber, have put a limit to mean that I don't have choice here. Like, you're saying, no, yeah, work yesterday, not today. And that's clearly ludicrous. And but that's how it was a fight. It wasn't easily given. And yeah, so these battles that we're doing across, and I talked with someone in one of those countries. They were brought up in the UK, and in that country they do accept ADHD in adults, but only if you're diagnosed as a child. And this person's looking them in the eye going, yeah, I obviously, where in this country, clearly your education system is perfect in picking up, which is a pretty bold assumption. But even if it was, I wasn't here. So what are you talking about? Like, I had to have been picked up as a child, but I wasn't in a place where I could be picked up. Like, but that was it. Case closed. Like, and those challenges are just enormous.
Yes, we have to remain advocates. We have to do it on the, talk about ADHD, make people understand that it's a very common diagnosis, very treatable, really positive outlook, lots of different, lots more information out there, and valid, scientific, evidence-based information that really makes it possible to in your local environment, on your national level. We need to advocate. We need to get our message across, have it in the media, and not have people stigmatize it and make it sound like we're only looking for medication and medicine is the magic bullet. We should all know better by now.
Yeah, there was a recent news article which personally got removed, frankly, where it referred to the medication as slow-release cocaine. Great.
There are still, unfortunately, people who look at only having that treatment option, and we should all know that, multimodal, making sure you're balanced in life, that you're working towards your goals, sleeping well, getting all the support you need, that plus medication if your specialist advises it. You might have to try out different medications. You might take medication breaks now and then. It is all working towards this, the best care for the patient, the best care for the person.
And all done with your specialist medical provider. You've obviously got to put in the disclaimer that no medical advice, go to your specialist. But obviously that understanding of what those choices look like is a really useful thing so that you can have a more informed conversation. You've been wonderful. We've got to move on. We've got New Zealand, Darren Bull from New Zealand coming up. I need to say goodbye. Good luck. Good luck with your neighbours' noise, like the building work. I hope it doesn't last a long time.
Sorry about that.
C'est la vie. I did a pre-record and with Rory of 1 Year No Beer, and they've never done it before. But a neighbouring sports centre had a drum event. Like, kid you not, full-on drum event. Yeah. It's like, oh, you couldn't make it up. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for being part of this. It's a big deal for us, and it makes it's a wonderful thing. Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks.
Right, I have news. Right, we've got coming up Darren Bull, ADHD New Zealand, and then our very, very important on ADHD and suicide risk, followed by me doing a conference close wrap-up. And we've had some questions around ambassadors and around getting involved. I am going to be talking to those points in the conference close. Confetti! Hello, thank you very much. That's Rust Reloaded donating £20. That is wonderful. Now, I have pretty serious news. So there are two ways to donate. You donate through the platform, globaladhd.com, go to the donate button, if that's, or go to ADHD UK, click through to the conference page and do it. Also, you can do it through here and you'll get confetti if you do £20, fireworks if you do £50, and that's just a little way to celebrate you. During that, in one of the periods where I did not click forward on the slide in an efficient and proper manner, I did the totals. We have raised £8,300, which I possibly nearly like when I welled up, if I'm honest, and I was a bit worried whether or not I'd be able to talk to it. It's an epic amount of money. It's a big deal for us. I mean, it's a big deal. It's we have no government funds. Like, we really, these donation fundraising, it's what matters. We can't do anything without, and everything requires so much time and energy and money, and it just can't do it. And it's difficult. People don't want to shake a tin for ADHD. They don't want to do a race. And those who do are very brave. And it's a part of advocating. It's very important. Going out and saying ADHD is important and needs money. And these donations are incredible, incredible. So do consider donating. I've been persuaded by other members of the team that we should put in a stretch goal of £10,000. So we are grateful for what we've got. As well, but if we got to 5 figures, that would be something else. And then I'll have to try not to cry on a live broadcast. it's wonderful. Thank you so much. Means the world. Thank you. Right. We are going over to ADHD New Zealand. This is an interview I've done with Durham Bull. Durham, they were integral to the first global ADHD conference. We talked to people and said, will you do it? And they just climbed and said yes. And they were amazing. They have had massive issues. So the government has decided to prioritise different things and has removed any funding they had. And at the same time, they are wildly changing ADHD in New Zealand. They did an incredible thing. They got the chief of police in New Zealand to meet the head of their equivalent to the NHS, and the chief of police said, I am arresting people because of your failure. Your failure to diagnose people as children, as adults, to get them support is meaning that they are falling out of education, they are falling out of jobs, they are falling into crime, and I'm arresting them because of your failure. And we must change that. New Zealand also has one of the highest young suicide rates in the world, in the Western world, and I believe it is the highest for young, or top three for young men and young women. They recognise that one of the reasons is because of undiagnosed ADHD, and needing to change that as a way to change and take that statistic away and save those lives. And so they are doing that, which is a wonderful, really important work. But it costs time, money, and so they've had real trouble. So that is why they're not in such a place doing this this time, because they couldn't. It just shows you the knife edge we live on. Right. Now I'm going to do a LinkedIn handover. So I'm going to start this video. It has a little bit of a swirl at the start. LinkedIn people, the fine people of LinkedIn will only allow us to live broadcast for 4 hours. We are at 4 hours and 10 minutes. So there clearly is a little bit of a buffer. I forgot to do it earlier, so I'm doing it now. So you're going to get dropped, but just stay and you'll see it pop up again momentarily later. Okay. Right. Over to ADHD New Zealand. Or not. Darren, welcome. It's been a year since we did this last time. It's the big, time's flown. The big question. So how's your year been?
Hi, Henry, and thanks for having us back. How has the year been for ADHD New Zealand? Well, we've had some big accomplishments, and because of those, we have a resource issue, as I guess many not-for-profits do at the moment. The highlight for us is we worked with the APTA, the Australian ADHD Professionals Association, and we brought 2 world-leading experts over to New Zealand in March, and they ran a lecture series. More importantly, they have the latest guidelines for how to treat, assess, and assist those with ADHD. It's an amazing piece of work which took them years. So we brought them over, and the outcome of it, after they talked to government, all of the ministries that were relevant, as well as all the medical colleges, is there's an agreement to start the process to adapting the Australian guidelines, which for New Zealand is a huge step. Huge step. And it might take us a couple of years, but that means in Australasia we've aligned practices.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. So the Australian ones are based on the British ones, but significantly more detailed and built up. Then you've done work to then evolve them again. And I think at some point our hope is to take them back again to help evolve the UK ones, because the NICE guidelines are now a little old, but in, say, Scotland, there are no guidelines. So they had some guidelines, and then they decided they were too old, so they abandoned those, so now they have none. So the importance of these things cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, agree. I mean, in New Zealand, on the Ministry of Health, all they have on their website is a link to the World Health Organization's definition of ADHD, which is just it's just not helpful, more in the hopeless
Wow.
category. So this is a big step. This is a really big step. And the fact that we don't have to spend 4 or 5 years creating them and can just build on the Australian guidelines is enormous.
That's great. It's great work.
Yeah.
And what else has been going on?
There's probably 2 other key things we've looked at for this year. The first, a bit of a governance review, and what we've done is realize we want to make sure that we represent our community. So we've set up a lived experience group, and they will have 2 seats on our board once their review has finished. And the amazing thing for us was just one ad about what we want to do. For 10 positions, I think we got nearly 36 applications, and they're amazing. So this is going to be our connection. It gives us a sounding board. We're able to better represent our community, which is spread throughout New Zealand. The second step, and it hasn't gone as fast as we've liked, is we've set up a combined research body with Auckland University. One aspect of ADHD in New Zealand is that most of the research is done overseas. So we don't have a Aotearoa New Zealand view of ADHD. And it's really important that we start to get that. So with the Auckland University School of Medicine population studies, we're going to be able to create that. And actually the other thing I'll add is, one thing is we get asked to help with research all the time, and which is great, masters and PhD thesis, and sometimes they cover the same topic. So the idea of this research body is also to connect the dots and get researchers talking to each other as well. So that's sort of the key highlights for the year. I have to admit, a low light is getting the guidelines through, working through the bureaucracy. That's our health sector, has cost us a lot of money. This is not funded, so we have to drive that work ourselves. And so we're well and truly into reserves and making cutbacks, but sometimes when it's important, it's time to focus.
What was how have you had to, so people understand? Because people lobbying for change and making a difference, like it's hard. It takes a lot of effort. So you're happy to sort of share how the sort of where you've had to spend resource and
there's a saying in New Zealand that I learned: if you want to get social change, you need 500 cups of coffee. So when we started on this journey to get the change we needed 3 years ago, we started recording the cups of coffee. And about coffee number 282, that's when we actually had the Minister of Health saying, okay, I see what you're doing. We need to talk about this. Now we're up to about coffee number 410. And in some ways, we've made a lot of progress, and in some ways, we haven't. We just need to still keep having those conversations and meetings. We need to keep making sure that it's at top of mind and progressing it. And unfortunately, our Ministry of Health, which is known as Te Whara Ora, won't fund the work, though they agreed to the guidelines. They agreed to the work being done as long as they don't have to pay for it, which is disappointing. So we've had to step up and fund that ourselves. We've had a CEO / program manager drive it, and this is where it's become enormously expensive. The good news is we are making progress, so it hasn't stopped. The not so good news is some of the things we used to do, we've had to make cutbacks or cut back on hours on most of our team, which sounds like we've got a huge team. We really only have 2 half-time FTE and a contractor, so we've had to cut hours and we have to cut back expenditure everywhere. And I keep saying we've got 3 months of money left before we're no more, or I think we're up to about 4 months now. So we're making progress.
Nice. Yeah, the time, I love that analogy of 500 coffees. I actually particularly love the fact you've actually recorded them. And obviously what you're talking about is the coffee as a meeting. It's sitting down with someone, having a coffee, and talking with them. And that changed, taking a lot of time to make happen. And the effort is enormous. And you've done extraordinary strides in New Zealand.
Yeah, thanks. I think the key to it is we've done regular surveys. We're about to start our 4th and 5th surveys. and to actually able to go to government and these bodies and say things like current waiting time to see a specialist is 9 months. Depression is an issue for 50 to 60% of our members. And most people, when they're trying to see a specialist, a third, just look to give up. And in those situations, when you've got those facts, even if it's just a survey, not a scientific-based research program, is enough to hopefully, get us in the door.
That's that's a question we've not looked at actually. The look to give up. We have a huge issue at the moment. There's a pilot happening in the York area, which is significantly stopping people going and getting an assessment. So they have to do a thing called the Do It Profiler. And initially, when launched, you had to meet one of three criteria, one of which was you risk of taking your own life, risk of harm to others, or you're in family court, risk of having your family broken up. There's been some erosion, but it's still like 90% of people get removed. And that point around people giving up, they're in trouble, they're struggling, and you're asking them to jump this hurdle. I don't think that's a question we've pushed on. Actually, we should. I think and that's actually a really good example. So something else has been happening over this period. So one of the aims of the global conference is to bring together the charities, ADHD charities across the world, for us to essentially, in the nicest possible way, steal each other's best ideas, and talk through.
Definitely.
Darren and I have been meeting every month and talking through. I'm just about to now going to steal that idea. I think that's something we should be doing. We've not been doing annual surveys. I think we should. I think it's a really great idea. But and then on the flip side, I think you've been taken so we've got a workplace. We've got a pack for someone with ADHD to give to their boss, and that was something you learned about. And basically, we're like, I would like that. So we sent you the original documents in editable form, which I believe you're now using it, which is a wonderful thing.
And I think this is the most important thing. Technology enables the power of ADHD to be turned on, enables us to connect, because it's really interesting across the world. These different ADHD community bodies are at different stages, but they all have the same problem. So if we all power each other on, watch out, is what I can say to government. Yeah.
Absolutely. And some of the challenges also in the populations, like the challenge of late diagnosis, challenge of women and girls, diagnosis, challenge of inattentive not being picked up, challenge of what's a good workplace adjustment, what can be done, should be done. All of those things are things we all share.
Totally. And it's just small ideas. I mean, the workplace idea, or the work that you did there, is really, really simple. So I have to admit, in my real life, I work and I've set up a neurodiversity group of about 25 people, half of which are ADHD, and that's the material we're using. And it's changing FMG, the company I work for, and it's, again, simple things. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's absolutely fantastic to hear. Yeah, it is fantastic. And it's a big part of what this is our aim. And Darren, you and I, right, we did a lot of work. Like the second one's hard work. The first one was out, like, actually, to be honest, the second one is outrageously hard work. The first one is just outrageous plus outrageous plus it was just extraordinary. We had and so it's been wonderful watching our group grow, right? And I think connections directly through you. We now have ADHD Australia involved. We have ADHD Hong Kong called Unlocking ADHD, ADHD Hong Kong, and in more our side of the world, ADHD Europe, and I mean that was our original plan, like it building up, and that's been great to see.
Yeah. Look,
Um,
don't want to take too much credit, Henry. It's your vision and your passion that has driven this conference, and it's going to become bigger and bigger. And I only wish we could be more involved this year, but it's amazing, simply amazing. So nice work.
Yeah, well, we've been building this together. Yeah, I'm talking about that. So yeah, we are. So last year, in terms of pre-registrations, I think we're about 3,000. This year it's over 5,000, and
Yep.
we're at over 90 countries. Last year was about just over 50.
Brilliant. It's just
And
brilliant.
I think officially over half the global countries. I think it's about 100. Someone will correct me on that. Like, don't do it. Okay, I'm not saying that. Broadly
Yep.
around. What's the plan for next year? That's because obviously it's pretty tough right now, so it's hard to look forward. What's your hope?
The plan for next year, first of all, we want to be a fully enabled participant in this conference. And, I think having to watch where your money goes has enabled us to be more focused, and has enabled our community to stand up and say, do you guys need some help? Why didn't you ask? It's not uncommon now that we get random donations of $4,000 or $5,000 a month. So we're becoming a bit more financial stable. Now, of course, when someone contacts you and says, can you please give us your bank account number because we're going to donate $5,000, we generally say, yeah, sure, right. We've seen this before. And there was a situation where it took 6 weeks and involved someone's solicitor to actually contact us to say this donation is real. But we are starting to get the money in, and I'm hoping it will continue to grow. Now, what that is going to empower is probably 3 or 4 different things. The first is continuing the work of getting the guidelines and getting the assessment issues solved. And there's going to be a dramatic change, hopefully announced next year, which will open up other medical professionals and their ability to diagnose and manage ADHD.
What's the situation now? Who can do it?
Currently, only psychiatrists can diagnose and prescribe medication, and psychologists are able to diagnose, and pediatricians for children. So we're looking to build medical communities which can involve the GPs. And they'll be fully trained, and the idea is those who really need the help can go to the specialists. That's a big breakthrough. So hopefully next year we'll get that agreed. All of the colleges and the Ministry of Health and Te Whara Ora agree in principle. We've just got to work through the detail. The second area we're continuing to work on is education. So this year, one of our highlights, which I should have mentioned, is we've launched training modules for primary and secondary schools. They're on our website, adhd.org.nz. They are free. And I just want to shout out to the Sutherland Trust for funding that. Look, it is in a New Zealand education regime, but I think there's a lot of tools in that could help. As part of our work, we did a lot of design thinking research in terms of talking what teachers in the classroom actually need, as well as parents and students. So it's very practical.
That's fantastic. That's very important.
Yeah. And, there's another lesson we learned through this year, is we started working with other neurodiverse organizations, and there's the Neurodiversity Education Coalition, which involves dyslexia, learning difficulties New Zealand, as well as Autism New Zealand, and working together powers us. And what I would encourage ADHD not-for-profits to do is look for allies. Because at the moment, or go back a couple of years, everyone was knocking on government's door. And when you get together, you can be quite empowering, and the government was more likely to listen. Then the final thing is
just run
really
into some issues here where we've had some comments.
It's,
leading politician.
Sometimes I wonder why working for neurodiversity community is a competitive sport. That's what it feels like sometimes. And really, we've all got the same aims and ambitions. So I'm not saying that's easy to
Yeah.
do, but it's, yeah.
But that sounds like a great education resource, and that's definitely also something we're keen on. I'm definitely going to be talking to you and asking about it. I think that thing you're talking about, the GPs, so being able to diagnose, it's a really interesting point. We have huge issues here with where it's an audit, like it's a very interesting question. So at the moment it was psychiatrists can diagnose and prescribe, psychologists diagnose. You then have specialist prescribers, which can be a specialist nurse, can be a specialist pharmacist. And it is an oddity, actually, the GPs can't, like in our group. It's something for us to seriously think about.
And it turns out, and the peculiarities of the New Zealand health sector is, about 10 years ago, the Ministry of Health set up a trial where GPs and special nurses work together under the supervision of a psychiatrist to diagnose and support those with ADHD. And it turns out that trial's been going for 10 years and has been highly successful. And has been and was forgotten about. It was only supposed to go for 2 years, and as it worked, they just continued with it, and effectively the health system forgot about it. So as we move towards it, we do have some experience in it, which I think is amazing.
That is amazing. Also, it's like, amazing to have a forgotten trial. It's like, it's
it's the health, that's bureaucracy for you.
And I interrupted you, and now I may have ADHD derailed you. So, like, you had three things you were talking about.
Look, while the first two things, education and health, I've talked about, we're constantly looking to connect and provide outlets for our community. So in Wellington, for example, we run a Lego/Minecraft group, which is highly successful. And in Auckland, we run basketball, which is, we've run it for 7 to 8 years, and it's only just starting to get noticed. And what that is for all neurodiversity children, and it shows you how important sport is. And if you're in a safe environment, how successful everything can be. And what is really interesting for us is people told us we couldn't do it because ADHD children and autism children can have emotional outbursts and they can run away and things like that. So in 7 years, we haven't had a single issue. And so we've confirmed a new sponsor. So we currently have 40 children on our program. We're looking to roll that out nationwide, and that would be huge. For reasons we don't understand, University of Texas sent some researchers over to, they've heard about the program, and they came over to see what actually happened, and which was highly successful. But that's helped to get the news about what we've achieved with the program out. Now, the kind of odd thing for us, where each program we run 2 1-hour sessions with 20 kids. And they sent about 30 researchers over. So I was expecting 2. Obviously, they have much bigger budgets in university over there than here. So we're expecting 2 researchers, and they had a busload of researchers turn up. But that's helped get the news out. And underpinning that is we've been involved in a podcast as well, which had a whole section on basketball. So we're hoping to be able to expand. And what it shows, it doesn't have to be basketball. It just has to be activities. And if kids feel safe, they feel like they can belong and they're accepted, then their parents can relax. And then the next thing you know, everyone's successful. The highlight for me, we've actually moved cities, me and my wife. So we used to go and we ran it. Is when a parent goes, "Oh, what do I do?" And then we say, "Well, you can just go out for coffee if you like. We're fine." And it's their big moment when they realize that nothing's a problem. Yeah, so we're hoping to roll out more of those.
And what do you think is the reason why it works? Like,
it's acceptance and belonging. So if your ADHD brain says you don't want to line up and you want to go off and shoot some hoops somewhere else, that's fine. That's no big deal. But in effect, the structure and predictability of each course, so we change activities every 5 minutes, and the most amazing coaches you've ever found, means that the kids actually are quite happy to line up and they're quite happy to learn skills. And we've got children who would spend the first month just sitting in a corner refusing to do anything. And there's one particular boy, 2 years later, he's representing a school in basketball just because we took the time. So sport's really important. Activities are really important. If you feel like you're accepted and you feel like you belong, that you're with your tribe, it's just brilliant.
That actually sounds beautiful. Right.
Yeah,
and
it does.
I can see that what jumps out at me is that the likelihood that you talked about, like you're in your tribe, like, so you don't need to mask, like the kid doesn't need to mask, not trying to use all this energy trying to like look and conform, and also not having the sword of Damocles that if you do fail to conform, that you're not going to get in a huge amount of trouble. There's going to be big problems for you and for the parents often, which you talked about, parents being able to relax. And so that combination of like not having to use your energy on masking, not having to have that fear of that sword of Damocles coming down, and that discipline being pushed down on something that potentially is not a big deal, and but it's very difficult for you. I can see that being huge.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
That sounds wonderful. Well, that's great. Right, like time is always the thing that gets us. Now I didn't, because we were working so closely together, and we obviously did handovers and stuff. I didn't get to like really do an interview with you. And I have a favorite question, which you've kindly said that I can succumb you to. Okay. So as part of your ADHD, like as a result of your ADHD, what has made you happiest? What has made you saddest? And if we can do saddest first and then happiest, so we end on a high note.
Sad is when you know you don't belong and you can't put your finger on it at the time. It's when you can't keep up, when your mind is drifting, you have this energy that you need to get rid of, and you're sitting there in your suit, because I've worked in the corporate world, and you're just like, I don't belong here. And it's good that the way post-COVID in New Zealand, there's no more suits and you can be yourself. But that's when I'm at the saddest, and you just know that. When I'm at the happiest is actually when I'm with my iwi or tribe. And actually that was basketball. Because to see the joy in the kids' faces, to be able to coach basketball, to be able to be with the parents and tell them, oh, everything's going to be fine. What's your problem? Nothing is a problem. Your child is amazing. Those are the moments that matter. And as I mentioned, we've moved from Auckland to Wellington, and after 7 years of running basketball, giving up our Sundays to do that, that is the thing we miss the most. But that's our happy space, when you're with your iwi, your tribe, and you can just see the joy and feel accepted.
That's wonderful. You've been wonderful. It's been wonderful catching up. It's been wonderful to sort of get an update on the work you've been doing over the last year, the challenges of it. It's I can absolutely empathise. I can certainly, the challenge of funding is something else. Which reminds me to say, do donate, everyone who's watching.
Yes.
Go to globaladhd.com and donate. If you want to donate directly to ADHD New Zealand, go Google ADHD New Zealand and donate directly to them. They're particularly keen on checks of between 4,000 and 5,000.
Excellent, love it.
No, I have no doubt anything is hugely valued. That's it. Wonderful to see. Thank you very much for doing this.
Good luck,
year
Henry.
2, may there be many more. See you on the flip side. Thank you.
All right. All the best, everyone. Bye-bye.
That was really, obviously love speaking to Darren, and we speak every month, swapping notes on how to make our charities better. Those meetings are going to include ADHD Australia and others ongoing. It's part of our ambition for the conference to build that cooperative. I've got an update on donations. And thank you so much for those who've just donated. So Claire, thank you. Just donated £40. You should be able to see a name up there. Russ Reloaded £20. Neem £20. Thank you so much. It's a big deal. Like, we can do nothing without money. If you do it, so if you donate £20 whilst I'm on, you get confetti. If up to £50 or more, you get fireworks. Just a bit of fun. But at the same time, we've got people donating through the main donation platform, so through globaladhd.com, as well as lots of people who donated when they registered. I've got an update. So this is where we were, 8,300. And this is where we are now, 8,764.50, with this wonderful idea of trying to get to 10,000, which we're very happy with what people have donated. Obviously, 10,000 would be something extraordinary, but thank you. We can do nothing without you, so thank you so much. Right, so our last speaker. Sinead Kinnear from Research Associate University of Glasgow, doing on ADHD and suicide risks, is research she's undertaking. And then you get the last bit of me, which is conference close. Lots of thank yous, talking about updated ambassador program, talking about some of the things we are going to be working on in the next year. Right, without further ado, let's bring in Sinead. Hello.
Hi, Henry, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I just had to say, what an incredible conference. I've only kind of dipped in and out, but we organise a really small conference of about 80 people with a couple of online things. I do not know how you guys have done it, so hats off to you. You've been amazing.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of people who are going to get some thank yous at the end at the end of this, who've been working, through the night, like a lot of hours up to this. So but it is a labour of love, right? We're doing it to make a difference. Everyone who's speaking, yourself including, get absolutely zero fees. Like, it's you're also doing it for love and wanting to change the world, and it's hugely appreciated. We're all doing this together. Right, I'm handing over to you. So this is research on ADHD and suicide. This is something that we fund, but it's through a donation of an individual whose son lost his life to ADHD and the consequences of ADHD, and took his own life. And it's an incredibly important work. I'll share your slides now. Over to you.
Thank you. So again, just to say thank you so much for having me along. And I saw somebody had put in the comments there that absolutely this is, I'm going to talk quite a bit about suicide. And what you can see in the corner, little rocket ship, that is a QR code that will take you to a global kind of hosting page for resources and things. So just to make you aware that that's there. Okie doke. So my name's Sinead. I'm a researcher at the Suicide Behaviour Research Lab at Glasgow. And as Henry said, we have been doing this work with ADHD and funded by Jane Roberts, looking at trying to understand the relationship between ADHD, mental health and suicide risk. So this, I came around last year and presented a little bit on this, and this is just kind of more of an update on what's been going on. So just a bit of background. ADHD, you guys probably know more than I do, is a quite commonly detected condition during childhood. It's characterised by varying levels of attention or hyperactivity symptoms, and they don't obviously occur in equal measures. And they can impact people across different domains of functioning, such as interpersonal or academic functioning. And very much, I was thinking of that there during the last presentation about, oh, sorry, I just saw that the video's over the QR code. I was thinking about that during the last presentation, that this thing about like trying to mask and trying to wear suits and stuff, and obviously having things that are more open and accepting and people can dip in and out of may very well be useful for engaging people more. So sorry, that was my wee tangent. Yeah, ADHD can impact across different domains. Obviously, the detection of ADHD in childhood, well, at all, is quite challenging because, as I say, not everybody presents with the same symptoms, and a lot of the detections based on externalizing symptoms and hyperactivity. So my little graph, like line graph to the side, just kind of emphasizes that there has been an increase in detection of ADHD over the last few years, which could represent a change in kind of diagnostic procedures. Maybe people are becoming a bit more aware of how these things present and differences between genders. In fact, one study looked at ADHD in young people who had major depressive disorder. And what they actually found, this is between 2012 and 2014, what they saw was an increase of about 10% in diagnosis of ADHD for young people, young females, whereas there was a 10% decrease in diagnoses for young males during that time period as well. So the global estimates in 2018 of ADHD in children was between 2 and 7%. And obviously, as we know, there's a greater range across countries, and we're maybe not getting particularly representative data. And in adulthood, so I think my word of today is complex, because ADHD is an incredibly complex condition, and I think the diagnosis of ADHD is incredibly complex as well. Particularly in terms of identifying it and responding to it in adulthood. So I'll tell you a bit about it in a while, but one of the studies that we're doing is interviews. And the real sense that I'm getting from people is that there's been a kind of misconception that ADHD, for some people, they have not realised it existed in adulthood. They always thought it was a kind of childhood condition, that sort of thing. So it never occurred to them that ADHD could be a possibility for them. Excuse me. Obviously in adulthood, again, further complexity, it presents slightly differently to younger ages, and it's often it happens quite a lot with other conditions, so it can be masked or happen at the same time as somatic conditions, behavioural impairments, other kind of mental health concerns. And it can be then makes the challenge of trying to identify this and respond to it properly particularly challenging. So, ADHD and suicide risk. The literature has said that there is an association between ADHD symptoms and suicidal thoughts. This can sometimes be as high as double as what people without ADHD experience. There can also be associations with suicide plans and suicide attempts. As I said about ADHD conditions that occur at the same time, there's a lot of research that suggests that ADHD occurs with conditions alongside, such as quite commonly depression, that sort of thing. And there's been some research conducted into how ADHD and the varying symptoms might present. So things like the risk associated with predominantly inattentive or predominantly hyperactivity, or the combined, and how this might interact to increase risk of suicide. But the thing is, we have a really large gap in most of our knowledge and our understanding of how ADHD might increase an individual's risk of suicide. And we don't so a lot of the research we do looks at trying to understand what factors increase individuals' risk and when, under what circumstances. because it's really important to highlight that the majority of people with ADHD will never be suicidal. And that's something that's really important for me just to point out about all the research I'm going to talk about. A lot of these are not prevalent studies, or they're not kind of general population. They're not representative of the wider ADHD. Research does often, and it's not to diminish any of the research, but it's just something to be aware of, that sometimes it's quite, people choose to take part in research for other reasons and things. I'm eternally grateful for that. So just to kind of discuss a bit about the problem of suicide. So in 2019, around about 700,000 people died by suicide, and it's a global concern, as we know. And it affects all genders, all ages, and like I say, across the globe. So what this equates to is that round about every 1 in 100 deaths is from suicide, which means that more people die from suicide than HIV, malaria, breast cancer, war, or homicide. And again, just to highlight one of the gaps we have is we are not aware how many of those deaths involve people with ADHD. And suicide doesn't affect only the person who's experiencing the crisis. It also, for every one of the 703 adults that dies by suicide, deaths, the ripples are extensive. So it's potentially affecting 90 odd million, because for every one person that dies by suicide, it's estimated that around about 20 people will attempt suicide as well. And that equates to about 1 every 40 seconds. And there's a gender imbalance or a gender paradox, sorry, I should say, in suicides, where women are more likely to make a suicide attempt, whereas the majority of suicide deaths are by men. And suicide is the leading cause of death for men aged 35 to 49, and for young women at the moment. And again, we're still not quite sure how many of the families of people with ADHD are affected by suicide. So it's just really to emphasise the global scale of the problem. And again, once again, suicide is also an incredibly complex situation. And the slide that you've got in front of you is just got a bit wrong there. The slide that you've got in front of you there is the biopsychosocial model of suicide risk. So again, I'm not going to go into this in too much depth, but this slide just really emphasises the impact of, or the importance of looking at the kind of context, the social context, more kind of distal factors such as early life experiences, genetic factors, family history, and then works through more recent events and things to proximal factors, so things that have recently happened, life events, psychopathology, substance abuse, and then but then of course it emphasises the need to keep in mind the dysregulated mood, depressive symptoms, things in the possibility or increasing the vulnerability that somebody might experience thoughts about suicide or go on to make a suicide attempt. Oh, excuse me. And this is the integrated motivational volitional model of suicide behaviour. Name just rolls off the tongue. So this is just really, it's very similar to the model before, but it has a real focus on trying to draw out the kind of psychological factors. And the other thing that's really important about this model is that it looks at the factors that might be associated with suicidal ideation as being different from the factors that might be associated with suicidal behaviour. And again, so on the left-hand side of the model, it just emphasises the need to keep in mind people's context, stresses from environmental factors, that sort of thing, previous life events. The second part of the model is the motivational phase, and in this phase, it just emphasises factors which may be associated with the development of kind of suicidal thoughts. And in this one, it particularly emphasises the presence of defeat as basically, if a defeating event happens in the presence of kind of the threat to self-moderators, then an individual could be more likely to experience feelings of entrapment, feeling trapped. And then the presence of motivational moderators, like including kind of interpersonal factors such as feeling like a burden, feeling like you don't belong, it could increase an individual's risk of experiencing suicidal ideation and developing suicidal intent. But again, so the model kind of it really emphasises the interaction between psychological, biological, and environmental factors. But it also is really helpful because it gives us an idea of things we can look at, particularly in terms of trying to detect kind of early warning factors or signals and things. So it not only shows a pathway, but it also shows multiple potential intervention points. And then in the third phase of the model, the volitional phase, the volitional moderators are factors that in the presence of could increase an individual's risk of making a suicide attempt. And these include things like physical pain sensitivity, fearless mental imagery, and previous history of suicidal experiences. And again, well, if there's a lot more in-depth information on it on our website, and I've got the link at the end of the presentation. So, as I say, we understand that some groups, including people with ADHD, are at increased risk of suicidal behaviour, but there's so many gaps in our knowledge that the first stage of this programme of research was to go and have a look at the latest literature. So yeah, last year I came along and presented on the fact that we were conducting this review. So in phase 1, we carried out a literature search. The original plan had been to look at the last decade of research around ADHD and suicide risk. However, when we went and had a look, there were 3 reviews that were conducted, which took us up between 2018, and 2020. There were 3 reviews conducted looking at the association between suicidal thoughts and behaviours and ADHD. So, informed by the literature, the previous searches, we conducted a review to update this. So it spanned from 2020 to 2023. And we were looking for studies that reported on ADHD, either suicidal ideation, suicide plans, suicide attempts and deaths. And they had to look at the relationship between ADHD and the suicide-related outcome. So in that 3-year gap, there were 89 studies that were potentially eligible and 49 that fitted our criteria to include, which I think is a fantastic volume of research for 3 years. And this was obviously this was going on the criteria were quite fixed and things because it was extending the research from one of the other reviews. So it's quite a focused review. So we ended up including 49 studies, but there were 52 published articles that were relevant. However, 3 of them reported on used the same data sets. So we just focused on including ones that reported on that were unique studies. And so this is my little summary of the populations and the outcome measures that were included in these 49 studies. So as you can probably see, the research varied between populations. So it was reasonably balanced in that there was 25 with adult populations and 24 with young people. However, within that, they all focused on quite different outcomes. And they were also associated, they also looked at a variety of different populations. So within the suicidal thoughts and behaviours, although there's like 10 and 18 papers that are included, these changed between kind of focus populations such as military populations, forensic populations. A lot of them were in student populations, so it was incredibly varied, which means it was really difficult to kind of synthesize this into something rather than me just describing, they said this, they said this. So essentially, what they found was that ADHD, in line with the previous research, was associated with higher risk of suicidal thoughts and behaviours when compared to control groups. And this was across all the populations. So again, it's ended up like this very succinct report of 50 odd pages. But I've just picked out some of the findings I found particularly relevant. So in line with previous literature, we found that ADHD, people with ADHD were more likely to have other mental health concerns at the same time compared to control groups, or people without ADHD, sorry. And in the presence of other conditions, ADHD was associated with increased suicide risk. However, there was some research that found that when ADHD occurred by itself, without a kind of comorbid mental health condition, there was no increased risk of suicidal thoughts and behaviours when it was compared to other mental health diagnoses. So things like depression, bipolar disorder, that sort of thing. And there was one study that found when they controlled for, in people that had more than one condition, when they controlled for the other conditions individually, they found that ADHD did remain associated with suicidality, but that actually suggests that the comorbidity doesn't explain the entire relationship between ADHD and suicide risk. So again, the findings kind of indicate that there's something else underlying. It's potentially not the presence of ADHD. As we kind of expected, we thought that there's probably going to be psychological factors that might be particularly relevant in these populations, or any populations, and might again give us a kind of indication of what would be a potential intervention point. So there were some studies that looked at the role of psychological factors, and one of the studies in students found that ADHD, they carried out a statistical model where they basically looked at the role of depressive symptoms in increasing an individual with ADHD, their risk of suicide. And they found that factors such as depressive symptoms or self-esteem, stress, and interpersonal factors all potentially had a role in increasing an individual's risk at suicide. One of the things that was really interesting as well was that there was a study that found adaptive perfectionism was protective in reducing suicidal behaviour in a group of young people. And basically, for every unit increase of perfectionism, this equated to around about a 10% reduction in the incident rate of suicidal behaviour in the study. And even more interestingly, one of the psychological factors that's often associated with suicidal thoughts and behaviours is maladaptive perfectionism. So feeling pressure from, it's socially prescribed perfectionism, where the individual feels that other people have really high expectations and they are striving to be perfect, and they don't feel that they can reach that. So that's been found in a lot of previous research to be a risk factor for suicidal thoughts and behaviours. But this study found that it wasn't related to suicidal thoughts and behaviours, which is really interesting because it could be that again, it could just indicate that there's a different potential role, other psychological factors that might be more important at identifying people who are at increased vulnerability in these populations. The only thing is this study didn't actually control for gender. And that's obviously important due to differences in perfectionism. There tends to be quite there's a bit of variability between genders and things, and how they perceive, or how perfectionism might have, the role might have a play. Those words in a different order. So again, these studies are all just really, they're interesting because they really can highlight the fact that there are other factors that are potential points of intervention and indication of potential early suicide risk. So again, given all the gaps we have in our knowledge, oh, excuse me. So basically, what the review really emphasised, we are aware that ADHD is often associated with increased risk for suicidal thoughts and behaviours, but we don't know why. And again, I keep coming back to this point, but we don't know what factors increase an individual's risk of experiencing suicidality, and we don't understand when these factors are particularly pertinent. So again, that integrated motivational volitional model is incredibly useful in highlighting potential indicators of early risk. So the next part of our research was to look at what, if there's any factors from the model that might be particularly pertinent in helping us understand why some people with ADHD are at increased risk of suicide. So I would just like to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you. ADHD UK were very good for advertising our study. They really, we had a lot of support, and especially just making this a more visible. And I have to say a huge thank you to all those that persevered and took part in the study. So earlier this year, we carried out an online survey that was open to all adults in the UK over age 18. And again, this was the main aim of this was to explore components of the IMV that might be particularly pertinent in identifying individuals who might be at increased risk of suicide. And again, I would just like to point out this is actually not a prevalent study. So this was, we advertised a study for, we were looking at, looking to find out more about kind of ADHD and risk of suicide and mental health concerns. So we had a really great response. We had 800 odd people who opened up the survey, followed the link initially. And we had data from 734 participants took part. And obviously one of the amazing things is that we had 734 people take part. And especially academic surveys tend to be, even when we try to reduce the number of items that are in them, because there were so many things we wanted to include, so many factors we felt were really important, that it was, I think it took around 20 minutes. So I really appreciate everybody that persevered with it. This slide just kind of gives an overview of who took part in the study. So we had adults from age 18 to 73 take part, and the majority of them were female. And we had a range of different sexual orientations take part as well. And then on the right hand side of my screen, under the results section image, there's it just gives a breakdown of people that took part with ADHD. So we had 626 people who had experienced ADHD, and this was, we asked them, have you had experience of ADHD? Have you had a diagnosis of ADHD? And this is just that group all in. So regardless of whether they'd had a diagnosis or experienced it. So we had 626 people take part. I think this is probably the first study I have ever conducted where I had to reopen recruitment to try and get people without experience of ADHD. In terms of the analysis and things, we were, I think, we had about 80 people at start, and it's quite good in terms of analysis to have over 100. So we reopened that. And I thought it was really interesting that we had about 70% of our sample who said they'd experienced ADHD had a diagnosis of ADHD, but only 3% had been diagnosed before they were 16. So the majority of people, 90-odd%, had been diagnosed after age 17, or 17 and older, sorry. We also looked at, we used the World Health Organization screening questionnaire for looking at recent ADHD symptoms. And again, we found a really high prevalence of people experiencing or having recent symptoms as well. And people who had felt that they had not experienced ADHD, we found about 10% of them had they scored as possibly experienced ADHD symptoms. And in terms of suicide attempt and suicide history and things, so what we asked, this is just reporting on, I do have a kind of scale measure of recent ideation as well, but we asked people if they had ever experienced in their lifetime, had they experienced suicidal thoughts, had they made a suicide attempt. And as you can see, we had a really high proportion of people in both groups who had experienced thoughts about suicide. And in terms of making a suicide attempt, we had about a quarter of the people who didn't have ADHD, compared to 42% of people who'd experienced ADHD who had made a suicide attempt in the past. And again, high prevalence of suicide and people who've injured themselves in the past as well in both groups. Just check my time, sorry. Okie doke, so we had, sorry, I'm kind of giggling because my stars just won't stay in the right place. So the stars indicate where there were significant differences between the groups. So this is looking at the sample overall. So this is differences between people who had experienced ADHD and had not experienced ADHD. Like I say, just on that kind of outcome measure of just asking people whether or not they'd experienced it. And people with ADHD in this study had higher levels of depressive symptoms, anxiety symptoms, defeat, entrapment. Not surprisingly, given the high proportion of suicidal thoughts in both groups. There's no difference between the groups and the suicidal thoughts. Interestingly, there was no difference between the groups on stress. There was no difference on emotional regulation, which I found quite interesting as well. And this is, believe it or not, this is some of the selected measures and things that we included. There are a few other ones which I was trying to make it succinct. So these are some of the ones that are kind of main measures we were looking at. So then I focused on within people who had experienced ADHD, and I looked at people who had made a suicide attempt and people who hadn't, or people who told us they'd made a suicide attempt and people who hadn't. And again, a similar pattern where defeat, entrapment, anxiety symptoms, depression symptoms are all significantly different between the groups. But again, quite interestingly, there's no difference in perfectionism. And this, again, this was focusing on socially prescribed perfectionism. There was no difference in feelings of loneliness. There were no difference in emotional regulation. No difference on well-being. And the one at the end is benefit finding. And this was specifically for people with experience of ADHD, and we asked whether there was anything protective or any benefits they felt were associated with their ADHD, and there was no difference in these between the groups. So obviously this is just a kind of really brief overview of a lot of research, and a lot more, there's a lot more analysis to be done. So my next steps are looking at how these factors might associate with ADHD, or how they might have a role between ADHD and suicide risk. There was so much, it was really, really difficult to choose what to put in. And the other thing that we have on the ongoing is we're currently carrying out interviews with people who have experience of ADHD and a history of suicidal thoughts and behaviours. And this is obviously to try and looking at psychological factors is really, really useful. It's highly beneficial. However, we need the qualitative. We need qualitative. We need to talk to people and actually find out about their experiences, because otherwise we don't understand the context and we don't understand what's been around for people, and we're only getting a half story. So that's what we've got on the go at the moment. So I'm still looking for participants. Interviews can be conducted over Zoom, and I've put a little link there if anybody would like more information on the study. And if anybody would like more information on any of the studies, you are perfectly welcome to contact me, and that's my details all below. And that's a whistle-stop tour of all the research we've got on going on at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Like, it's obviously, look, it's such important work, and but obviously heartbreaking at the same time. Like, it's really tough. You chose an incredibly important but tough area of research to do. We will put the link into the chat so people can see it. And I think I know the people in the back end team are just doing that right now. Which I was just pausing whilst I pressed the button, because I did. I've got the link, so I needed to send it to them. Which actually answered one of the key questions that came in, was just, can we get involved? Can we help?
Absolutely, please do. Because I think on the ADHD, the conference schedule, I'm sure they've got the link, or you've got the link for my email address maybe. So if anybody would like to get in touch, please feel free to.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. You've been amazing. Like, we've got to wrap up. We've got to wrap up this conference. We are in our, we're about to complete our 24 hours around the clock. We've circumnavigated the globe and had participants from around the globe and audience from around the globe. So look, we need to thank you for your work. Like, it's a big deal. You did it. I would like to do it as well. And to thank Jane Roberts, who is funding it in the name of her son Ben, and it's there's money which comes with serious weight, and that's definitely some of it. Like, all donations to charity carry weight, but some even more so when they're donated in the name of their child. It's a big deal. Right, I need to let you go, and possibly to drink a lot of water. For you struggling. So thank you very much. Thanks for all you're doing.
Thanks for having me, and well done.
Thank you. You too. Right, wrap up time, right, it's been wonderful. Thank you to Sinead. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to do the wrap up. I'm going to talk about some of the stuff we're doing in the for the next year, what our plans are, a complete real reworking of the ambassador program to tell you about, and some thank yous, and then we're out. We've completed our 24 hours, and I'll give you the final fundraising total as well. If you want to still donate, go to globaladhd.com, click donate. or if you want to have some fun, you can donate via this platform. Scan the code in the side, and your name will be celebrated up there. And over £20 to get confetti, and over £50 fireworks. We're just shy of £9,000, and we have raised over £8,000, which is an epic amount, and honestly, wildly exceeded expectations. Is hugely needed. Like, money is tight. This is difficult. And right, I'm going to show you. I made slides. Like, of course I did. Here you go, and I've actually reorientated so so you can see so you can see the overlay. For some reason you can't. Oh, there you go. And now you can see me. Hurrah! I was trying to work out why I wasn't being shown. There you go. So we're closing out the 2023 conference. I've been incredibly organised and done slides. And how dare someone in the chat suggesting that I was sloping off for a coffee? I was not. I was doing slides. Okay. You've seen it quickly. We're going to talk about the problems right now. So I've had to sort of lay off. Either could do a conference or go into battle with the Conservative deputy chairperson. It's absolutely there is an absolute failure of leadership within this country on ADHD, and it is a failure of the NHS. It is a failure of the party in power, and it needs to change. And frankly, we're in the middle of a national patient alert. There's a lack of medication for people with ADHD is a huge, huge problem. And confetti, thank you very much. Thank you, Andy. That is wonderful of you. Thank you very, very much. We're in an absolute crisis, and it's a crisis. Now, it was interesting. We spoke to ADHD Europe. What they told us was that the shortages aren't across Europe; they are happening in different places, and that's because different areas make different buying choices. You're in a queue for the stock, and if you have a buffer of stock that will deal with production issues, then obviously your population isn't going to struggle. If you have no buffer, very limited buffer, then your population is, because production issues happen. And at this time, they had been identified as a risk. We learnt from ADHD 360 that the issue was there's a large centre of production in Southern Ireland. A new centre of production is being created in Germany because of this single point of failure risk. And yet in that period, no stock kept. That is a failure of management. We've had the deputy chairperson, Lee Anderson, say the benefit system is too nice and ADHD is bad parenting. And it appears he goes around telling a story of people with ADHD. They've got 5 kids with ADHD and they're really just milking the benefit system, because if they've got a disability, then doesn't. And he's essentially attacking a family full of disabled people. And the fact that he thinks that's acceptable, it goes a long way to saying how the stigma around ADHD, and it's absolutely outrageous. It is outrageous to completely devalue people with ADHD and struggling. Outrageous. Within the NHS, the problems are almost too many to mention, right? You've got the enormous problem of the wait list. We've done a massive FOI. It is going public with a national television channel next week. And it's why I have to be very coy on it. We'd hope to have it done now, but schedule is schedule. And it has shocking results, and we're using it to expose. And one of the things we're going to be creating is a postcode lookup. So you will be able to, fingers crossed, Matt, if you're watching, you've got a big responsibility on technology. So you can look up and find out what your postcode is, what your area is, what the waitlist information we have is, or that we don't. Because in a lot of areas we don't. And that's shocking. Right to choose is it's only available in England. It should be made more widely, but there's a very clear line of travel that it's getting shut down. And so there's a technical shutdown going on at the moment where the right to choose contracts with the providers are being moved from the ICB to the trust, ICBs being the top level of the NHS, trust the lower level, and ICB commissioner, trusts implementer. You're only eligible to transfer to a right to choose outsourced provider if they have an ICB contract, and the ICBs are removing those contracts and putting them down to the trusts. And when that happens completely, that will be the end of right to choose in the way that we know it now. And we need to fight to not only stop that, we need to fight to expand right to choose across the entire UK. We've got a massive passporting issue. Like that, you get a diagnosis privately, you'll get a diagnosis in one area, and the next area won't accept it. And it's ridiculous on the NHS that it's not being accepted, which means that the NHS is then retesting, with its complete lack of resources, is then retesting people again. Now it's because they feel that they can't accept an ADHD diagnosis done elsewhere. We need to change that so that they can feel comfortable and they are happy. In York, they're depriving people of an ADHD assessment unless they're suicidal, risk of self-harm or harm to others, so risk to life, and or in family court, having their family broken up. That is outrageous. And not only have they prioritized those people, the trial's been running quite some time now, and they've seen none of them, because they're still working through their cut-off of their old list. So it's outrageous, and it's outrageous that people aren't getting what they need. We've got children aging out before diagnosis, where the wait list for children is so long that by the time they get to the CAMHS person, they're now an adult, and they need an adult test, and CAMHS can't provide it. We've got a failure of children transferring to adult care. So if you're a child, you can find yourself stuck and not able to go to the adult path because the adult path has no seamless pathway. In many cases, we're seeing people being put on the adult list. So you're treated, you're success, you've got yourself in a place of success, and then suddenly, if you're opting for medication, that is taken away from you, and that is outrageous. It shouldn't be happening like that. These are the fights that we're going to be having. We've got data failings, and I feel like this is a very mundane point for lots of people, but this is the bedrock. This is the foundation on which we make change. Right now, children with special educational needs, SEND, they are in the Department of Education. They are just grouped together, SEND, with the exception of autism. So autism has a separate reporting, and so the government knows how many people have autism in the school system. It knows the outcomes of those children. It does not know how many children with ADHD are in its system. It does not know the outcomes for those children. And we know that the outcomes for many are awful, right? We know people who get failed out of education and falling into crime, and it's absolutely awful. But because they don't have this data, so they just wrap it up as SEND. Look, if my feet are in the oven and my head is in the freezer, I'm of good average temperature. It's clearly nonsense, and that is the data they have. That needs to change, and from that data will come change, because when we find the outcomes, we're then able to argue for the research, for the understanding, and change it. I'd realised I was over the little things. Should anyone wish to donate? Diversity monitoring form. So at the moment, if you do a diversity monitoring form, it asks you, do you consider yourself to be disabled? So many people with neurodiversity, with ADHD, spend an inordinate amount of time trying to make themselves feel that they're not disabled. They don't tick this box because they're fighting so hard not to be. And it's not working. And what we want to do is we need to work out our exact strategy, but probably we need to have a neurodiversity box. Are you neurodiverse? NHS data. So as a part of our big FOI, we found huge gaps in the data, and we have ICBs who don't know their wait list. How can you commission a service without knowing how many people need it? It is a phenomenal failure, and the fact that for ADHD that's seen as acceptable is a big part of the stigma that people we're not seen as important. That's how that York trial is getting to happen, and that frankly, that has to change. And then from there, we're able to properly point to the issues. Our FOI that we've done has taken us around 6 months. We've had to write again and again and again. We then, for a number, had to put in formal complaints because they weren't giving us the data. It shouldn't be like that. It should. Autism has done a great fight where there is now a dashboard. You can click on your area, find it, and it's done within NHS Digital. Where's ours? Like, we need to shine a light on this issue, and data is how we do it. Right, we are going to be reorganizing our ambassador program. And this is something that will be news to a lot of our ambassadors, because we're telling people about it now. So look, that map on the right is the map of all the different ICBs in the NHS in the United Kingdom. And what we're going to do is reorganize our ambassadors. Should they wish, they can stay as an ambassador, but into those areas. And the idea is they represent us. They go to the ICB and say, what's the wait list for adults? What is it for children? What are and shine a light locally and drive change. They meet with the council leaders, the head of adult services, the head of child services. Those council leaders meet with their NHS on a monthly basis, at least, if not more. And they have an amazing lever for change. But this kind of national campaign for change done locally has a huge power, and it's locally we've got to change it. As we'll talk about next week, the variance across the country is enormous. So if you're interested in campaigning to change what it means to have ADHD in the UK and to change it in your area, please go to ADHD UK, click the Get Involved button, and click about becoming an ambassador. We want you, and we want to create a campaigning force in every area for change. That would be wonderful. Ambassadors also do fundraising, generally look to fundraise around £500 for the charity whole, because we need the money. And in doing so, they are advocating as well and making a difference. They're telling people that ADHD is important, and that's a big deal too. Do go and have a look at it. That is about to be the campaign for change, and it's going to centre on you as an ambassador. And we've got a general election coming up. There are a lot of wannabe MPs who are going to be going to debates, going to stumps, and we need to make sure ADHD is asked about. And that's local boots on the ground making a difference. And if every wannabe MP gets asked about ADHD, they're going to have to think about it. They're going to have an answer, and that is a big deal, because some of them are getting elected. Okay, these were glorious comments, and then we're going to wrap up. Did Henry sleep in that suit too? Henry's face is a work of art. I mean, so expressive with the eyebrows. I've been hyper-fixated on Henry. I think I love watching him. He's lovely. Those are just so funny. Absolutely made me laugh. I think you knew it at the time because I started laughing on screen. Thank you. This is for everyone. Right, we're into the thank yous. Thank you to all the speakers. None of them got paid. All did it for love. All did it to make a difference. Thank you all the coaches for contributing their tips. Their top tips. It was just wonderful. We wanted to express some of the people who support us day in, day out, doing events. We want to talk about the contributing charities making it truly global. Look at the list. ADHD Australia, ADHD Europe, Let's Talk ADHD in Hong Kong, Unlocking ADHD in Singapore, ADHD New Zealand, and of course us, ADHD UK. This is truly global. And wonderful for it. And the aim is to bring us all together and learn the best of each other so we can be our best. We had 6,264 people register from 96 countries. It's an extraordinary number of people. It's wonderful. We had 440 people who donated, an average of £18, and it all adds up. Our top donator donated £2,000. which that is a big deal. And another who donated £1,000. Just something else. And I have to say, in all the maelstrom of everything going on, it was only when I went and looked, I realised that those donations, we will go back. I mean, I'm gratefully thankful in person if they've left us their details, because I do it anonymously too. But wow, that's a big deal. But every donation has added up. And I've listed all the 100 countries there of everyone, just so you can get an idea. USA, Belgium, Romania, Malaysia, Malta, Myanmar, Puerto Rico, Sudan, Rwanda, Algeria, Botswana, Tunisia, Cyprus, Sri Lanka, Poland, Japan. I mean, it's something else. It's something else. That's the total. £8,794.50. I mean, holy moly. It's extraordinary. I thank everyone for their donations. It's a big deal. But it's the people in the background I've got to thank. Neil Mankey and Max Davey, trustees, backing this all the way. Kathleen and all our volunteers. So Kathleen's our lead volunteer. She's been working tirelessly in the background. She's been organising volunteers across all of our events. She's been doing this herself. A lot of the comments you've seen and the responses have been her. She's been tweeting out, commenting out on social media. She's doing so much. I got to do a special shout out to Rob and Jodie. They are our lead Facebook moderators with others. They do extraordinary work. It's actually a really tough gig. People who've been watching for some of this will have seen that we've had some pretty trollish comments of some people jumping in to try and ruin an important event. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Lorraine. Donated confetti. Donated, I think, £20. That was wonderful of you. Thank you. And I want to do a special thank you to Ange, Joe, Chris, and Matt. They've been helping organise the conference. They are the real steel in this machine, and have been doing a lot of work in this run up and yesterday and today. They've been wonderful and impossible to do without. They've been absolutely wonderful. So thank you. That's it. We're done. We're running 5 minutes. It would just be wrong to finish on time. I think we can all agree with that. Look, do continue to get involved. We're not going anywhere in the next year. Obviously, we've got plans for the 2024 Global ADHD Conference. I think we've roughly doubled in size this time, so let's look to do that again. It's been incredible. There are so many wonderful people watching, being involved, all those comments, all the people in the back here, all the speakers, all the volunteers. It's something special. It's something special being in the sort of center of this maelstrom as I am. It is, you see a lot of people being wonderful, and it's such a lovely thing. It's one of the great privileges of doing this. That's it. Adieu. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for donating, those that did. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you everyone for all that you did. It's been an absolute delight. I look forward to doing it next year. Thank you. Oh, and thank you, Jonathan. You're finishing us on some confetti. That is beautiful. Thank you.